everybody, welcome back to the channel and welcome to some e-racing. We're going to be trying to get a pole today, a podium, a podium, a podiody is happening. It's happening. What's happening? It's happening. It's all done. It's all said and done. When it's all said and done, it's all said and done. It's like that, and that's the way it is. A wise man once said. Who will be first in here? Who will it be? Who will it be? We will never know. Bloody hell. Neo Lund, hello. Hello, Dave. How's it going, guys? Man, Dave. Man. Oh, my GoXLR's not working. I wanted an Echo then. Get the GoXLR. Why does the GoXLR stop working? Hello, Dave. There we go. How's it chooching? Pong Racing, hello. I'm not the piano man, I'm the didgeridoo man. Didgeridoo man. Oh, he's boosted media as well. I wasn't even realising it was you. I didn't even notice it was you when I thought of didgeridoos. That must have been. I must have subconsciously read your name. Subconsciously, that's mental. That's insane. I subconsciously read your name and thought didgeridoo, but I wasn't consciously aware of it. So, what? I tell you, my brain is not connected. My corpus callosum is disconnected entirely. There's like a subconscious there that's doing its own thing entirely. It's pretty good, the subconscious, but unfortunately the conscious is terrible. I might as well not bother being alive, to be honest. Really? Jesus Christ, that's insane. How crazy is that you can have, like, you have a part of your brain that you're not consciously aware of doing stuff? Like GPT in your head. How's it going, man? I hate you anyway. If I'll be on the internet and I'll see you make like a comment somewhere. You'll be like, oh, I've not got enough space. Honestly, it's the most biggest bollocks ever. The most like boosted complaining about not having office space when he has a car, a triple screen setup, and like 5 sim rigs in his office, and then space for cameras. Oh, I don't have enough space. Honestly, guys, I think we should all sue him. I think we should all flag his content. Because here's me in my little Anderson shelter having to move stuff around every time I want to film anything, or just sit in my sim rig because I don't want to move anything. Absolutely disgusting, guys. It's disgusting. Will's such a whinger. I've been eaten by a shark. You know, the worst. Absolutely the worst. The worst. It is the first. Yeah, what you been up to? I've got tea, mate. Tea, mate. Tea, mate. Sounds like something you put in your tea to make it taste better. New tea, mate. Developed by Australia. Ruining British things. If Australia was in a better time zone, ow, I would move there. Bloody hell. Need to not do that because my arm's broken. Been designing a storage shed, actually. It's gonna get like it's gonna get like funnel web spiders in it or whatever they're called. It's gonna turn into a kangaroo nest.
You got a slow car on the right.
It's gonna be a Black Widow bungalow. Weirdly, I was cleaning the kitchen a few weeks ago, moving some stuff around, and there was a spider on the floor, so I was like, oh, I'll pick it up, take it outside, because obviously spiders in the UK are chill. I was about to pick it up, and then I noticed it was a false widow, which, though, are nothing like black widows in Australia, but if they can bite you, and if they do, it will hurt. It's not going to kill you or anything. It'll be like a bee sting with a bit of swelling. But fortunately, I noticed. And the only reason I noticed is because I randomly look at venomous stuff occasionally for fun. It's very hard to get poisoned by stuff in the UK. Time model's fantastic, matey. Yeah, I've only ever been bitten by one spider in the UK, and that was like one of those big orange field spiders. And it didn't swallow it. It hurt. It was just like a bee sting, but it didn't cause any necrosis or anything. Been getting a lot of funnel webs in the last month, so don't like rain. Well, that's why we don't have them in the UK, isn't it? It's just too wet for them. It was a kiss. Well, it was when I was like 14 or something, and I'd always been told through school that, oh, there's no dangerous spiders in the UK. They can't bite you. They're too small. So I was like, oh, there's spiders here. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. And then it bit me, and I was like, well, hang on a minute. It's the last time I trust anyone. Playing iRacing causes mental necrosis. That's why we play it. Right, this F3 car, guys, is the best handling car in iRacing. How funny is that? Genuinely, I think this is the best car in iRacing. It's the most realistic. Nilzo. Great work with it. Well, I'm not sure if it is great work. I think you're encouraging debauchery. I'm not sure if that's a good thing. Is it really great work? I mean, compare it to the work of teachers, bin men, people that do stuff of value. Nails, or you like that conjures up an image of like a Thai nail salon. I could do with getting my nails done. Nails, or would you like something special out the back? Or are you thinking more like building materials? Nails, or welcome to Nails, or come here if you need nails or a plank of 2x4. Peter Dan, thanks for the video on setting the Q3 the Oculus debug to remove the annoying blue. Oh, awesome! Yeah, glad that's helped. I've had lots of people comment on that. You didn't play with that annoying character that's really skinny that you can't see. I know what you mean. That's the one with the skeleton, right? Or the animal-y one? I don't know. Been a long time. Bring back boomer shooters. This car's very prone to slipping around there. Guys, check out Boosted Media if you haven't. He does reviews of sim racing hardware. He can't speak English properly, but and that's not because he's got a concussion. He's got this condition called Australian, and basically what happened was the Queen at the time, or I might have been a king, I can't even remember, but they were like, these people are insufferable. What do we do with these annoying people? And then the king or the queen, as I say, I can't remember, was like, put them on a boat and see what the boat hits into. And they ended up in Australia. So, yeah, you can watch him, but as I say, you might need, you know, everything they say sounds like a question. I'm going to get accused of being discriminatory towards Antipodians. They can take it with their bloody sunshine. I think of all groups, Antipodians should be mocked. Not the native Antipodians, but the fake ones, the former British ones. So, like, you know, honestly, I think gingers get too much harassment when really it should all be targeted towards Australians and New Zealanders. But not even New Zealand, Australians. But I mean, New Zealanders are all right, actually, to be honest. It's just Australians. I think New Zealand's where good Australians go. So, like, yeah, pretty awful. Nah. Yeah, nah. Every time Boosted comes in here, it turns into an Australian bashing. just instantly just turns into 10 minutes of Australia bashing. I wonder if there'll be a war between, like, the UK and Australia. Probably not, because the Australians won't be able to find the UK. But, you know. Yeah, New Zealand's good. I'd move to New Zealand. I wouldn't move to Australia. You need a bit of sea separating you from the Australians. Like, New Zealand is basically like Great Britain upside down. Australia is basically like a prison encampment upside down. It's a shame that the Aborigines didn't have, like, better weapons to keep the British away. Like, imagine if the Aborigines had, like, rocket launchers, Australia wouldn't have happened. And just think how much happier New Zealanders would be. I say I'm going to go back in time and I'm going to arm the Aborigines with rocket launchers. It's a good plan. Like, they could put mortars in the didgeridoos. Boom! Boom! There's more Kiwis in Australia than there are in New Zealand. Oh, wow. Yeah, what would happen? What would happen if Britain went to war with Australia? I mean, if it was in the UK, I think the Australians would win if they invaded the UK. Australia's too hot. If it's in the summer, Brits would just cook. Send the spider. Yeah, the spiders can't survive. Also, Australians, if they came to the UK, they'd die of depression. That's our biggest weapon. The best defence of Britain, and this is what the Tories have nailed over the last 14 years, is making the UK the most miserable, pathetic country on earth. And it's a fantastic defence strategy, because not only does it mean you can siphon the wealth away from the general population and just let them all die, as I say, it means that you don't need to spend as much money on the military, because no one would want to invade the country. They'd be like, why? Like, why even bother? They're just like, yeah, no, actually, I think we're all right. I don't think we'll take it. Oh, here we go. We're going to practice it. We've got a poll up, guys, if you want to poll. Yeah, nah. Crocodile Dundee's mental, right? He married the woman from Crocodile Dundee film, and wasn't he like 50 and she was like 30 or something, or 28? But he had a wife, so he left his wife to get with the fit woman. I mean, can you blame him? She's pretty hot, I'll be honest. I mean, you know, do you keep with the wife and child and your responsibilities as an adult, or do you go off with the fit movie star? Do you know what I mean? It's a difficult choice, I think. Poll's closed. Hang on, did we do it too? I'll do a new poll. Start prediction. Top 5. Ye or nee. There you go, new poll for you guys. Your government sold all your assets overseas. Oh, we've done that as well. I think Germany owns most of the UK. So ironically. I mean, we got to be careful. We can't make jokes about 1940s Germany because it upsets some specific streamers. No humour based on that period in time. Sorry, guys. That's off limits. It upsets some iRacers get really upset with humour that's it's too close to home for them. So we've got to be careful, guys. Joke filter. You know what makes comedy better? I tell you, what it is it's specifically filtering out certain stuff based off arbitrarily offensive people that are arbitrarily offended by certain things. That is the Germans own the trains. Germans love to transport people on trains. Have you noticed that? Right. Okay, guys, it's getting too hot. Mayday! Mayday! Bloody hell. To be fair, German trains are always on time. Oh, they're not, though. Germans always complain about them, but they're better than British trains. Germans are always complaining about their transport, and it's like, guys, come to the UK. Come to the UK. Get over to the UK and tell me about transport being on time. UK's not totally flat, is it? That's true, Earth is very flat.
Green flag, green flag.
It's 5 seconds late.
First time left.
Right, you've even in Europe, you have like bloody double-decker trains, which are amazing. We don't have them. Our tunnels are too small. Are we living? Look, Boosted, don't say that, because bloody Counter Debate, or what's his face? Is it Counter Debate, or is it? It is. It's Counter Debate. Always goes on about the simulation. You know, the simulation thing. That it's such a useless philosophical argument. It's stupid. because you can't know, and you can't even philosophize about it, other than saying, well, you could create a simulator, so it's more likely that a simulator in a simulator than it not being a simulator. But there's no evidence that there's a simulator in the first place, so you can't make the argument. So it's such a dumb, boring, such a boring thing, such a boring philosophy or postulation. I don't know what the word is. Is it boring? This is it. Oh, I think our roads, Jamie, are worse than the Holland roads, to be honest. What is the meaning of life? It's whatever you make it. That's the meaning of life. There is no meaning. The real question people should ask is, why do humans arrogantly assume that there should be a meaning? that's the real interesting part of that. People go, what is the meaning? It's like, well, why would there be a meaning? There is no meaning. Like, explain sim racing. It's all meaningless. It is what it is. Like a pebble in a river. It is what it is. It's formed from a bunch of processes, but it is what it is. I don't smoke. I don't like smoke. I don't like doing drugs. I've smoked salvia a few times years ago. Didn't really enjoy it. I don't like drugs. I'm boring. Well, no. So chasing after I-rating is actually it's imbuing meaning by attaching oneself to an extrinsic motivator, but it's a delusion, and it's one that a lot of people fall for. So it's actually quite interesting. Like, obviously, a lot of people latch onto money as being, oh, well, I'm making money, and that's the goal, that's the point, that's something to focus on. And so they then think it's meaning, but it's just a delusional meaning because, as I say, it's extrinsic. So you're just, like I-rating, chasing after I-rating, rather than asking yourself, okay, but what's the point of getting the I-rating, and is it actually enjoyable? And if it is, that's fine. But if it isn't, well, what's the point? So it's like, you might really enjoy whatever you're doing to make money. That's great. But if you're just making money to make money and you don't enjoy what you're doing to make the money, what's the point of having more money? Money doesn't solve the solution of one's enjoyment. Obviously, societally, in a Western society, you need a certain amount of money to live and feed and stuff and security. That's fine. That's a separate issue. But beyond that, yeah, people get attached to extrinsic motivations too easily. It's a trick. It's a distraction that a lot of people are actually happy with, but it doesn't require that much thought to see where the problems are. Has my poll failed? Yeah, it's the same with anything. It's like it's not just like I say, I-rating, money, trying to want a specific. So let's say you wanted to have a muscular body or something, you could. That's fine. But if you then just get addicted to going to the gym and be like, oh, I need bigger muscles, it's like, well, but why? What's the point? Like you could naturally just enjoy developing your body and doing that in a way that allows you to do other things, and that's fine. But if it becomes like, if you have a single external metric that you're trying to imbue your entire happiness on, that is really unhealthy. It's like universally unhealthy. I'm going to make a new poll because you guys don't know how to use polls. Oh, hang on, new poll. Start, guys. You need to actually have some people that are against us. Top 5. Here you go. 2 minutes. Try again. Polls on.
Let's go.
No, it's not about perfectionists. You can be a perfectionist, that's fine, but there's healthy ways of being a perfectionist, and also you can't be you can't perfectly make all the money in the world. You can't have you know. So being a perfectionist is
My
unrelated.
single ultimate matrix to scale my happiness is pissing you off.
Oh, thank you. That's good. Danny Corsa. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, perfectionism is totally a separate conversation. Yeah, I mean, so someone could really enjoy going to the gym, and they could really enjoy, you know, someone could really enjoy getting iRating, or someone could really enjoy making money and business and growing a business, right? You could really enjoy that, and that's fine, but the enjoyment would have to come from the intrinsic components, not just the fixation on making a number bigger. Because obviously just making a number bigger, it's like, okay, good, well done. Oh, it's like making your muscles bigger as a total fixation. It's like, okay. But yeah, developing and getting better at something, that's fine. Especially if it's something that's within your hands. So like learning an instrument, getting healthier, you know. That's fine. There's nothing unhealthy about that. I think if you're trying to get better at something that you're going to be physically limited at, as you get older, that will be unsatisfying. So like if you have with some fitness things, the reality is once you get past 27 or let's say 35, you're going to be in physical decline. So if your metric is some absolute rather than a goal, like if it's some absolute, the fact is you're driving yourself into a position of unhappiness. But if it's something about just progress within day to day, like trying to be the best you can within like day to day stuff, then you know, so you're back to being intrinsically getting the most out of stuff. That's what you want.
There's an incident ahead. Slow car ahead. Go left.
I've been in physical decline since birth. Why do people struggle with this? This is like one of the easiest cars to drive in iRacing. Yeah, that's the whole point. The 5k iRating thing is absurd. It's just stupid. That's why it's funny. Yeah, make sure you're morbidly obese when you're 5 years old, and then you can work upwards. That's what I'm aiming. That's what I've been doing. Is it more important to be respected or liked? Well, neither really. Now, that's a false. What's it called when the question's a false question? Neither matter. Like, I mean, you wouldn't want to be respected within like you're part of a like racist group. Why would you want to be respected or liked within that group? So the question is devoid of context. Both are not important. That's the answer to that. the thing would be is someone acting to the best of the ability on the information that they've managed to ascertain through being critical. If they are, then the end result is the end result. A lot of people though respect people that are awful. So, you know, that's it. Respect is sort of considered to be like a virtuous thing by default, but it entirely depends on context. Also, I think all people should actually just respect everyone in a human sense equally. Like, all humans deserve the same amount of humanity, but all ideas should only be respected based on the quantitative evidence for the ideas. But you shouldn't really have respect for anything, really. Killers deserve respect as a human. Yeah, like, they've got basic humanity, and you then have to ask yourself, on a pragmatic scale, what's the most productive way of dealing with a killer? So, if you have the resources to put a sociopath into some kind of jail or something that they can be monitored and live out their life without them killing people, then yeah, that's ideal, isn't it? But if you don't have the resources, then you might have to maybe executing them is the safest thing for the group. It would depend on the situation, but you don't get. So this is a thing in justice, is that a lot of people feel like revenge is satisfying, but there's very little evidence to suggest it. So, like, let's say someone murders someone in your family, people intuitively go, well, I'd kill them back. But it's like, actually, it's not satisfying. It doesn't bring the person back that's dead. It doesn't really achieve anything, you know? So hello, fast boy. As humans, are we obligated to better ourselves? No, I don't. I'm not necessarily obligated. I don't think that's the correct words to use. I think people innately will find enjoyment out of improving various aspects of themselves. I think that's just an innately enjoyable thing. It's a sense of progress, which I think is a biological, something that's quite biologically enjoyable for people. So why not? But there's no obligation. I mean, it's naturally you're gonna get more. It's gonna happen naturally. Like, if you're doing an activity, you will get better at that activity. It doesn't matter what it is. If you spend more time doing something, your brain will optimize itself to do that process using less calories, so you will get better at that process. So it naturally occurs anyway, and so there's probably dopamine and reward responses in the brain connected to doing stuff better. I mean, the biggest reward is that it'll take less energy, so things will be easier. So things getting easier generally is rewarding to people. No, I mean, fast boy, when you're as good at racing as me, when you're basically already innately Michael Schumacher, Ayrton Senna, you don't. There's no improvement, so you just have to accept it. How much do you bet this guy on the left drives into us? Oh, he didn't. That was nice of him. Well done.
Still there, hold your line. Clear.
You should just embrace binning it. Maybe binning it's half the fun. What, boosted media? What is it harder to love or be loved? Neither. Again, that's a false question. I mean, to be honest, it's impossible to love Australians, so I guess it's harder to be loved if you're Australian.
Well, everybody.
Car on your left. Still there. Clear.
Turns out the wildlife in Australia just loves Australians. It's not trying to eat them, it's just trying to kiss them. Black widow spider, kiss. Box jellyfish, kiss. The nature's just like, oh, I really want to be friends with these people. Why do they hate us? We keep showing them so much love by kissing them. Crocodile. I am kissing your leg. Ah, my leg's been removed! I'm so misunderstood. One animal in Australia that's not venomous or poisonous or venomous. Well, I mean, there's a bunch of mammals, isn't there? Coyotes. Are they Australian?
Car right.
Oh, there it is.
Clear on the right.
I mean, iRaces have like
Got wheel down.
zero. I was well on the inside there, and we did a previous lap where I obviously left space. You just can't race in this sim at all. It's hilarious. We were well on the inside there. Car on the outside just drives. Drives as if there's no car on the inside at all. Oh dear. Every time. I think we flipped him though, so I won. You don't need spotters. Actually, this is a myth. The whole car radar spotter thing is actually a myth. You don't even need triple screen or anything. What you do is you've got headphones, and you can divide the track effectively into lanes, and you've got a spotter. And so it's like if you hear a car next to you, and if like even if you can't hear them, if you see a car next to you or you've got a mirror, you know that they're going to be able to take whatever line through that corner based off the speed that you enter it and the line that you enter it. So as a result, you know that you can't just turn into the corner. Like I drive on a single monitor. You really don't need to be able to see them exactly. Also, due to netcode and invisible car contacts, you have to leave space anyway. So if anything, actually having a triple screen or VR or a car or like a car radar, it actually lures you into thinking that you can drive more like you can in reality when you can't. And even in real life, drivers have to like actually give a bit of leeway because people make mistakes. So it's just basic levels of understanding of how cars are going to move based off how fast they go into the corner and what lines they can take and what you can do as a car in front or a car behind. But people just don't develop those skills, especially in iRacing, because they do so much hot lapping, because it's such a predominantly hot lapping simulator. So, yeah. But it's people fixate on it being a car radar spotter issue, or monitors, and it really isn't. It's just to do with you have to build up a picture of the track in your mind's eye. Yeah, you can just hot lap and ignore everyone, which on average will work out better for you, so you might as well do that. That's actually a really common sim racing myth. I need to do a series of shorts about sim racing myths. Boosted Media is always having an existential crisis. It's just natural for people in his habitat. Don't encourage him. He's already saturated on boxing equipment and then doing a review each week. Alright guys, hang on, how's he talk? Struth. Well, we've just got a new wheel. It's another DD wheel. And it's the same as the other wheel. Just took it out of the box. Looks like it's made out of really good equipment and materials. Struth. We tried it on iRacing. Yeah, it's an expensive wheel, but it looks nice. He turned into Borat. Sim racing equipment is all pointless. It's so funny. Oh, it's another pedal set. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, it's basically the same as... Does it functionally work better than CSL Elites? Not really. Oh, okay.
I'm hot, and you're not.
It's like... Oh, dear. Yeah. Oh, it's another DD wheel, guys. Oh, hang on a minute. Do the Sims actually use it properly? No. Oh, okay. It's another wheel rim. This one costs £1,300 and has glowing buttons. Is it better than like a G25 wheel? Well, not really. Oh, okay. But it's making people money, so it's good. It's all fine. It's just watches, isn't it? It's handbags. It's not really mocking Boosted's content. It's mocking sim racing. Well, to be fair, actually, RGB, like on this Moser wheel, having lights that you can select the different colour for them is actually quite a nice feature. Yeah, we'll make it. Wow, he could try cancelling me. The most cancelled, the most cancelled iRacing streamer on the internet. Let's get 19th here. I'm just chooching around. Yeah, I think it's just a problem with sim racing hardware in general. Is that it's limited by the software, and unfortunately, the software has been stuck in the same state for like 15 years. So all the differences between all the brake pedals, all the wheelbases are so marginal compared to the fundamental physics issues and force feedback and natures of the Sims. It's utterly absurd. Yeah, well, that's the mistake you made. You listened to Boosted Media. He's actually a boat reviewer, but he does the sim racing review to hide it. Don't want people to know about his boat fetish. I didn't ask if you agreed, Boosted. I wasn't talking to you. It's good though. No, I'll tell you what, it's really good that companies are making loads of hardware, because it means that people can have jobs reviewing hardware. So it's, you know, and companies making money, people can make money out of sim racing. So from a capitalist perspective, it's good. You know, it's not. There's worse things being made. I mean, it's better to have like DD wheelbases and steering wheels than handbags. You know. There's worse things, isn't there? There's people enjoying making different shaped steering wheels, but the problem is with sim racing is if you actually talk honestly, you people. So if you say the realities of the software that you're playing, it pisses off the user base of the software. So streamers can't actually be honest about stuff, because they will lose too much money for it to be a viable business for them. That's a problem with sim racing. And I guess with hardware, if you're reviewing hardware and you go, yeah, guys, this is really nice. This is a really nice wheel, but actually, because of X simulators, physics and force feedback, it's actually completely pointless to use with these games. Well, the two biggest sims, ACC and iRacing, which have pretty atrocious in many ways. Well, most of the people buying the wheels are, well, not even that. Like F1, GT7, iRacing, ACC are all terrible compared to stuff from 15, 20 years ago, right? So if you're most people that are buying wheels, pedals, are buying them to use with iRacing, ACC, F1 24, you know, whatever the new thing is. So if in a review you're totally honest and you go, yeah guys, this is a nice piece of equipment, but actually completely pointless for the game you're buying it for, it's kind of not good for capitalism, is it? and then you'd have to explain to them why, and then the user base would disagree with you because they don't know enough for them to actually understand what you're saying. So you'd then have to go through explaining how physics work, how cars work, how stable real cars are, how much information you can feel through your bottom, and how that's abstract to what you feel through a wheel. So then that would take like a degree's worth of information for them to understand it. So, you know, Exactly. Well, as it boosted, that's the same with the Fanatec wheel for Gran Turismo. I was like, I was actually quite hyped originally, and then it's like, well, actually, it's just Gran Turismo is better played with a gamepad. Like the PlayStation controller is quite good. It's designed around it. So what's the point? But that's not good. How much more money would you make, or anyone make, if you've got a Fanatec affiliate link for Gran Turismo, and if you do one video and you're like, guys, this is the official Fanatec wheel. It's got really nice strong force feedback. It's much closer to a real car. You know what you can say. There's a whole list of things you could say, and then you'd be like, use my affiliate link, and you literally make 50, 60, 70,000 pounds. So people don't realise the the motivational bias for YouTubers to basically be lie by omission, effectively, because the financial motivation is so high, and I don't even blame them. Not everyone's financially suicidal, so yeah, just say what people want you to say. You can make a lot of money. And even if you're honest, people will say you're dishonest anyway. So to be honest, people might as well just lie all the time. Doesn't make any difference, really. Who is it I'm saying does this? I'm saying that I'm not saying that any particular person does it. I'm just pointing out the realities of how the sort of motivations that exist or will exist, and the biases that will exist because of that, but people aren't aware of it and the degree to how it operates. Boosted media, that's bollocks. Absolute bollocks. Being honest is great ethically for a person being honest, but no, it does not win out financially. What a load of shit. What a load of shit. Go and look at capitalism for 2 minutes and tell me that being honest wins out in the end. Not financially, it doesn't. I mean, it wins out if someone's got ethical considerations, but financially, no way.
The pace car is out of control.
Absolutely no way. You couldn't even vaguely argue that. Within certain context bubbles, and generally speaking, in some ways, yes. But from a capitalist perspective, being Machiavellian and manipulative and optimizing things around what would categorically make more money, which is pretty much foundationally being dishonest, is guaranteed to be better. If your goal is money.
You've got about 5 laps of fuel.
So I mean, look at all the AI promotional stuff and how AI's marketed and how the AI companies are operating and all that stuff, and how people are getting investment for AI projects.
Let's go.
I mean, even just from a basic business perspective, if you're trying to raise investment for a company, you would be an idiot to not jump onto whatever the given bandwagon of that 5-year period is. When I was doing games development stuff, it was microtransactions and there's some other things. But now it's AI, and you can just get if you can convince investors that your project's a AI project, you'll get way more investment than if you would just be completely honest. You know the limitations of what is authentic AI, or if you were totally honest, you wouldn't get the investment, so you make hundreds of thousands less money. AI computer cases. Bloody being honest. Danny, so you head out making your coaching platform for businesses, turning people into snowball advocates and sponsoring game. Yeah, everyone should just sponsor me. I wouldn't sponsor me. I don't know what value I bring. despair. Well, AI is not completely overblown. So AI is absolutely terrifying and is incredible. Even if you're looking at, even if you're just talking about large language models, AI is not overblown. But obviously people are like, it's like that would be like saying, oh, in the 90s, the internet's overblown. It's like, well, no, the internet wasn't overblown. Obviously, loads of companies then started completely stupid internet businesses that just would never be viable. But the internet's not overblown. AI is not overblown. AI is mental. But it's just, even large language models are absolutely mental for what you can do with them. Like, in terms of just basic efficiency and working. Yeah, but Craig, that's how I trick you. I'm just storing it up. I'm building it all up, and then I'm gonna like recommend something that's really, really bad that I get like 99% of the money from, and then I'm gonna cash out. It's a long con. That's how I get you.
You just got the white flag. That means one more lap to go.
I'm operating 4D, but now I've told you that, I've ruined it. Or have I? Is it all part of the delusion? The confusion delusion, Machiavellian muscle. I mean, just so one aspect of large language models that's mental is passing information. So if you had a document, a really big document, and you need to pass it all for the most pertinent information to then act on, it's insane. Spell checking, incredible. Reformatting grammar, all that kind of stuff, amazing. Helping you better communicate certain ideas. Like, so the thing is, a lot of people are like, oh, AI will do all the work for you. In that scenario, it doesn't really work very well. But if you do 99% of the work, so basically, let's say you write something as you would have done previously, and then you pass it with AI to better optimize what you've written. So it's not having to, the AI is not having to invent stuff or do the research or anything. The AI is basically reformatting. It's like having a writer, effectively. That kind of stuff is incredible. Absolutely mental. Well, so for example, I was just messing around doing the app that we want made for AC. We could even work in iRacing, and it's basically like a poker tracker app. The same sort of thing, a locally based tracker app that tracks who you race against, if they finish in front of you or they finish behind you, and then it gives you a win, loss, and a ratio based on that, and then it normalizes the result to give you a score, so that whenever you've got certain people you've raced against, you will know based off your race history with that person if they're a rival, or if who's done better or worse than you. And it would work based off the data that you get from the games that you play. So you don't need an online ranking system, right? It just gives you a win lot. Lets you just clearly know if people are generally beating you or generally lose against you. So you could write the design for that, and then you can go to an AI, like a large language model, and go, oh, does this actually make sense as a way to organise this data? Or what would be the best way to represent this in a simple form? Or how... what, like... You basically, you can fire ideas at AI, have it come back to you, and then you can use your brain and go, oh yeah, that's actually really good, I didn't think of that. Or... what I've suggested is actually logically correct, because it's very, like, it's exactly the same as if you're doing like a dissertation or you're working on something. You talk to other people for feedback, and then, because you're always going to miss stuff that's stupid, and you go, oh guys, here's my idea of stuff, can you just check through it? If you've written a book, you'd be like, oh, can you check through it and make sure that the plot's coherent? And they come back to you. But the problem is, that requires a lot of time from other people, and also requires other people to be knowledgeable in the niche that you're operating in for them to actually give valuable feedback. AI can do a very good approximation of that feedback for a good number of stuff, that would cost hundreds of thousands, or if you were to buy that service, would cost millions. So that there is like an incredibly valuable thing. AI is going to be a huge problem for you. Yeah, but your content's all drivel, so it doesn't matter. Really, you're unboxing stuff. You're reading the specifications. You play a sim for like a few hours, and you again, it's like, oh yeah, well this wheel is slightly better than that wheel, but it's all pointless anyway. So it doesn't matter. Like people, right? The reason why people will watch your content or engage with your content or ask you questions is because they're stupid and they like you as a person. So it's like why people watch my content. They don't come here because they don't come to my channel because I'm a good driver or because I'm even particularly funny. They've just got Stockholm syndrome. So they've just seen enough of the channel and their brain has been like conditioned to being like, oh, kind of, I'm used to this shit. So they keep coming back. It's terrible. It's crap. But they keep coming back because they're like, oh, God, it's just Stockholm syndrome because people are dumb. So that is, it doesn't matter. It's exactly the same as right now, you can play music on a hi-fi and you can be like, okay, I'm playing that music. Great. Or you could learn to play an instrument yourself and then you'd have to do all this stuff and then you'd have to learn that. But you'd be learning the instrument. So there's a whole process to that. Or you might want to have an artist actually perform it live. There's going to be intrinsic differences to what someone actually playing something live as opposed to listening to a recording. Or like a live concert, the point of that is to be in a room full of people clapping along with the vibe. Like AI could probably produce any song, but people will like still want to... People will still do stuff because humans are completely irrational. So yeah, don't worry. They wouldn't necessarily seek out. So they might type into an AI, oh, is this equipment better or worse? And then the AI could explain quantitatively why, like specifically why this equipment on paper is better or worse. But then people would still go to like Boosted Media for his like weird kangaroo version of idea of what's good or bad, because they'll be like, oh, I kind of like Boosted Media, or oh, I kind of like Gamer Muscle because I don't know why. So I'll see what he thinks, and then people form their opinion partly based off the objective quantitative things, but then also based off some arbitrary social emotive response. But yeah, AI training should be done on copyrighted stuff, and people that have done the effort should be paid off. I think that's what Boosted Media is actually talking about. Like, it's like Adobe stock images. The fact is, if you've done stock photography, good stock photography is a pain in the arse, then Adobe should license that, and then the AI should be trained on that, and then the artists that have spent the time doing all those images should get some compensation. So I would argue that it's too late now. So basically all large language models should by default have to be open source, and the money that they generate, if they are used, should go back into society in some distributed form, because it's using effort and intellectual property that's from the community. So it's unfair for that intellectual property to be scraped, and then for the profits and effort of that to go to a small minority of people that happen to be training the large language models and claiming that there's not copyright. So it should have to be open source. It's not going to happen though. What will happen is the legislators won't catch up for another 10 years. AI companies that have got in early will already be established. They will then bribe the government to maintain the power that they've got, and you're screwed. So what it should mirror is how things worked in like Norway with their resources. Like, oh, our country's got a lot of oil. Right, the population gets that wealth distributed more equitably. But what's happened is it'll be like the UK or America, where somebody just steals it from the population and then sells it, and a small group of people keep the wealth. Because the Norway version is far too socialist, and you wouldn't want that. Oh dear. I blame boosted media. It's just business. Yeah, God, that was a good rant. We ranted for like 30 minutes there. Have a banana. Should we do another one of them? That was good fun. Simon, more nightmarishly, it will be getting guesses summarised by AI and then stored in that new summarised form. Yeah, well, no, that's what it is. That is precisely what a large language model is right now. It ingests the data, it turns that data into like a noise pattern, like a mathematical noise, and then there's an algorithm that can access that noise in a way that then spits out human legible results or sensical results that are statistically probable for the based off the question. That is what a large language model is. So in a sense, a large language model is one of the most effective ways to do intellectual theft. It's actually completely analogous to a bank teller taking like 1p from everyone's bank account and then taking that money and then moving it all to one account, but no one notices because it's just 1p at a time. But on aggregate, it ends up being a lot of money. Well, it's not completely analogous to that, but it's just somewhat. But to be honest, what will definitely happen is you'll end up with hyper specifically trained models. So medical models that only use very specific medical knowledge. I say like Adobe stock image models that only use that licensed information. So from a legislative perspective, governments need to be pushing for the training data to be verified, legitimate training data, and then because you could then check if a company is using that data, is doing that. You could, you'd know if a company was using that. That would be the only point at where you could go, oh, has this person ripped something off? Oh, I think we'll do another one of those spa races because that was terrible. Oh, I forgot the replay. Oh well, we'll go to the next one. It's fine. I don't have a setup for this. All hail Roku's what? Thanks everyone for clicking follow, and thanks everyone for flagging all of Boosted Media's content. Does sound happen if nothing is present to hear it? Yes. You can. That's such a stupid philosophical argument because if that's literally how science operates, is that you could test in conditions. You're like, okay, does X produce audio? What is sound? It's perturbations of air particles hitting into each other. Okay. When something falls over and it's not in a vacuum, does it perturb the air? Yes. Okay. Well, so it's not an unfair assumption, even if you're not monitoring something. If it's not in a vacuum, then it will make perturbations with the air. Like if it moves, it's going to move something else. Therefore, it will make sound.
The pace car is out of control.
So it's not, the whole does a tree fall over? Does it make noise if there's no one there to observe it falling over? It's like, okay, I get the point of that. It's fair enough to say if there's no one to hear it, so the subjective experience of hearing the noise, then you're getting into a semantic discussion on is sound the movement of particles or is it the perception of that? Okay, you can have a semantic argument on that if you want to, but yeah. It's a thought experiment. Roka's Balzaki. It's an unfortunate name. Basically, an all-powerful AI that you don't actively help create it or oppose it, then it will torture you for eternity. Why would it torture you for eternity? Why would it just do nothing? I don't know why. Yeah, why would it torture you for eternity by default? I'd imagine if something was all powerful, hang on, what's this Sim Magic F4 Americas? Is this a one-off race? F4 Esports Racing. Oh, this is that. Oh no, is that what they're calling it now? I'm so confused. What's the other F4 series called? Simagic F4 Challenge. I think it's a one-off race. We could do this. Let's do this rando F4 thing. Why not? It'll be funny. Imagine how boring it would be to be all powerful. Well, would it be boring? You might not care. So that's suggesting that boredom is associated with novelty. And not necessarily. Like, feeling content isn't necessarily connected to how novel or if you're progressing through something. Feeling content is just an emotional state that could be that's separate to... Yeah, separate to progress, separate to a whole bunch of things. So, like, if you're meditating, if you're in an absolute pure meditative state, you generally most people would describe that as feeling content, and that's devoid of any progress. That's just yeah. So you could be all powerful and totally content. Diablo, honestly curious how you hate on iRacing. Are you still playing it? Where's this coming from? Where's this coming from? We've just had a fun race in Formula C. Why am I still... Hang on, we got a card for this. Are you trolling? iRacers can't help themselves. Hang on. It's subjective. It's fine for me. If it's popular... Hang on. Ah, why did wheel driver still play? Hang on. It's the same for everyone. Ah, there you go. If it's not fun, why play it? I knew we had one. I knew we had a card for that. It's a classic. That's one of the holy 15 comments. So, the mistake that you've made is that... So, I actually don't think about things in a binary form. So... I can enjoy different components of things and not enjoy different components of things. I can also be honestly critical about something and still engage with that thing while still being like aware of the critical thing. So I don't hate iRacing. I don't like some aspects of its payment structure, and I think it's some parts of it are regressive or worse for game design. I mean, hate is pointless, so hate would be the wrong thing. But I'm just objective about the reality there's specific things in iRacing that are making the game worse for the players. Tyre model doesn't allow you to drive on the limit naturally. The force feedback is then associated with that tyre model. Netcode has some issues, so those things are just the case. Doesn't mean that you can't still enjoy the funny crashing. The fact that you can just jump in and have a race. The fact that if you're playing a car track that you know, you really don't have to think to play iRacing whilst being in the top 15 or so in the top split for a lot of the cars. Like, once iRacing is driven in a very passive way. So I can talk bollocks and read chat and still be driving in a race with other cars near us without having to concentrate. Like if I'm playing AC and even R Factor 2 in some ways, I have to like be balancing the car all the time and concentrating because the grip comes back quicker. So you have to do a lot more as a driver, and it's not like all drawn out slides due to tire model having a really gradual slip curve on it that iRacing has. So iRacing is really good if I'm feeling a bit tired or just we just want to talk more, and I don't really want to concentrate on driving so much. iRacing is actually quite good for that. So does that explain the answer? Hang on, I think I answered that pretty well. Down below. Were you just trolling? Yeah, that's not a tire model rant. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about iRacing is well, it's not just iRacing, it's people that lack basic critical thinking skills or refuse to use critical thinking skills that become super mega hardcore fans of AMS2, iRacing, ACC, AC, whatever. They can't accept criticism of their religious affiliation with the video game. Gran Turismo, all of them. Or it's just people that aren't applying critical thinking and get personally offended by someone saying stuff. So there's a personality type that you should develop. I think all people should develop, where you separate people from ideas, and you should attack ideas and be totally playful with it. And like, you could be totally wrong with your ideas or totally right. It doesn't really matter. It's not part of your ego. It's not part of who you are. So you like, someone can absolutely rip the shit out of anything I'm saying. It's fine. Like, the point would be, oh, I don't think that's logically correct or not. And it can still be frustrating. That's fine. But it's like, ideas are not part of you. Your brain is stupid. Everyone's brain is stupid. And so it's like being too precious with associating whether or not you came up with a good idea or have a good interpretation on something, and taking that personally is a total waste of time. Keen a jelly bean, hello. iRacing for where you don't want to focus on racing, yeah. When you don't want to focus on car physics and stuff, but you can still use iRacing as a training tool, and it does still get you really good at racing lines and stuff. So I'm not saying it's not still good as a sim in a literal sense. If Gamer Muscle is ranting and no one's... Well, I don't rant when I'm not live streaming. I don't really talk that much. That's why I talk a lot in the live stream. I'm normally just walking. Walking or watching documentaries. Yeah, good. I've got the best life advice. Don't listen to anything I say. There you go. He only makes sense if you don't know. Hang on, what is it? He only makes sense. His words only make sense if you don't know anything. Oh dear. Yeah, well, that wasn't my fault, KHMP1. The path was flooded. I'll fix that up. Here we go. Perfect. I had some interesting comments on YouTube, actually, regarding force feedback. Here we go. So on our recent Le Mans video, someone was annoyed because I said that basically all the DD wheels are effectively the same in the grand context of stuff. And they were like, here we go. So in the last video I did on Le Mans Ultimate, I said that force feedback's pretty dull and useless and not very good, which it isn't. Like it's just R Factor 2's always had massively overrated force feedback. For some reason, it's like a meme that it has good force feedback when really it doesn't. it has a lot of vibrations, a lot of suspension feel, but in terms of force feedback for what the tyres are doing, it's really bad. It's always been really bad in that regard. Saying that is like... yeah, it's really weird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on in people's heads. What people often do is when you're talking about something that's a relatively complex subject, so within a specific context, there is differences between different DD wheelbases, for example. Like some wheelbases will have very slight differences over another, and if you're hyperfixate on those differences, you'll be like, oh, that's a significant difference. So, for example, if a motor's particularly smooth versus slightly notchy, you'll be like, that's a big difference, right? But in the context of like, what is pertinent to having enough information to feel what a car's doing in a simulator? Basically, a simulator that's programmed well, you'll be able to feel the difference in like a T300. Like you can feel that there's a good range of force feedback with a T300 in Assetto Corsa, right? You don't need a super duper duper high end wheel to be able to feel a dynamic range in Assetto Corsa 1's force feedback. So it's like when you've got multiple contexts to a conversation, and there's also varying degrees to the specific thing you're talking about. If someone's decided to disagree with you, what they tend to do is they jump to like different contextual components of it and jump to the differing degrees for them to then make their argument to make out that their argument's a counter argument to what you're saying. So it makes it really hard, even when you define stuff really clearly, to actually explain stuff to people. Boosted media, user experience. Yeah, it has, but that's because the wheel software is... because the sims have just stood still, and because the DD wheel bases themselves don't actually offer stuff that they should do. So all force feedback wheels should have something analogous to what the AccuForce wheel offers with telemetry-based force feedback. So rather than just having interpolation, damper, whatever, all force feedback wheels should allow you to generate your own force feedback from telemetry. That should be something that wheel manufacturers want to do and should be a sold big selling point. But because the average consumer doesn't even know that the Sim Experience AccuForce wheel exists, they don't know that that's a possibility. Your average sim racer doesn't even know what is good or bad force feedback in terms of what pertains to being able to drive a car. Like, so it's not like I'd say 80 to 90% of sim racers don't even know which components of force feedback are the valuable components for balancing a car at the limit and letting you know. Like, and a large reason why they don't know is because ACC doesn't give that force feedback, iRacing doesn't give that force feedback, R-Factor 2 doesn't give that force feedback, Gran Turismo 7 and Formula 1 do not give that force feedback. So they have no conceptual awareness. And then if a YouTuber talks about this, it's too far outside of the general knowledge of these things.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following, guys. Well, ironically, you then have full force and true force, which are superfluous. It's high frequency force feedback, which is great as a gimmick, but it's actually pretty useless. And it's stuff that can be done through bog standard, could just be done through the software in the game anyway, for any wheel, because you could do it in Gran Turismo, in GTR Evolution with a G25, with no special hardware. And no, but that's what the marketing is. So, well, brake bias is really far forward on this. So, yeah, we're trapped. Oh. Yeah. Well, night. I'll speak to you soon. No, so butt kickers and tactile transducers and haptics, they're really good for immersion. They can be useful for feeling if you're like pushing tyres really hard and stuff, but you can't balance a car really based off transducers. So, but they're really good for like road texture, reflecting what the tyres might in terms of bumps and things. But the crucial component of force feedback is low frequency force feedback that represents how much grip the car has and the rotation of the vehicle. Those are the absolutely crucial components. So like as you rotate the car, like the grip of the rear tyres or the amount of rotation of the car, there's multiple ways you can do it. And then also as the front of the car understeers, having a range of force for that front scrubbing out and being able to feel that through a range of force in the force feedback. But those are all really, they're low frequency forces. They're like continued forces that vary. Yeah, I mean, short of making a documentary on force feedback, which I don't know, it would take me like a month to put together, and even then I think people just would just go, I disagree. I don't know what could be done. Or other than a game coming out that does, I mean, AC1 does a really good job of its force feedback, and even then you have to have people play it with their equipment set up properly for them to understand, because a lot of people play AC with their wheels set up badly and they don't notice, they don't realise what the crucial component is. Or AMS1 actually has really good, drives really well. But yeah, I think that's just the problem with more technical stuff. And I think culturally, most people base their ideas off what they're currently experiencing, rather than looking at stuff and going and thinking through logical reasons how it could be hypothetically better. So I think a lot of people don't do that. And I also think a lot of people don't innately immediately compare and contrast stuff. I think maybe a majority of people always like sort of lock themselves into the context of what they're currently doing, rather than comparing, as I say. At least like Fast Boy. Yeah, no. If you'd never played AC or AMS1, and either of them just came out now, and the developer marketed them as having super advanced, high detailed force feedback that transforms sim racing and connects you to the car through consulting with Formula 1 drivers and real world race drivers, and through having the software used privately in training centres, we've developed force feedback to let you feel what the car's doing, to allow you to drive in a realistic and natural way. If that was marketed and it was literally just AC1, loads of people would jump on it, and then they'd all start saying, oh yeah, AC1's got the best force feedback. 100%, 100%. That, you know, what can you do? If you were to release an update to ACC that basically gave it AC1's force feedback, and you said, right, we took a look at the force feedback and we've really innovated and put a lot of work into it to make it more communicative, and so the driver can drive more from what the wheel's telling them, like in a real car, people would go mental. They'd be like, oh yeah, no, it's amazing, it's really good that you've consulted with real drivers. Yeah, we'll try and watch Le Mans. I normally quite enjoy watching it. Brandon, how many people will Game of Muscle crash into? 8. What's funny is I have a rep with the bandits, but it's the bandits driving into me. That's what's funny, because I just hold a line. The iRacing hot lappers. Right. Fixed setup. Didn't really practice this. I mean, they're free mode in my
The
brain.
estimated SOF is 2,275.
75. Why would you say it like
Expect
that?
to be fighting for the podium.
Maverick is saying they've developed new force feedback for what? Oh, for Assetto Corsa Evo, or I don't know who Maverick is. From Top Gun. Our new force feedback lets you do loop the loops. Yeah, in a real car you feel what it's doing for your bottom exactly, but you can convey aspects of that through a steering wheel. Hello, Mr. Purple.
5 cars left to grid.
How many laps is this race? Oh, it doesn't even matter. Oh,
Okay,
Mavericks.
let's
Oh, no,
go.
I saw that. Yeah, no, I've seen that. The problem is, so much has to go into a racing simulator. It's all very well having
Ring, ring,
indie
ring.
games, but the fact is, there's a lot more than just the physics being important. I can brake early because I'm at the back.
Left side. Clear. Go left.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that you've got force feedback, you also have physics, and it's very hard to do good real-time physics. And then you also then need online ranking and a whole host of things
Car on the right. Car right.
in
Clear.
order to have a compelling game.
Right side. Clear.
The FFB is just one part of it. But as I said, I think it should be done on the wheel basis.
Left side. Clear on the left. Left side. Clear. Car on your left. Clear.
Or, I mean, AC1's totally fine, to be honest. You can drive AC1 completely fine for the force feedback. It works fine. I mean, I think it could be better, but it's totally fine.
Car right. Clear.
Thought he was going to dive bomb me then. Yeah.
Go right.
He dive bombed him.
There's an
Ah, there it
incident
is.
behind.
That is iRacing, guys. That is why I let him go up the inside. That is why I was like, I'm not even going to bother contesting that corner. That guy's a weapon. Keen Jellybean, sometime I take the jump to base set PC racing. What can I recommend? For
Car stop on the left.
what do you mean?
Go right. You got a slow car on the left.
Arrival of what? Sorry, that's a lot to read. I'm trying to avoid everyone. Ask a shorter question. A short trip into the past. AC1. There's a few other sims coming out. If you're asking what sims are good to get into, you could do like a basic subscription to iRacing, but just watch out, it costs a lot if you actually start buying more content. But
There's an incident ahead.
you could do a base
The
subscription.
car in front has gone off.
LMU is getting a lot of patches, and you can actually get quite good jumping races in it. But Low fuel motorsport. Personally, I don't like ACC how it drives.
Incident ahead.
But on low fuel motorsport, you can jump in and get races. And if you're new to sim racing, you're probably not going to be, you probably won't notice that much. So ACC is very cheap as well, and it's all GT3, so it keeps it a bit simple. Yeah, AC1 is basically the cheapest and one of the more realistic sims. It's also modern. That has a lot of, a lot of stuff you can drive in it. You can have a good time. AC1, ACC, basic iRacing subscription to try it out. Maybe just have a feel for it. What else? Yeah, you got the new Assetto Corsa hopefully coming out later this year, and GT Revival, which could be interesting. Well, AC in terms of its tyre, specifically in terms of its tyre behaviour at the limit, is very good. AMS1 as well. Sort of tyres that are very controllable over the limit. Grip returns quickly, but you have to actually counter steer and balance the cars.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Hold your line.
What? And why do people do? Like, I'm next to him. Why does he drive the line into that corner as if I'm not there? It's insane. I think I squeezed him a bit to the right. Like, what is that? It's constant in this. The best you can do when going into a corner is try and squeeze them more so they can't turn into you. But then I broke early to make sure that I wouldn't understeer, and that then allowed him to turn across us and almost take my nose off. Oh dear. AMS1 is really good. It's just dated, the engine's just dated, and graphically, and I find it hard to get to run properly at times. Yeah, I still have tendinitis. I should probably take a 6-month break from sim racing, to be honest, but there you go. It's got a little bit better because I run force feedback lower, and I found this wheel rim I'm using is a bit better. The shifter pedals aren't as strong, and for whatever reason, like, oh yeah, I've learnt to use my right hand more than my left hand as well. I shouldn't be driving really. I'm just using my right hand to push and pull the wheel a lot more than my left, which is helping. Normally when driving you should only be pushing upwards. I do, if I get a sudden jolt though, or someone knocks into me, it hurts quite a lot. So I complain a bit more when people crash into me now because it's genuinely painful.
Got a slow car on the right.
Ah, 1X. Just sim racing too much. Thanks for subscribing, welcome. Yeah, just sim racing too much. I put a lot of hours into sims. I should just do videos. I should do more what Boosted Media does. Take stuff out of the box, play for a few hours, and then do a review. He's gone now. He does do an alright job. You know, if I went through that much equipment, I'd be poking my eyes out. I just hate him for having a big office. so we can actually have multiple sim rigs set up. Also, he's such a whingy bastard, right? He complains about stuff when he's got it really good. I mean, in fairness, his office did flood. But, like, bloody hell, some of the stuff he whinges about when he has no right to whinge. Hopefully one of these days I'll get to go to Australia and I'm going to beat him up. Oh, dear. It was really funny when we were both playing iRacing, doing Porsche All-Stars, and the amount of shit that me and him got from iRacing fanboys was hilarious. Well, happy Friday, everyone. I've sadly had to... I've known Will for a long time now. Sadly chatted with him too much. It's terrible. He's the worst. Why have you got a fever? Have you got dancing fever? Right.
Car on your left. Still there. Clear.
I wish this car had a bit more grip for that situation, so I could go up the inside.
Left side. Clear on the left. Left side. Clear on the left.
This is good. This is alright racing for this guy. That's the DeLorean. That's not some bullshit flying car. That is the best time machine ever invented by mankind. Cowbell's always the solution.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following, Sicasso. Welcome. I've seen that documentary. Yeah, the documentary about the car. It's quite interesting.
Left side. Clear on the left.
He reacted. He opened it up and then he reactively blocked that. He reactively blocked us there. Yeah, he'll probably crash into us. Now he's trying to break the draft up. I don't mind. As long as I drive safely. If he crashes into me, that's his fault. There it is. I mean, why do people like that always defend so aggressively and then they can't... They know... Oh, geez, it's honestly all the time in iRacing. Because the tyre model's so brutally unforgiving. If you go just slightly outside of, like, the permissible slip range, you're done. iRacing is such a bizarre simulator. Like, it's good fun, but it's so weird. Hello, DJ Squibby. Oh, we didn't do a poll for this one. We'll do a poll for the next one. It's like trying to learn a language and your teacher smacks you in the head for every time you mispronounce something. But it turns out you're mispronouncing it in a correct way, but the teacher doesn't know that. What an analogy. Well done, Tennessee Tism. That is the analogy. We built on it. It's like an English teacher slapping a French, someone from France that's studying in England for pronouncing a French word incorrectly, but actually they are pronouncing it correctly. Saucisson. Pfft. No, that is a sausage. A sausage, mate. But where I am from, where they come from, we call them saucisson. Fromage frais. I was thinking about that. I had a fromage frais yesterday, actually. And is it not just yogurt? Like, why is it called fresh cheese? Isn't all cheese fresh? I'm really confused. Shouldn't it be called like fromage mouillé or something like wet cheese? Croissant. Now I want a croissant, like an almond one. Tesco's do pret-a-manger almond croissants that are really nice, that you put in your air fryer. They're frozen, really good. Omelette de fromage. Hang on, we had a new member and I've not put a mug on the screen. I need to put names on the screen for members that join us in the streams. I've not quite got this right. There you go. Simon, you're still banging on about this pronunciation thing. I was on with your live stream the other night. No, no, Simon, we're talking about something else. No, we're not talking about that. That's something else. No, we don't continue the same. We only do that for tyre models. We don't continue the same conversation for everything. Just tyre models and force feedback. I need a cup of tea though. I think Road America is the best track in iRacing. Like, you're always at speed, so you have downforce to make the car not be a bit silly. Like, you can have a bit of controllable slip. There's no like super slow corners on it. You've got like the drafting for overtaking. And you can just turn your brain off, and then you've got the too wide corner. I blame the French. After Australians, blaming the French is a good idea. Yeah, I like Road Atlanta as well, but I think Road Atlanta requires you to drive better. Road America is just like brain turned off driving. Road America is a bit like it's like American Donington or something.
8.054.
Road America is like a good balance between a modern racetrack and a vintage racetrack. There's too much on modern, like new tracks. There's too much pointless corners where they're like turn left, turn right, turn left, turn right. Off camber type, you know what I mean? They're all like stupid corners that are just not satisfying. Like you're not going to be actually following a car through it. You're not going to be overtaking, and the corner's not interesting. Whereas like a lot, like sort of sweeping corners like Spa, Brands Hatch, Road America, Road Atlanta, they're just more fun to drive. And yeah, they're kind of simple corners in a sense. But if you're in cars that aren't stupid, like Formula 1 cars, you actually get side-by-side racing through the corners more. Whereas if you've got wiggity-woggity stupid corners, there's even in good cars, there's no side-by-side racing because the corners are just too stupid. Lime Rock's awesome. No, I like that. Yeah, Lime Rock's a really good track. It's not good with modern cars though. Lime Rock is really good with vintage stuff like 70s, 80s. But anything newer, it's good with like radicals and things. But with newer cars like GT and newer Formula stuff, it'll
The pace car is out of control.
Socks fan, thanks for following. Welcome. Yeah, the Skippy's good at loads of tracks, but nobody really drives it anymore. Whoops.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 7.93.
I'm just getting up to pace now. I was learning the track in the race.
You just got the white flag. That means one more lap to go.
That means you're French. Yeah, there's a few landmines in this track. That's part of the excitement of this race course. It's the back marker in front of us. David Matto's in the draft behind us though, so it might not be over. The fat lady might not be singing just yet. Will he draft us down the final corners? It's possible. I'm picking up the pace now. We've just been cruising. No, iRacing is a service, so they'll just keep doing bits and bobs to it. Get ready for some... It's actually better for us to be closer here. So if I'm slow...
Left side. Still there, hold your line.
What is he doing? He's going to wreck us.
Stay on the right.
He's drove himself off the track. Why? He's going to drive into me for sure.
Left side. Clear.
Well done. iRacing, guys, is so absurdly stupid. You do anything that's racing, it's over. Any racing at all. I know. Any racing in iRacing, and it's off the cards because either netcode or the other drivers will just drive into you. It's so stupid. So stupid. Like, I tactically was slow through the right-hander so that he couldn't have enough draft to get us down the straight. He then stuck his car around the outside like an idiot and ran off the track. And then he was like, oh, well, I can't get you fair, so I'll just drive into you. It's so stupid. So stupid. And so predictable. Like, this was perfect. I lifted here so that he ends up being closer, which you're perfectly allowed to do. Strategic racing. Not brake check, just a slight lift, because I don't want him to have enough gap for him to get a full draft down the straight. So he's then next to us. I leave him space here. He's totally fine. He can keep his car there. I don't need to move over. But there's no way he's getting through this corner without running off the track. There's no way. With this setup that we've got in this car. So he just drives himself off the track. So now he's not getting us at all. He's lost the draft, basically. But I'm going to put my car on the inside regardless because I think he's going to do a dive bomb. You know, it's kind of what they normally do. So I'm keeping my car on the inside. He then goes to the left. I brake early. He's completely missed it. And then he just turns into us as if we're not there. Like, Zero awareness from this car. Zero. Absolutely. He's just hot lapping. He's even dabbed the grass, which is the hot lap line for this, where you allow the car to dab the grass a bit to then get a wider turn in. It's insane, guys. It's actually insane, and like, oh dear, it's. I don't know how. Like, it's all right. Just if you don't take iRacing seriously, it's perfectly fine. It's a good video game, but it's insane that people even vaguely take this game seriously. It was a good takedown by him, to be honest. Though, really good takedown. I can't be too bitter. It was a fantastic takedown because it didn't affect his car at all. So if I did what he did, it's a really good move using the side pod. So credit to him, and he got the position. So he did win, so fair play. It's not protestable because iRacing will go, probably netcode. It's not an intentional wreck. Yeah, you lose set rate, but it doesn't make any difference. I was only on like 2x or something for the whole race. Right, look at the other car as well that we were racing. So in the same race... Right, here we go. Oh no, there was one before as well, wasn't there? Oh yeah, this guy drove into us before, I think. Right, so we're well ahead. I'm on the inside line, so I do brake a little bit early to make sure that I don't understeer. And again, the car in front, this is not too bad. Like, this is not egregious. But he's driven over our nose cone. Like, it's not too bad, you know. I broke early to not understeer, so I can understand why he would then think he's ahead of us into the corner enough to do that. So that's not that egregious. That can happen, you know. It was only a 0.8, so it could have been netcode as well. But then we catch back up with him. Hello, Crystal Star. He's weaving. He's making a basket here. Oh yeah. So here we go. I want to get on the inside for this corner because I think it'll be funny. So I go right over to the left to make him then come over to the left, which he does. He's moved away from the inside, right? He's moved away from the inside. So then, like, okay, he's opened it up. So I then go back to the inside. He reactively blocks immediately. He's moved to the left. Even with this bit of the track here, he reactively blocks. Like, you can't race in this simulator. Anything you try and do that's actually skillful, other drivers will just ruin it by blocking you and doing whatever. So there's no point. Reactively blocks the move. I mean, it's fine, you know. I didn't mind. This guy was actually quite fun to race with. Now he's weaving. And then he just loses it because of iRacing's super unforgiving tyres. If you go slightly over the limit, you can see his tyres are just gone. That's it. But you could go, oh well, it's because the curb and the bump and stuff. But it doesn't matter what you do as a driver. Gone. He needed to have pushed the brake and the accelerator at the same time. But it's iRacing, guys. It's fine. It's fun. It's ridiculous. The issue, I think, is just people taking it seriously. Like, I don't know how they can. Oh dear. Right, that was good racing though. Enjoyed that. It's a really good track, especially with this type of car. It's good fun. Yeah, Drift Wizards. iRace is a game you can't take. Yeah, no, I don't think you should take any of the Sims seriously in a sense. You know, they're all games, but the thing is, iRacing is specifically marketed and predicated on taking it seriously. the setup industry, which is making people hundreds of thousands of pounds, the driver coaching industry, which is hundreds of thousands, if not multi-million pound industry, and then all like the esports stuff and everything. It's all predicated on, well, ironically, esports drivers don't take it seriously. They do as best they can, but they're very much not applying real-world driving to it, ironically, at the top level. But the industry, the promotion, everything surrounding iRacing is based on the subtext that it's realistic and that you should take it seriously and that it's real driving, you know, compared to other simulators. That is the problem. That's the lie. That's the dishonesty. Driftwiz. Well, not entirely. Like, I do agree with you partially. The setup thing is that with basically a bad setup, like a categorically bad setup, i.e. gearing's totally wrong, aero's totally wrong, you know, like stuff that someone that's not interested in setups might not know. So a categorically bad setup will cost you 2 to 3 seconds regardless of your skill level. Like, assuming someone could drive around the track, an absolute trash setup will cost you 2 seconds or something, even if you're a bit crap. But then, yeah, in terms of competitiveness, you would have to already be in the top split, generally speaking. Not in GT3, but in Formula cars and stuff, which are even more setup focused. And you would already have to be able to drive every lap, basically exactly the same lap time or within 2/10. But basically, setup does effectively in the top split in the Formula Superlights, F4, Formula C and stuff. Setup will completely define where you finish in the race. Assuming you can drive around the track consistently, setup is absolutely mental. We were doing loads of races in the Super Formula Lights at Hockenheimring, and the results were literally, oh, that guy's got that someone had come up with like a weird aero thing for the front wing that is somewhat of an exploit or whatever. So you're like, oh, that's using that one. Oh, that car's driving Craig's setup shop that happened to be faster than VRS. Oh, and these cars are using VRS. Like, you could genuinely see the car positions and the bunches of cars was entirely based on which setup the drivers had on their cars. It was ridiculous. Like that, and that will happen over and over and over again. So, but yeah, Sims, LMU, credit to them, they've put a Coach Dave Academy setups in the game by default, that's what iRacing should do. iRacing should basically have a VRS setup in the open setup thing. I mean, iRacing have got better at providing setups, but they should basically have a button that's like a VRS setup or something. Like, to be honest, I'm not entirely knocking setup shops, because I think VRS actually do a really good job with their, well, first of all, their equipment that they do is really quite nice, the wheel and stuff, and it's a good price, the pedals and wheel. They also do their video guides are really good. So, and the telemetry analysis. So, and that is good. Like, they've actually put a lot of work into that. So, you know, most people are just downloading their setups though to just have a setup that's okay. But they VRS actually do a job, right? But yeah, it's just weird. It's like yeah, I don't know. It's just a bit strange. It's a bit of a strange part of sim racing. I wouldn't trust Yuri. He's a bit of a dodgy guy. I've met him in real life, and he's really, you can tell he's a really shifty, terrible, absolutely awful guy. In fact, I think Yuri's like the only other sim racer I know that's like really likes sort of techno music and stuff. There doesn't seem to be that many of them. I'm sure there are, but Yeah. Well, we're going to do a Formula C race, guys. Again. And then we're going to have to do some Formula Ford. Oh, we need Race Labs is not working for some reason. Let's get that back. Drift Wizards. You got into sim racing initially for drifting. Drifting you take serious, but drifting you crash and reset. No hard feeling. So the thing is, this is the hard way of describing it. There's taking something serious. Like when they say not taking something serious, like it's like with everything in life. You can put a lot of effort into something and you try your best at it. So that is, in a sense, taking something seriously, right? But there's a balance between that and taking something, having a preconceived notion of what something is, and then striving for that preconceived notion like completely ignoring the actual intrinsic components and enjoyment of stuff. So, like, being kind of, like, doggedly compulsive or... do you know what I mean? It's like... You can put the same amount of effort into something and get as much out of it as you possibly could whilst not taking it seriously in the traditional sense of what people mean by taking something seriously. If that makes sense. So, like, being sort of po-faced whilst doing something, and that's you taking it seriously. And that's the key. I think that's the key to enjoying stuff generally, is being able to put a lot of effort into it, try and get the most out of it, like genuinely try as hard as possible if you want to. Not at all times, but if you want to, try as hard as possible. But don't be like people that really take it out on themselves for not getting the result that they wanted. That is like pointless. It's more so. It's more the emotive reflection of the activity rather than how serious you take it. So you can take something really serious without doing the sort of Victorian teaching methodology. You know. So, like, so a comedian, like, for example, like The Daily Show with Jon Stewart, he's taking political stuff very seriously. Like, he is emotively as irritated by the irrational, complete stupidity of reality as anybody else, but he's productively attacking it through humour and, you know, looking at it in that way. Whereas you'd have someone like some like really po-faced miserable person looking at politics and be like and it's like, well, so culturally people go, well, Jon Stewart's not taking it seriously, and it's like, well, actually he is taking it every bit as seriously as the other person that's doing it in a non-comedic way. They're just approaching the same thing in a different way. But they're both taking it seriously. If that makes sense. It's hard to define because it's not culturally talked about so much. But it's like school. It is like, I say, school. That schooling thing. If you make education enjoyable, which will be different for different people, sometimes an over-the-top teacher or learning in a certain way that's more playful or more experimentative, that will be a much better way to learn for some people. For some people, just copying stuff and repeating it is actually a good way for them to memorise and then learn and how to apply stuff. So it's different for different people. But neither way is less serious. But I think sim racing, because it's a repetitive activity and because there's a whole pretense around it and because it's easier to monetize serious stuff in a sense, people are much more willing to spend money on, oh, it's a serious coaching session. Oh, this is a serious thing. Okay, I'm willing to spend more money for that because they've been conditioned that is more valuable than something that's a bit silly. that's the thing, and it's fine. I say it's fine for people to do that, but it shouldn't just be the only way. Richard B, I don't think it's a divisible thing by sex or gender, to be honest. I don't think it's. I think there's a load of personality traits between men and women that cross over, and different learning styles. Drifty, thanks for subscribing. I don't think you can actually divide it by sex that easily. Also at different ages as well. And then, also there's the problem that in terms of actual sex, the women statistically develop, the brains develop at a different rate to boys, males, like genetic males and genetic women develop at a different rate. So like they go through puberty at different times. So there's going to be that whole. It's like the basic thing of if you're put into a you know how people are put into classrooms by age, and so you'll have like an older kid that's at the you'll have a kid that's at the cutoff point, so they're really old compared to the rest of the class. And then all through their education, that kid is in a much stronger position than all the other kids. So the whole culture and the whole educational experience shapes that person and what they end up then doing as jobs. so the whole, Richard Bieber, I know you are, but what I'm saying is, it's from my understanding of the data, it's not actually a sex thing. Is not a I don't know how defined the different learning styles are defined from sex, or then you could probably have a debate on how much of it is through cultural gendering and how different kids are like treated based off their sex in different cultures. So a lot of the time, whenever I've looked into stuff when it applies to sex, the data suggests that there's a tiny fraction within male or female sexes, right, that are like at the edges where, certain women do certain things and certain men do certain things, whatever, right? But it's actually such a small part of the statistic that the vast majority of male or female, the vast majority are actually very quite similar. So people tend to, so it's like the sports thing. It's like when people go, oh, women aren't good at sports, or men are better at sports, or whatever. And it's like, yeah, obviously men through, especially post puberty, will be more developed. They'll be able to do certain activities at a high level. So yeah, if you're talking about athletes, you notice these trends, right? That men tend to be better at weightlifting, all these things, right? Athletes, okay. What percentage of society are actually athletes? Oh, less than 1%. Oh, okay. So it's a bit weird if you're talking about differences between men and women to hyperfixate on the 1% that are like top level athletes, as opposed to what applies to like 99% of day-to-day life and society. Like, you know, so this is when you end up getting a lot of political stuff coming into it, and then people latch onto certain things because they want to push a certain argument, and you know, and then it all gets very silly. Everyone should just be drinking tea, really. That's the moral. Oops, let's do a new poll. Do a top 5 on this one in 5 minutes. No, you can drink beer whenever you want. Life's too short. Sports scientists have shown that female lifters tend to have better technique than male lifters. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't. It's going to depend on what levels and where you're talking about, and yeah, well, I mean, you don't like. There's probably there'll be like cultural things. So a lot of women in the West, at least, statistically, from my understanding, don't want like very muscular bodies necessarily, like visually muscular. So they then would train different things in order to. So you're more likely to have, in the same way that like a male rock climber or cyclist isn't trying to build a bulky body, but if your cultural norm is to aim for a certain thing, then that's going to shape how people on average then approach things, or the training facilities, or what people generally tend to train from or push onto people. So there's a whole, there's so much like subtle cultural complexity to all these things as well. But I mean, I'm not going in the gym, so I don't really care. Or like the whole thing with athletes, it's like, I don't care. Do you know what? Like, who cares? Like, good for you for winning your gold medals. I don't care. Do you know what I care about? How many teachers have we got? How can I go to a hospital if I need it? Do you know what I mean? Who gives a shit? Like, we put too much focus on sports people. Oh, we've got more women in motorsport. Who fucking cares if there's men or women or anyone in motorsport? I don't care. We could get rid of motorsport. Who cares? Get rid of it all. I care if there's more teachers, more critical thinking people. That's what matters. Forget sport. It's terrible. Get rid of it all. Is it like, well, that's what we're talking about, sport all the time? No. Are there more? Is there sex equality in teaching? Is there sex equality in critical thinking? Are there equal opportunities in basic day-to-day stuff? That's what we should be caring about. Care about if there's less rich people doing one other rich person thing. Oh dear. There's not enough German women in the UK. That's a big problem that needs addressing. That's a huge issue. No one's talking about that.
The pace car is out of control.
Not enough. There's not enough DD wheels. No one's talking about that. There's not enough. Thanks for following. There's not enough driving simulators with controllable slip at the limit. That is the issue. Why when they're doing bloody the election debates, why the questions, the stupid questions that they ask, which are completely irrelevant? Who cares? Oh, immigration. What? Great. There's like 5 people coming into the UK out of a huge population. Who cares? Who cares? I don't care. What's important is Prime Minister. Why is Britain not developing more racing simulators with controllable slip at the limit and detailed force feedback? Why not? That's the why. Like that's what's useful to me. Why am I playing iRacing Sim Slim? Because it's nice and relaxing on these tracks. I'm enjoying. Oh, actually, it was Alton Park in the Formula Ford is what I wanted to drive, but I haven't done it yet. Oh, no, I mean, I'm well on board with Reform UK. I think they're a fantastic party, and I don't think they're opportunistic and populist in the slightest. And I think people have unfairly, due to some of their members being outright racist, I think people are unfairly saying that they are fascist. And do you know what I mean? I don't think just because you have people in your party being outwardly fascist and then you keeping them in the party, I don't think that's enough, honestly, to really suggest that someone's fascist. You know? They've got a nice blue logo, which suggests bright colour, peace. Do you know what I mean? That's what's important. The name, Reform UK, they just want to reform the UK. Like, what's wrong with that? They might not be specifying exactly how they want to reform it, but that's fine. Don't focus on the details, guys. Oh, it's just called being British, David. That's. I mean, also, first of all, there's no sarcasm ever on this channel, so I don't know what you're talking about. Sarcasm is what occurs when you're bashed over the head with bollocks every single day for multiple decades. It's just a defense mechanism. It's basically a form of like what's it called where you separate yourself from your body to abuse. That's what that is. Disassociation. There you go. I'm glad we got people that speak English in chat. By the way, guys, Matt Olikers is in chat. He plays a lot of AC. And he does a lot of low fuel motorsport. If you go and give him a follow on YouTube and Twitch, that'd be awesome. And watch him along when he's playing. He's not a chilled out streamer, and he's give him a follow if you haven't seen his channel. At least check his channel out. But he does. If you like AC and you play LFM, he's good. I need another cup of tea, guys. I need a kettle in my sim rig. Oh. Yeah, also, I've been drinking Yorkshire Gold blend, and I think it's worse than bog standard Yorkshire tea. I think the basic Yorkshire tea might taste better, and it's cheaper. Jet Red, back to the... It's also the... Hang on.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
It's also the most realistic. Little did iRacing know that video would be absolute comedy genius.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
It's genius. Okay. And iRacing have no idea. They have no idea.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
Oh no, I spun the wheels. It's also the most realistic. Please don't shoot me. It's also like, you don't like the way. Reform UK is the party in the UK that's going to deliver the changes and make Great Britain what it should be. It's also the least racist. So good. Reform UK believes that business needs to be developed, and that the other parties are not representing the population of Britain. It's also not racist. Well, it's also nothing like the Nazi Party. Oh, so good. It's also it's it's also here's the Houses of Parliament. It's a beautiful historic building where all the government takes place in the UK. It's also a place of high productivity. Yeah, Starmer gives me the creeps, to be honest. I find Starmer really creepy. I mean, I find like Rishi Sunak just seems like a bit of an idiot, a completely disconnected, spoiled rich kid idiot. I'm sure he's not dumb. I'm sure he's not. By an idiot, I mean like just so like out of touch with everything. I'm sure he's probably quite good at math and stuff, but Starmer comes across to me as like intelligent but incredibly Machiavellian, and Starmer to me is the type of person that sets off like, be careful. Do you know what I mean? Same with who's the spin doctor for Labour, New Labour? Who? Alistair Campbell. He creeps me out massively. You know what I mean? Like Machiavellian people, you can detect it. It's so obvious and it's really creepy. Really creepy. I just really don't trust people like that. Hello, Yoko. Long Island iced tea? What's that? I think to me, people that don't seem to be able to make jokes, they creep me out. Like, oh, his childhood struggles. Yeah, I'm sure he struggled a lot. I don't think we... Okay. Right, we're starting at the back. I've skillfully positioned the car right at the back. Pretty good at doing that. I'm one of the best, if not the best, sim racers at putting the car at the back. Let's have a look at the pole here. Oh. No one polled. Well, one person did. Hang on. New poll. Top 5. Let's do top 15 because we're at the back. There you go. Get your polling in. He's also the most skilled sim racer. Right. Here we go. Fix that up race.
The estimated SOF is...
Oh, I've got 100% of people saying yes. Get some points in there, guys. You've got 1 minute.
Let's take opportunity.
Get some channel points in there. I don't have an element. I'm like a heating element. A kettle on a kettle. My element is just to boil water. That is it. That's all I do. Why is there a birthday balloon on top of the Santander sign? Like a foil birthday balloon? Oh yeah, politics is mental. It is actually insane. Oh well. What can you do, guys? There's nothing we can do. It is what it is.
Green flag, green flag.
Oh, there's no way we're surviving these first laps.
There's an incident ahead.
Right, last to first challenge here. The most heard. It just plays that sound effect like all the time, regardless. It doesn't matter what's happening. The logic is, if race starts, play instant ahead sound effect. Why are you moving in the braking zone? You should have gone to the inside sooner. That looks like a crash about to happen.
Left side. Clear on the left.
I'm surprised there's not more dead people. Not entirely sure what he's doing, but
Stay on the right. We're on the right. 3 wide.
I will
Left
move.
side, 2
Oh,
wide.
come on, mate.
We're the
I've just
right.
had to move out of your way.
Clear.
Physics on this car, what on earth? It got stuck in a slide. I just had to move out of the way of that gold car
Car on.
because he missed the brake point, which then allowed him to come up the inside. Oh, I sim so shit. Fuck it. I'll probably stop playing this.
Still there.
Every time I play it. I tell you what, we'll do some I'll do Alton Park. But fuck me, this is so bad. Every time you do anything which requires any form of like mild driving, and it's just so bad.
Car on your left.
So bad.
Still there.
Oh dear. We'll do Alton Park.
Clear on the left.
Finish this race. Try Alton Park. How ridiculous is that slide that the car was in after we moved out of the way to avoid the other guy, and then the tyres are just staying off, so I just have to get on the brake and then wait half a second for the grip to come back. Like, you have to park. All because I turned fractionally too much for what's allowed for that corner off that line. Oh dear. Christ almighty. All caused because you have to move out the way of someone that's going to wreck you if you drive totally normally, which you have to move out the way because the damage is so over the top that it'll be race over if you don't move out the way, and they can't push their brake any harder because if they do it locks up and then they will just drive into you even more. Oh, I don't have this skill, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Just don't have the skill. Neither does he. I had to stop to pick up passengers. Yeah. I forgot that I'm just too lacking in skill for iRacing F3 cars. Skill issue. Yeah. Sorry guys. Sorry for being such a noob, guys. I'm going to apologise for everything I say is due to my lack of skill. Sorry guys. I can't deal with it, yeah.
Stay on the right. Clear.
It's a skill issue. I mean, it's kind of weird that the skill issue doesn't exist in R Factor 2, AC, AMS 1, Live for Speed, but you know, you know. Yes, yes. The dark side. That is true.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
They're Simcade titles. Well, the thing is, this is one of the better cars in iRacing, and this is actually quite a good track for fun racing. But even with that, even with everything stacked in its favour, you're deprived of racing due to the nature of the game. If you dare try and push a bit. Oh, here we go.
Car on your left, 2 wide. Clear.
Not real Spa without rain. Yeah, you need a bit of moisture, don't you? It needs to be moist. I like Spa. It's a nice relaxing track. It's like Belgium's Road America with a hill. I never understood Sim Race's obsession with Monza, to be honest. That was always weird to me. Because, not that... I don't mind Monza. but it's just a bit of a weird track for people to obsess over. So I like it, but I think it's weirdly overdriven by a lot of sim racers. I guess it's an easy track to learn.
Left side. Keep to the right. Clear. New fast flat for you. Car on your left.
What? Why did he defend that and then back out of it? It's random. Not sure what he was doing there. I think in iRacing, Road Atlanta is the best track for iRacing. Where's he going? Oh, I don't necessarily mind the chicane because it does give an overtaking opportunity where you otherwise wouldn't have one. And it is like a corner that you have to stop into, so.
Car stop on the left. Car stop on the left. Go right.
It's also it's a good corner for testing video game physics because the car's a weight transfer and grip transfer and low speed, so it's pretty much the ideal corner.
Go left. Go left. Keep to the left.
It's the ideal corner for.
Clear. There's an incident ahead. Pick up the board.
Thank you, iRacing. I'll avoid the crash. I'll also move over for the car in front of me that's also moved over to avoid the crash, and I'll get a 1 second penalty on top of all the bloody time. And now it won't serve it because of the straight.
You got it, slow car on the
Come on, iRacing. Oh my God, iRacing! This game is like designed by drunk antelopes that have been hit by buses. What is this? Oh God. Well, no, I was catching up with the field, so at least we could have had a nice race. Oh my God. Like, so much of the design of this is like expressly set up to deprive you of driving against people. my grandma was a drunk antelope. How stupid is that? I bet you they spun because of going over the limit vaguely on the tyres as well. Ah. I'm reminded again why I don't play this as much as I used to. To be fair, LMU has a really good penalty system. Works really well. You get a penalty based on how much time you gained, and then if you pass over 3 seconds or what, 3.0 points, you then have to pit. So it's better than ACC's 3-4 warnings and a pit, because the warnings are based on the scale So you can basically do a lot of very small track cuts or like little mistakes or whatever, and you'd be fine. So it's LMU's penalty system is probably one of the best actually at the moment.
There, hold your line. Clear.
But yeah, ACCs is not a bad way of doing it. ACCs becomes a problem if you're doing much longer races though. I don't have an element. You can't get out of your element if you don't have one. Hee hee. Simone. So let him get it out of his system. Just because he's got bad taste in tracks and doesn't like Spa, let him, you know, it's fine. He can believe what he wants to believe, even if he's wrong. It's fine. Just let Grandad say what he wants to say in the corner. He's old. He's grumpy. It's fine. Let's get you back to bed. He needs his whiskey and his pipe. Put him on the porch and let him look at the birds. It's what he enjoys, and he can complain about Spa. He can talk to the seagulls about how much he hates Spa. Funnily enough, the only time I ever feel like I need to take meds is when I play iRacing. I think it was sometime in 1996, I think it was the last time I won. Some like 20 years ago, maybe. It was pre-COVID, where pre-World War II. Back when it was black and white, but strangely, the physics is still exactly the same. So, iRacing, it never changes. You and Matt Malone were still friends. Oh, I'm not friends with Matt Malone. He's the worst. That guy with his sausage. Oh dear. He's almost as bad as the Australians. Is Matt Malone getting bandited? He's immune to banditry because he doesn't really drive the F4 car that much. He tends to drive like slidey stuff. These guys going to crash into each other, do you think?
Right side. Clear.
You see what happened there is he went into the corner fractionally too hot. Just a fraction. He pushed his pedal half a Newton meter too much. That's if anyone's driven a real car, you'll know that if you're like a quarter of a newton meter off on your braking, is death. Everyone knows that. Anybody that's driven a real car can attest to how sneezing on the brake pedal will cause absolutely insane results. No, he is. He's dead inside. He's now a vampire. Yeah, I like Road Atlanta with the F4 car. It's always a total crash fest. Like a true patriot. You could say he's playing Patriot games. You had all the skill issues in a real... I don't drive real cars, but I've got a brain, so I can watch, like, onboards, and you can then see that you can really easily hold cars at the limit, and that they actually respond. It's really... But there's this bizarre thing that you can do as a human, is that you can talk to people that drive race cars or own them, and you can watch videos, and then you can actually talk to really skilled people, and then they will tell you, and so you can go, oh right, yeah, I'm not very good at this thing or that thing, but okay, I can see how that works.
The gap is 1.2.
You know, it's strange how that is. There's this, we've got this thing in our heads that allows you to make predictions and form ideas without having to have directly have done something. Yeah, I mean, and look how bad of a driver Daniel Morad is. I mean, look, if Daniel Morad can drive a real car, it can't be hard, can it? I mean, just look at him, guys. Just look at him. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, if Morad can do it, I think anyone can. Really, I think that's the lesson, the takeaway. I haven't got an element. Yeah, I told you. I've just told you 3 times. I've got no element. I'm like a pan on an induction hob. Yeah, I'm elementless. I'm like. I don't know. I'm like a steel pan. Elemental, my dear Watson. Yeah, if you've watched Real World F4 or F2 or IMSA or any Real World Motorsport, it's patently obvious that you don't even need brain cells to be a race driver. Like, there's fridge magnets with better racing skills than some top level drivers. At least a fridge magnet sticks to a fridge. I mean, the fact of the matter is, if I was wealthy enough to be able to do real world driving, I would obviously be one of the best drivers. Like, I don't... I mean, I wouldn't be the best, but I would be one of the best, clearly. You know, I mean, I would do... I would do really, really well. Purely on fitness alone, to be honest. Yeah, real racing is entirely based on merit. Everyone knows that. iRacing is entirely based on who has the willpower to to put up with its realistic physics. That's iRacing. That's the real skill of iRacing. It's not driving. It's not beating other people. It's how much will have you got to continue playing it? It's like Battletoads or Super Meat Boy. It's that kind of a thing.
White flag this time.
Are you ready for some Alton Park, guys? It can't be as bad as this. It's also the most realistic.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
Boy, I am glad to get that out there.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
I do actually think this is one of the more fun cars to drive in iRacing. Do I know what an Apex is? No. Why would you want to know that? It is TJ Simon. Apex Legends. Yeah, it's getting warm down here.
You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 5.2 seconds.
Right, that was great fun. I need a cup of tea, guys. I can't increase my bit rate right now, but you'll be glad, Capsaw. I have, for your viewing pleasure, guys. Thanks to all the subscribers and everyone that supports us. For your viewing pleasure, I have upgraded my internet and we're getting a new line installed. So bit rates will go up. So yes, but it will take a while because someone has to physically install a new line. So there you go. Don't say I don't care about the quality. Do I? I'm using a 3080. Right, let's have a look at this. Shenanigans. I think the thing with iRacing is if you've not practiced a track right, you can't just jump in and attack without just spinning, really. Because if you go over the limit, you're screwed. So it then means that you can't, you just have to go in a bit passively. which then means you just have to do loads of right, look at this, guys, look at this. So the rear right here is overheated, right? So it's stuck over the limit despite the fact that we are now off the brake. This is insane. We are on the accelerator. We're not on the brake here at all. It's now from the turn and that, this tyre has gone over the limit. This one tyre. And it's stuck. It's this one tyre. Now it's come off it. But when I turn, it's still overheated. So now the car just rotates. As if there's no grip at all. This is like a lap around Spa on slicks. Well, but the irony is, the tyres are also really sloppy in iRacing in that this slip is really gradual. It like goes up like really gradually. Like it's actually quite grippy, generally speaking. But it's not like abrupt. It's not like, oh, it's slipping, let's catch it. Like R-Factor 2, AC 1, AMS 1. It's really drawn out. I'm not on my brakes, David. We're not even on brakes. There's no braking involved here at all. This is entirely from the tyre being hot from that previous corner and the wheel spinning up a bit. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah. Yeah. Look, it is a tyre model classic rant. Look, it is a classic, but come on. What is this? What is this situation where you've done a little rear right has spun up a tiny bit, not even you can't see it because the mug's in the way, but we're not on that much throttle here. And I'm modulating the throttle to try and get the tyre to come back, but it won't. Barely on the throttle. Trying to like somehow get the grip to come back. Oh dear. Oh dear, guys. Reset the timer. I can't wait for the day that they sort this out. It'll be so good. Like, you'll be able to drive normally. I don't think they can, though. I don't think they can. If they make it so that you can drive cars like cars in iRacing, they are... Like, the player base is going to go mental because you'll have to drive completely different to how you currently drive it now. And they've all learnt to drive under the limit. So, I don't think I honestly, if iRacing do the right thing, they might lose a lot of users. They have, George Rogers. They know that it's not. They know that it's weird. We do have the tyre rank counter, but we got rid of it because it got worn out. We're going to do some Alton Park. Have a cup of tea and we'll do Alton Park. Oh, yeah, the penalty. Right, look at this. Yeah, it is difficult to make real-time physics with all the remits of everything involved in it. So, like, if you've got a model, you develop loads of content in it, and you need it to operate in all these scenarios, and you also want to have it have tyre wear and everything else operate. You know, so it's about dialing it in to get the best out of the model that you've got. The problem is, if you see what happened with F1 2024, where they actually did make it so that the grip returned faster and the bike was more like a real Formula 1 car. But the problem is, if you do that but the rest of the model's not in a place to actually deal with it, you end up with the ability for drivers to just completely throw the cars into corners and do weird stuff, which ends up being unrealistic. So it's not just a case of, oh, let's make it so the grip returns quicker, even though that is the problem. There's a load of complexity to it. And so from a developer perspective, if you have it so that the grip falls off and stays off, it at least means that drivers can't exploit by over driving in unnatural ways. But it means that you've removed one of the most fundamental components of driving a real car, which is trying to get the car onto the limit through the corner in combined slip with a small amount of slip, and then holding that, that is fundamental to driving. In fact, if you want to see a really good example of how much you overdrive to be quick, which would be like a good example is the qualifying lap for Le Mans. Let's get it on the screen here. Like this, the qualifying lap for the 24 Hours of Le Mans is a really good example of how you drive in real life, or how cars are driven in real life compared to how cars are driven in iRacing and many sims, to be honest. Like, yeah, I might live stream the do a watch along of the 24 Hours Le Mans as well. Let's see if I can get this video. Right. Happy Friday! Right. We did a Formula Ford. Here we go. Right, watch this. I mean, just look at how this car is. Look at that. Right, the first corner, the second corner of the qualifying lap for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Look, he's choked the car in. The second corner. This is totally normal driving, but this would break the vast majority of sim racers' brains. It's hilarious. Look at him chuck it in here. Look, and then the backs, and he's rotated it. He's probably on the brake as well. And look how much counter stick he's got like 10 degrees of opposite lock into the corner on the qualifying lap for what is the fastest lap for qualifying. So it's not only that he's got slip, he's done it on purpose. It's also the fastest lap that anyone did. Yeah, but it's still the fastest lap that anyone did in that session, because the track's going to be variable. So yeah, I'm not denying that if you're super duper smooth, it might be faster overall. It probably is faster. But the point is, on aggregate in a real car, you would still push and still risk having that slip and counter steering it, because on aggregate, you will end up with a faster lap time rather than pussyfooting around trying to drive like a total memorized robot. So, like, the fact is, regardless of what's faster or slower, the fact is, this would be, categorically, that would have been a binned car in iRacing. There's no way that he would have even been able to hook it up to the next corner properly. Like, it just wouldn't have... his tyres would have been done. So... you know... look at how active he is on the steering as well through the entire lap. And, like, how much poise the car has. And look, okay... Look at how he's poking the car into the corner, right? Here's another example. Look at how he's turning the wheel. Like, this is happening, right? Some of that is bump steer from the suspension. But also, what it is that he's feeling out the grip of the turning as he does that to feel that the car's biting or not. So, and then he's then seeing the response of the vehicle to then know how much he can actually get the car to turn in to then hit the apex perfectly, right? He's not having to preemptively go sim racers do not get this at all. Like, they can't perceive this video footage. Look how many corrections he's making and adjustments through this corner to drive it, because the tyres are like going like this on the limit, which is what real tyres do. I know, David. It's mental how, like, this looks absolutely nothing like iRacing. Absolutely nothing whatsoever. This process is completely the opposite. This is what you could say LMU is a bit like this. In some ways, but AC1, LMU, AMS1 is much closer. Obviously, this is even better than them by quite a margin. Who am I talking about? Most iRacers and a lot of sim racers just don't know. A lot of people that have never been in real race cars or haven't, I don't know what's going on in their heads when they watch race footage. But they genuinely, like, there's no way that you can watch this or like, you couldn't watch this and understand what's happening and then be like, oh yeah, iRacing's fine. Do you know, like, there's just no, it's incomparable. Yeah. And whenever you've got controllable slip in sims, there's a huge cabal of sim racers that are like, it's drifty. It's too drifty. I don't think I even have it on iRacing. It's really good footage of the lap that he did. Yeah, everything's too drifty. AMS1 too drifty. AC too drifty. It's too easy. Simcade. Cars should bin you as soon as you get slip. Yeah, at least with this car position, this camera angle, you can actually see the driver's inputs. The camera is locked to the car. You can see the full front of the car, so you can actually get a gauge of what's going on. Exactly, David. That's the other thing. A lot of people. Right, so people say, the narrative will change, and then people go, well, Game of Muscle, people always said that. It's like, well, no, they haven't. If you've been around sim racing for 20 years. Oh, dear. Right, there you go. That's probably another bin. That's probably another massive slide in iRacing. It's just a normal correction. You can see the car starts the rear gets unsettled by a bump and starts rotating to the right. So the driver then has to do a big correction to the left. And the car's in quite a lot of slip. It's just like the process of how he's driving this bears no resemblance to iRacing at all whatsoever. Even like not like it's closer to R Factor 2 at AC, as I say. The AC has messed up curbing for a large part. People do stay off curbs in real life for multiple reasons, though. He's definitely running assists, yeah. I mean, imagine driving something like this. Like that. Like being able to drive a car like this and absolutely pwn it around the track. That'd be insane. This is really good footage, you know. I mean, this is so much better than Formula 1 as well for, like, watching a person actually drive a car. Like, look how much more interesting this car is compared to a Formula 1 car. Yeah, look, right. Look at the rotation after the initial rotation. So you have rotation from the diff, and then you can see he dabs the brake again. So the car's rotating from what would be the diff rotation of the tyres, and then he wants to get it to turn in even more. So he gets on the brake, and you see the additional slip on using the tyres more. After he's already done an initial rotation, so he's done a turn, it's not enough. He's then got on the brake to dab it in more, and then that's given more rotation. It's very much like, let's say, R Factor 2 AC. And then he's choosing to control it with the steering wheel. This is like one of the best onboards ever for demonstrating. It's a shame you can't see the pedal inputs. But you can, like, if you know how cars are driven, you can work out what's from the steering, what's from the brake, and the. But look, this is like one of the best onboards for demonstrating controllable slip and how a car is effectively drifted around a track. And you can't dispute that it's not fast because this is the fastest lap that anyone did for the 24 Le Mans. So, like, I'm sorry, guys, if you ever wanted like video footage that demonstrates that you drive cars on the limit to be quick, and that involves balancing and pushing the tyres over, this is probably one of the best pieces of footage. And because there's no stabilisation on it, and you can see the steering. I mean, it's yeah. Yeah, well, it's the fastest lap. It's the fastest quali lap. He set the fastest time, so such a good lap. So it's really good. That lap, right? Watching that on board is better than the last 5 Formula 1 races. What do you mean you can't sustain that? Yeah, no, you wouldn't necessarily punish the tyres that much through the whole race, but you could choose. If you were doing an overtake on a car in front of you, or you're battling side by side, the dynamics are the same. But yeah, you obviously wouldn't be driving like that through the whole race, especially in a 24-hour race. But the point is, you can choose when to do that and how much. It's not a binary. Oh right, you've just gone over the limit slightly. Canada wasn't good. Canada was shit. Are you mental? Canada was terrible. Right, you could only think the Canada GP was good if you are... if you're stupid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Right, there was maybe one overtake that was a semi-decent overtake, and then was it Russell just drove straight into the other car in a stupid way, regardless. Every overtake was basically DRS pass. Look at the results. Pretty much every car finish was based off the teams. They were all in the team order. So what the drivers were doing was obviously not really that important if pretty much all the cars are finishing in team order. Then you had Ferrari, who had the car rebooting and then they put slicks on even when the track was still wet. But I guess that's Ferrari. It's hilarious. They always do that kind of stuff. the cars were all driving around in the wet so slowly and passively because there's no strategic advantage to being in front of another car. Because if you are, but they've got a faster car, they will just DRS pass you. So there is no point in modern Formula 1 in actually racing. So you can't even have a proper race. How dare you? How dare you say that the Canadian GP was a good race? Honestly, I'm sorry, but like the only way you can come to that conclusion is if, like, I don't know, you were putting a dishwasher or you were putting a washing machine, a clothes washer with bricks as a baby. I mean, really? Come on. It was so stupid. It was so pointless and boring. Oh, dear. Go on. Dishwashers are a top shot. Go and watch, like, one on board. That's offensive. You were not just one concussion. My grandfather was born in a brick-laden washing machine. Yeah, but there wasn't, following account, there wasn't even much of that, was there? It was horrendous. It was so bad. And then you had the iRacing style spin where he didn't get on the brakes and almost drove into someone. Look, you know I'm right. So don't, you know I'm right. Can you join in now? You were complaining about Spa. Why is my camera tilted wrong? Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know how people can ignore, with modern Formula 1, the fact that it's actually against the interest of the drivers to race. Because if you can work out the time difference between how much pace you have versus another car that's just physically faster, and then you can work out your basic strategy of tyre wear when you need to pit, and then because of DRS you know that you can't defend a faster car. Like, it's just a free pass, there's no way to defend it. So with all that in mind, you basically there's no point racing. It's worse to drive than not to drive. Semi-interesting. Is that... Look here, filing account. Is that where we've got to? Is that bad that a positive outlook is semi-interesting? Motorsport should be like bloody amazing. Like that onboard, that Kevin Estra onboard is amazing. That is an awesome lap to watch. That is what motorsport should be. You're like, oh shit, he's balancing the car right on the limit. That's amazing. And he's doing a really fast lap time. That's amazing. That's the motorsport that I love. Seeing a driver push a car to its limit and balance the car at the limit. That's motorsport. It shouldn't be, oh, our tyres are wearing out, let's drive around slowly. Yeah, IndyCar's on it like bad times for me. But yeah, I think it is better. F2's been better than Formula 1 for a long time as well. Well, the hypercars? Is that what you mean? It's weird that the hypercars are really bad in simulators. Though, like, the iRacing ones are terrible. And even in LMU, the hypercars are a bit... they're a bit weird because I think the force feedback's really bad. Like, the handling's not too bad, but the force feedback's terrible. I actually think that endurance racing is more in the spirit of proper motorsport than Formula is now. Maybe not GT3, but in general. I say the Spa 24 was the best. Is the best race I've ever attended, and I've been to Formula One races and stuff with like not like proper like paddock pass and things. So the fact that Spa 24 was better than that from a spectator perspective.
One more lap.
I need a cup of tea. Absolutely dying. This is why I loaded up iRacing, was to do this. I like Alton Park. It's always a total crash fest, but I like the track. Yeah, well, I think, guys, we might do like a watch along of Le Mans if you guys want. Quite a few people were saying that we should do that. We could just have it on and just chat rubbish whilst it's going on. I won't obviously be able to show the footage, but we can have like some kind of timing board. What are they? Do you know what they're broadcasting Le Mans on? Eurosport. It will be, won't it? What's that in the? Is that private in the UK? I just subscribe to it. Sometimes they just put it on YouTube.
All right, there's the checkered flag.
Hang on, George Rogers, I get what you're saying, but all I hear is about WC LMP1s being so fast they were nerfed. Oh, I don't know, yeah. I don't follow it all that close, but... Where's the camera thing? I can never find it. What's it called? Here we go. No, wrong way, matey. Our neck was looking up. It was making me feel dizzy. Yeah, I never really get motorcycle racing though, because I've never driven a... Well, I've not driven a motorbike properly, and the motorbike video games are terrible. And then I do appreciate it. I do think it's like one of the top motorsports, and it is amazing. So I can appreciate it. I think it's a better form of motorsport than car racing. But then as a thing to watch, a legitimate... When you've got like two cars that can't pass each other and then they're proper side by side... To me, it's more engaging than motorbikes find to move up the inside. You know, I get it. Like, it's two different things, and it's still really impressive with motorbike racing. But yeah, for some, I don't know what it is exactly, but yeah, for me, I just irrationally enjoy car stuff more than motorbikes. But I say looking at the quantitative components of it, I don't think you can really argue that like motorbike is more physical. There's more the driver's more responsible for the outcome. So as a sport, objectively speaking, I think motorbike racing is a better sport than car racing. Oh, new poll. Top 5. There we go.
The estimated SOF is 2,817. Tight field today, look for opportunity. Still waiting on 2 cars to grid. Waiting on the final car to grid.
I think I could enjoy F1 more if it was more honest and if it was more focused around the tech and the actual part of what it is. The constant lying by the commentary of who's going to overtake who, fake hyping up stuff that's not genuinely, if you know motorsport, is not exciting, or
green flag.
You know, the guy almost drove into us there. Hang on, what just happened? Right, what happened behind us? Top Split Racing. What just happened behind us, guys? Right, we need a replay of that. What on earth? Someone jumped the start and then everyone just crashed, I think. Oh, I can't wait for the replay. I cannot wait for a replay of this. Car sounds like a tray scraping on the floor. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome to YouTube. Eon O'Sullivan, hello. Appreciate that. The train. It's a train coming into the depot. Bombardier, proud sponsors of Formula Ford racing.
You're in 5th.
Great wall of GB Benson here. Oh, he's going to go off the track. He's going off the track. No, he let us through. If you let the car on the inside through there, you aren't making that corner too wide in this, I don't think. See if we can close up on these cars in front. Really have lost the draft of the cars in front, unfortunately. Bloody hell, this car's got no grip.
Left side. Stay on the right. Still there, hold your line.
Oh, good battle.
Car on your left. You're in 4th position. Clear on the left.
Good battle so far. This car could do with a bit more oversteer, like on the throttle.
Car on your left. Stay on the right. Keep to the right.
You really can't go around the outside though, I don't think. You tried. Nice driving, nice driving.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
Is iRacing worth it? It depends what you want. If you live in Australia or North America and you just want jumping online ranked racing, yeah, it can be worth it. It's quite expensive. If you want realistic physics, not really.
Left side.
He's going to drive into me if I don't move.
Keep to the right.
He's off road. He's off the road to try and make the pass. What was he doing? He drove off the road there to try and get past us, and then I just held him my line. I thought he'd drive into me. Oh dear. I'm not moving. The Great Wall of Muscle.
Left side. Stay on the right. Still there. Clear.
The pace car is out of control.
Textbook defending here, guys. He's going to get driven into by the blue car. You're about to see what happens if you do basic defending. We're going to get punted, for sure. Oh man, I'm struggling for. I'm used to driving this car, this track in the F4. It has a bit more grip from the downforce. This car's an absolute dinner tray.
Left side. Clear.
Oh, thank you.
I've been edging myself on your streams for 14 months now. Oh, the sweet ecstasy of the wait.
Bloody hell. Thank you, Edward Dog. Really appreciate the sub.
Stay on the right. Clear.
Thank you very much. Let's have a rocket.
Car on your left. Still there. Still there, hold your line. The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 43.43. Clear on the left. Car on your left. Keep to the right. Clear. Clear, right side. Clear on the right.
I mean, I think
They say you cut the
I think
cord.
I was well
Try to
along
slow
the
down,
inside
give
here.
us the time going.
I think I was
All the
fine.
damage is repairable.
I'm well on the inside. He's closing it. That's on him. I'm not understeering. Yeah. That's totally on him. Every race, every time you play iRacing and you try and race people, they just drive it. They can't change their lines. They can't change their lines. It's insane. He's broke, which is fine, but I broke as well. I'm getting into the corner. I'm not understeering. We are absolutely on the inside of the corner here. I've got a wheel on the curbing, and we're half for the half side by side. He's cut off my wheel. Where am I supposed to go? And then he's up in. I knew this was going to happen. Any racing in iRacing is banned. Any driving is banned in this game because of hot lapping, netcode, and tyre slip. I mean, what on earth? Right, where was it? Where was the other one? Oh dear. Don't forget about the start. Okay, here we go. Right, here we go. Look at this as well. What is he doing? What is he doing? I've come off the corner. I moved to the left. There's no gap there. Why? He could have kept it in there, actually. Could have worked out for him. Oh dear. We'll have a look at the race start. Oh, we just...
Okay, punch it.
Might as well finish the race and then we'll watch the replay at the start.
Let's roll.
Are you going to apologise for wrecking me? Exactly, fast boy. That's it. You either...
Just jack at me.
You either have to not race and just let people pass you.
Jason, we get a fucking pussy or something.
I don't know. Okay, let's not have that on. It's... Ah, dear. And then what you get is iRacers going, oh yeah, well I do GT3 because it's a lot cleaner. And it's like, well it's not cleaner. It's that you just, drivers can't fit the cars side by side. So there's just even less racing again. Perhaps in this bit in here. Yeah, I think in real life, the car on the outside would be like, shit, there's a car on my inside. I'm not going to risk getting myself in a situation that will wreck my car for the entire weekend. I mean, obviously, sometimes people will do that, but you'd be like, oh, there's a car on the inside of the corner. Chances are they're probably going to understeer. So even if I'm rightfully deserved to hold this line, the fact is I'm in a position to not have an accident happen. So I won't close in on them.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
It's not slipstream
Nice run.
that causes
Solid
the
work.
less damage. There's less wheels sticking out in the bodywork, but even so, the cars react and spin in really weird ways. Also, the GT3 cars in iRacing drive like absolute tanks, so there's less movement, there's less stuff happening. So again, it's all from a lack of. It's all due to there being less racing, not because GT3's actually better cars for racing, if that makes sense. What do you mean I was trying to force him off the line? I'm on his inside going into a corner. I'm already side by side into the corner. It's a really standard overtake. If you've got a car... Right, here we go. If you have a car right behind you going into T1 on this track, you have to defend the inside line because the car behind is always going to... If they're trying to overtake you, they will always just go to the inside and outbrake you. Because why wouldn't they? So you have to keep your car on the inside and compromise your entry speed. You have no choice, because once a car is alongside you, they're alongside you. Right, what on earth happened here? What? If he'd have gone more left, he would have missed the apex. Well, no, he can... At the point of going into the corner, he can stay on the brake longer. He can not turn in tighter, and he can miss the apex if he wants to. But like, yeah. Right. First of all, that guy misses the start. Okay. Hang on. Okay, I mean, that's pretty textbook. Well, we could look at it again. The only thing the car on the inside has to do is make sure that they go into the corner enough. They need to make sure that they are not understeering through the corner. As you can see, we've gone in and we've broken off so that I can't take this any tighter, really. Realistically, that's perfectly normal into this corner. He's broke early on the outside. We've got in there. That's fine. He's tightening the radius constantly. Like, I'm already here. At this point here, I'm already on his inside. If I'd like gone on his inside later, fine. But with effectively, my front wheel is overlapping his helmet. He's the one. He's closing the radius on the car on the inside. That's the thing that you need to. You can even see that my car's actually turned. Like, we've got a little bit of understeer here, but we're still. It's not crazy. He's driving this as if there's no car there. Look at the angle of his car. Right, where does he expect my car to go? He's even gained control of his car here and then turned in tighter. He's actually actively closed the radius. You can see his steering input. Whereas if you're this driver, you should be not close the radius there. You've got to be, you know, he'd be like, oh, okay, I need to actually, the trajectory that he needs to be taking at this point is you'd be like, right, I need to take this apex here. This is his apex, not here. At this point into the corner as well, if I brake more, if this driver brakes more here, they will understeer into them. So there's nothing the car at this point here. There's nothing this car on the inside can do. If they brake, it'll understeer. If they got on the accelerator, they'll understeer. And turning, there's not really much more turning they can do because the front will already be at the limit. So this car could not do anything at all points. This guy has the ability to change what they're doing. Yeah, I don't know why that's hard to understand, but yeah. I think did he shout at us? Yeah, chatters can't admit they're wrong. Illegal. Oh dear, iRacing guys. Bloody iRacers, yeah, they're the worst, all of them. Put all the iRacers, send them to the gulag. Off to the gulag to iRacers. It's where they belong. Right. Absolutely gulagged. Gulagged. I need a cup of tea, guys. Should we do some AC with subs? That's what you all want, isn't it, you shits? Friday night AC with subs. Is that what you want? Gasper can't play because he's got a fever, so... You know. I'm not enjoying iRacing. I can't be bothered. Until they sort the time model out, I can't even... it's not even fun trying to win. Oh, the F3 car's alright. It's entertaining, isn't it? So ovals. Oh yeah, we could let's have a quick look at ovals. That's a good idea. Let's see what oval stuff's running. Yeah, I mean this weekend we should maybe I'll do we'll have Le Mans in the background. We could do Le Mans in AC, but it's a little bit of a boring track. We could try the new RSS car. We could do that. Draft Masters in 9 minutes. What's my oval rating at? C. Ah, yeah. I mean, oval's pretty good. Yeah, I might do. Everyone keeps asking for it. You know, people are paying for channel memberships and stuff. So, you know, probably should. Probably should do it for the subscribers. Probably do my job. I think we'll do a Draft Master race though. Dilara Dash is on rank. Yeah, let's do a Draft Master. This is always hilarious. What was the car with the lucky dog? I mean, I've not seen all of them, but what is it? Garden, it's Craftman Truck Series, but you have to be. This used to be D rating, I think. Oh no, you can do it C rating now, or maybe it's always been C rating. Have we ranked up in oval? What's going on here? Oh, I think we did. We might have ranked up, but we weren't B. We'll see. TJ Simon, yeah. I think that's what it was designed for, like the netcode smoothing, the whole structure of it, the voice chat, everything. What's Iowa Speedway? Is that sort of a medium-sized oval? It's not a super speedway, is it? I only like super speedways. What's weird is IndyCar is classed as sports car, but it's driven on oval. Yeah, the ones where you don't need to brake exactly. The ones where you just follow a car around the track. That's peak. That's peak racing. Why would you ever want to use a brake pedal? You know what I mean? It don't make any sense. In theory, you could, if you knew there was like no immediate obstacles, you could just do like a car could just brake by coming off the throttle, and then like the tyre resistance, like you might not really need brakes at all. And I wonder if cars didn't have any brakes, like if roads were all flat, so you didn't have hills and stuff to roll down. If nobody had a brake on their car, I wonder if it'd work out better. I mean, obviously, if someone stopped in the road, it'd be a problem. But let's assume that the car's like the road's very slippy and tilted down to the sides. So if you stop, your car slides off the road. There you go. So there's no one. Why would a baby run? First of all, how many babies can run? That's a stupid question. Like, what babies are running around? And then, why are babies running into roads? Is this like something that happens where you live often? Where is it, Romania or Croatia or whatever? Like you're just driving along. Oh, there's another one of those babies running into the road. Not again. Well, it'd just be like roads are dangerous, so don't walk on them. You'd be like, oh, cars don't have brakes, so we're not going to walk into the road. I don't know where are you from, guy? You always post pictures of bloody rally cars. Where is it? Are you in Croatia, was it? I can't remember. Somewhere around there. Poland, is it? Oh, look at this wheel. Slovenia. It's basically the same. Oval racing in Poland. Oh, my foot's hurting. Look at it. What is this car? We've got a car battery on the dash. I feel American. America! Well, if he'd thanks for following Average John. If he'd have hit the groundhog, then it definitely would have been a ground hog. Can you eat groundhog? Did you like my pun? Wrangler, wrangle me some ringle wrangles. I always forget that iRacing has oval. Should do more oval. Hello? Oh. Hello, mic check. It's not working. I need a cup of tea. Hello, Novotny, how's it going? I mean, hello, Counter Debate. Oh, it's not working. Oh, we need to bind a mute button. Why these have really big steering wheels in it? Imagine driving one of these around the UK. Look how big they are. You would fit this down like most roads. You do sometimes in the UK see American cars and they look ridiculous, like the old pickup trucks and stuff. And they're huge. They're so big. I went back, counter debate to the old Nvidia driver, yeah. Ow! Ow! And that worked better than the new one for some reason. I can't remember which one we did, but it's very weird that the newer driver causes stutter. Ah, you're so filthy. I really need a cup of tea. How long we got till the race starts? You can eat everything once. Yeah. Oh, I've got burgers, guys. I think I'll make a cup of tea. Then I'll get the pan ready for a burger. Although, I've noticed it's really hard to get burger relish from Asperger's. It's really hard to get burger relish now for some reason. Lidl stopped selling it. Tesco's don't have it. Well, they probably do, but not in mine. My Tesco's is shit. I have the world's worst Tesco's supermarket. It's terrible. I've got a really good Morrison's, but it's about a mile away. And up a bloody big hill. My worry with Tesla stuff would be, I guess with the normal road cars it's probably not a problem, but in general, my worry would be that Tesla seems a bit weird as a company, and then as the other big manufacturers do more and more electric cars, I could see the Teslas depreciating a lot faster. Why can I smell burning? I hope someone's having a log fire outside. I can smell like burnt wood. I mean, the thing is, Tesla will have inherent value to it due to the fact that it's a physical business. And, you know, they've been producing cars for a while. But I just think it's... from my understanding, the established car companies are much better at doing the more basic car stuff, like the basic build quality components, boring stuff. Ken, where do you live in? Like the countryside? Yeah, I don't mind that. Yeah, that Jack Daniel's barbecue sauce is alright, but it's barbecue. What I mean is more like the it's the burger relish sauce, the sort of McDonald's flavoured sauce. I do like barbecue on a burger, but there's that just a bit of that relishy flavoured stuff. But also the touchscreen stuff. I think hopefully we'll get to a point where we move away from touchscreens. It's also the most someone's house is on fire. That smells like. I hope it's outside. It smells like charcoal. Oh, I think it's charcoal. Someone's having a barbecue. Hopefully it's next door neighbour. Maybe I can get him to put a burger on it for me. Hey, guys, can you do a burger for me? The 3D bus stop compilation, no. Tell you what, sausages always taste way better on a barbecue. I mean, a lot of stuff's better on a barbecue, but sausages, weirdly, really benefit from a barbecue. Green relish, corn relish. Well, can you air fry burgers? I guess you could. Actually, yeah, you could air fry the burger. How? Can someone Google how long it takes to air fry a burger? Sounds like a good plan. Probably like 10 minutes. You probably want to flip it over though.
Okay.
Do you remember that smell that Laser Quest Quasar always had, like that smoke machine smell? Do you know what I mean? Do you remember that? It's like that weird smoke machine smell that you get from the liquid smoke that you use in theatre, mixed with like wood and dust. Do you guys not know Laser Quest smell? They all smell the same. Quasar, Laser Quest, they all have that same smoke machine, balsa wood paint smell. It's very specific. Ah, it's leaving the pit lane illegally. Do you know what? I'm going to get a flag, aren't I? I know.
Okay, let's go.
Any other middle class laser? Well, all the scallywags would do Quasar. Laser Quest was where it was really at. I do have lots of smoke.
Game Master should learn how to drive.
Bloody hell!
For the life, work, Sim River Barge Dream.
Thank you very much. $20. Jesus Christ. Really appreciate that. Bloody hell. And we get a tea bag on the screen here. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much. CKTL. Through the high skill donation link as well. Straight into my bank account. Thank you. Teabagged. Beautiful. Teabagged in your face. That's the inflation. No, weirdly, tea hasn't actually gone up in. Tea's not that expensive. It's really weird. It's if you look at the inflation and the value of the cost of tea, it's the last week it's actually gone up a little bit, but like within its fluctuations. I don't really know why tea is particularly. Of all things, like it's a luxury good, really. Well, not obviously not. It's a basic life support, but like you would think it would, like cereal and stuff, and breakfast bars and all those kind of things got really expensive. Maybe because it doesn't go off. Maybe it's easy to import. Incoming Yorkshire Platinum tea. Mega Platinum tea. Okay, right, this is going to be good. Oh, we'll do a poll on this, guys. You ready? We'll do top 5. We normally do pretty good in this. Yeah, I was looking into this the other day. The price of tea over 10 years. The thing is, tea, that's the sort of commodity price. Okay, it has gone up. I was lying. It has actually gone up. I was looking at the wrong chart. Tea, there you go. Tea's a well good metric for inflation. Look at this. It's not gone up as insane as some of the other things. I think that's the main point. It's just gone up gradually. No, this is for average price of tea bags per 250 grams. You can see the inflation from 2021 to 2023.
What they do to it?
That's hilarious, right? The amount of inflation from 21 to 23 is the same amount of inflation that incurred from the financial crisis from 2006 to 2010, but it happened in 2 years. And it's still going up, so... Prior to that, from 1987 to 1998, that's the same amount of time period for the same amount of in fact, and then it stayed static until 2006. So basically, from 1987 to 2006, effectively, the rate of prices of stuff was effectively static. Like, went up and down. And then in the last 20 years, from when we've gone into the workplace, but yeah, this is per 250 grams, Shumi. Yeah, no, there's been no deflation. Whereas if you look at 1991, then it went back down to 1997. There were prices deflated. Yeah, look at that chart. That's actually a really good graph using T. They made the gram smaller. That's how they get you. That price of tea reflects the market and how perfectly. The tea should be the one metric because it's always consistently bought by British people. No wonder quality of life's gone down. If tea costs... It's over twice as expensive as it was in 87. Well, you can... A lot of people use one tea bag per mug, but you could use one tea bag in a... You can make it... A single tea bag can be used for 250ml or even a pint. So you can, you know, if you brew it for a bit longer. Hello, everybody. God bless USA. Did that work? Ivan Prito. Hey, man, I've just found you today. Hello. We gotta go. Love the vibes here. No, don't worry. This gets very... This is a very angry place all the time.
Okay, let's go.
Don't worry, we bring the anger. It's mostly me screaming at iRacers, though, to be honest. iRacing and tyre models. Here we go. But thanks for the kind words, appreciate it. I don't... Oh, no, yeah, no, I saw that sold to golf. What? That was insane. Yeah, I mean, as you always say with, like, America, it is mental. Like, you've got Biden with that music playing just stood there, clearly senile, and then you've got Trump just, obviously doesn't know what he's saying at all. He just says words, and there's all these people going, oh... It's insane. Insane. They're the two presidential candidates. What is, like, how broken, how like forget who's better or worse, whatever. They're both completely shit. Like, it's insane. The fact that that's the choice, if you wanted an indication of how completely messed up politics is, and same in the UK, not as bad as America, but like, you just totally, like, if that's what undermines democracy. It's like wealth inequality. That is what creates fascism. That is what creates the World War One, World War Two. What we're doing now is let's just repeat history over and over again. Why not? Oh dear. Yeah, that's the interesting thing, Shumi, is that why is it that they don't swing to a no, I think it's because people have a tendency, rather than swing into like a leftist or like a non-racist thing, when people are desperate, and on aggregate, the more desperate people are going to be less educated, so they're going to be more prone to then not understanding that they're being racist, to then swing to being racist and xenophobic and what have you, as opposed because to be against the establishment stuff and then not be xenophobic or as a majority, you need to also be relatively educated. So it's not about being horrible, it just means that you're less prone to falling for stupid mistakes, like stupid cognitive mistakes, because you go right, you would identify.
Wild. What the fuck, man?
So like, all people have the potential to be xenophobic or racist or whatever, even educated people. But I think if you're more educated, I think you're less likely to go towards that. You're more likely to identify that you're being racist and then go, oh, that's stupid, let's not do that. Or you'll know it's not productive. So you'll be like, well, from a pragmatic thing, even if you were racist, you'd go, well, it's just not productive, is it? So but it is interesting, as I say, like, yeah, it's a good point that you have, like, okay, you have shit governments, and then that seems to open the gap for people like Nigel Farage or something. You'd be like, well, why doesn't it open the gap for more left-leaning people? Why does it always open it to your sort of fascists? I think a large part of racism is to do with tribalism, and people are inherently tribalistic about stuff. So it's like an evolved protective mechanism, so that you protect and identify with a group of people, so that it's a survival mechanism. So that's why people are inherently tribalist. So racism is just a branch of tribalism. So it requires you to have a degree of abstract critical thinking capacity to negate that tribalist component.
Plan 16, just stay down. What the fuck, man?
When I say left, I mean not in the UK context of politics. So people that more interested in socialism, more wealth equality, more public ownership of assets, more taxation on people with more wealth, more investment into education, more investment into public services. That's typically, in the context of UK politics, that's what left means. Whereas in the UK, right wing would be libertarianism or like free marketing. Well, no, so right, so the problem with National Socialism You're mixing up different ideas, but yeah, like in a sense, some aspects of National Socialism aren't actually that bad. The problem is, historically, National Socialism is founded on racism. So it's National Socialism at the expense of minority groups. So no, that's not National Socialism. It's just socialism. National Socialism is arguing for socialism, but only for your group of people, which is problematic because you're basically leveraging racism and tribalism to get into a position of power, and then that's where you end up with the marriage of National Socialism and fascism, where you then create a sort of notion of like a national blood and national work spirit, and then you use that as an excuse to then murder people. Yeah, ironically, the UK and America had a lot of sympathy for the
Great job. Here you go.
yeah. But we kind of brushed that under the rug. That Britain and America have not learnt from history in many ways, and because we want to pretend that we were so righteous and good. But yeah. Well, I'm more of a bucket head, Count Bin face. Oh my god, just warming up the wall. But yeah, no, it is definitely interesting that you tend to, when you have like wealth inequality. I think what it is if you get a politician like Bernie Sanders or Corbyn, that potentially, you might not like them and you might think they're shit in general, but potentially they could actually address wealth inequality. The current establishment won't allow that. So it ironically opens things up to fascists that can get the political consensus behind them by leveraging populism and racism. So you can't actually have the actual correction and solution to late stage neoliberalism and libertarianism and unregulated markets. The solution to that is actually quite mild socialism in the form of like what Sanders would push for or what Corbyn would push for. But you can't have that because the establishment doesn't like it and sees it as a threat. So then that opens it up to fascists. So ironically, this is what happened in the 1940s as well, is that you had the establishment were like, oh no, everything's fine, we're quite wealthy, it's going really well, and then they just let wealth inequality get worse and worse and worse until you get to a point where some charismatic moron can use populism to then go, hang on a minute, all you guys that have been left behind, it's because of this group of people. It's not because of the inherent problems of capitalism. It's actually, no, it's this group of people. Blame them, okay. And then people go, oh, that seems reasonable. Oh, the understeer. It's a new driving technique, guys. God, chronically understeers. I need to brake bars further back. It's the interesting thing with UK politics is you can see how much it's controlled by the press. So you could tell about a year ago, it was really obvious that the mainstream press had decided that Labour should be in power. It was really obvious. It's like a switch. And then you look at how the press reports on the Tories now, and how they attack the Tories, right? Like, I'm really not defending Conservatives. I think they're terrible. But it's hilarious how you can see the point at where the press were like, okay, now we're against the Conservatives and we're for Labour. And so all the conversational points, all the stuff that gets promoted by the papers and then talked about, all the context and the Overton window and how everything's presented is effectively all presented in Labour's the sort of they're the strong ones, they're the stable ones. It's really weird. Oh, here we go.
You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 8.1 seconds.
We're going. Well, it seems like what's really weird is following World War II, that's when we've had the biggest push for social programmes and the creation of the NHS, and pretty much the bulk of what ended up going on from like 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s and the progress pretty much stems from that initial investment in education and healthcare that the country felt obliged to offer because there was a lot of people that were injured or sick or whatever from World War II, and it would have been unfair for those millions of soldiers, or not just soldiers, but people that were affected by World War II. It'd be unfair for them to not have a house or a basic quality of life after they've effectively lost all their friends or sacrificed their life. It would have been unfair, so they had to do socialist policies. And the result was one of the most prosperous times that we've ever seen. And then the people that benefit from that, like council houses, the people that benefited from council houses pull the rug away from following generations. It's mental. Same with immigrants. They benefit massively, or not all immigrants obviously, but a lot of them have benefited massively coming to the UK through successful migration policy, and they've done really well out of it, which is fantastic. And then they're like, oh no, but we don't want any more immigrants to come in. You're like, but hang on a minute, it worked out well for you, you've got what you need out of it, why wouldn't you want more people to have that? It's ridiculous. Like those Brexiteers in Leicester and stuff, and you're like, hang on. I mean, some of their arguments might be reasonable, but you know what I mean. Oh, we're coming here. Look at this. We've lined it up perfectly. This is all tactical. Might be a little bit too far back. Ah! Oh, it's good racing. That actually went alright. We got sixth out of that. Ah, we're one away from the...
Great job. You did really well.
The ruling classes were horrified by the boom years. Well, also, right, you see it happen over and over again. You see it with, like, the music industry, or, like, the... in the 60s, like... free love and stuff, and then when those people grow up, they're like, oh no, we don't want that for our kids. Oh, drugs, accessible, hallucinogenic drugs and everything. Oh, freedom, all music, let's all have a good time. Oh no, we don't, our kids, no, they can't have that. Like Bill Gates or businesses, they like they like make loads of money by having a new competitive environment, so they can start a new business and they're successful. And then what do they go and do? They aggressively attack all other new businesses that are trying to establish themselves in the space. Like, I don't know why it's such a repeated pattern across many things. Hang on. Ryo, your politics opinions are so annoying. Right, what's annoying about my politic opinions? Come on. You got to give me an argument. Tell me what's annoying about them, apart from the fact that I'm totally correct and that's why it's winding you up. Come on, I need to know. You need to give an argument, counter argument. Rio, court in session with Rio. What's your contestation? just because I'm a socialist, democratic socialist, or social I don't know. No pressure. Just got to make a good cohesive argument now through chat message. What's this? Did you hear about the exit signs? They're on the way out. Oh, Chris Wilson, so stupid. Now, weirdly, I'm actually quite a capitalist. I like capitalism for tech and where there's competition and where there's stuff the environmental damage isn't too high. I'm actually really pro capitalism for a lot of stuff and like arts and stuff that doesn't matter. But I just think people should have a house, a flat, like something with like 2 bedrooms and a bathroom en suite, but basically like 90s quality with insulation and a cooker, water, and then basic food, so like vegetables, porridge, tea bags, all that should just be a given. Anybody, like, you don't have to do anything. That should all just be there. That's it. High speed internet. Well, it doesn't even have to be that high, does it? Then that's just a benefit for people selling stuff to those people. So yeah, DD wheel. But do you know what I mean? Like a house and food, healthcare. Right, there's once you've got that, which is what's funny is the wealthy people, that's a total given for them. If you own a house and you earn over 40,000 a year, you own a house. Like if you own a house and you earn over £25,000 a year, it's basically a given. Those things, like once you remove, if you can get your house cost down to like 500 a month, which is actually what rental prices used to be a few years back. But if you could get your house price down to 500 a month, then most of the stuff is relatively socialist. The problem is, it's now £1,300. At a minimum, a mortgage is like £900 in a lot of places. And then people can't get the work anyway to pay for it. So that's, this is the thing. It's like you just need that the basics need to be covered so that people can focus on then doing work or being creative or starting businesses or doing stuff they want to do rather than just trying to survive. Hello, do we want to do AC? I'll do one more. I might do one more oval race. I enjoyed that, and we'll probably get wrecked, and then we can do some AC, I guess. I need to get some food though, and a cup of tea. Yeah, education. Well, it's all stuff. Where's the guy that disagreed with us? Why didn't he present a counter argument? He just said he hates our politics, but then he won't say anything. The problem is, all those things are stuff that a government's not going to see the fruits of that policy within a 5-year period. This is the other thing, is people react to government policy that's stated within that year or two. It takes like 10-15 years for government policy to actually come to fruition. So the Tories were destroying Britain for 5 or 6 years, and it took much longer before you actually see the end result of that shit. Or even with Labour doing the Afghan war, it takes, like, the war's totally illegal and shit. It takes 10 years from that war for the cost of the damage of all the disabled veterans, all the innocent civilians dying, the backlash from that. It takes 10, 15 years. You can't analyse policy on a yearly basis. It's ridiculous. So, oh dear. Dude, just finished the race. I was expecting some screaming and ended up with double degree in history and politics. You ain't getting a degree from here. This only makes sense if you don't know anything. We do need we need tea bags as well. Right, how mental... Right, here's a good example of press bias and bollocks of press in the UK. The Iraq war... well, not necessarily Iraq war, but... I mean, that's arguable. But the Afghan war, right? How is that not like a mainstream press thing for them to go mental at? How can Tony Blair even be on TV at all? Like... He illegally knew they didn't have weapons of mass destruction, which was the presented reason. Millions of people went on the streets and protested it. Everybody knew, the government knew, American government knew that Osama bin Laden wasn't even in Afghanistan. Everybody, they all knew it was a load of shit. How is that not? Like, if you look like in media and stuff, it's not a mainstream talking point. It's almost like it's a conspiracy. That is like such a mental thing that Labour did, regardless of their internal policy. The amount of lives that they affected, it's the same as like the COVID policy from the Tories. How is Eat Out and Help Out not constantly at the top of the news? Like, it's insane. All the political debates, right, that you're having now for politics, right, the fact that someone during a pandemic was like, we need to do Eat Out to Help Out, that will have killed thousands of people. It will have killed thousands. Actually directly killed thousands of people that wouldn't have died otherwise. And why is that not brought up when it comes into the debates of who's Prime Minister? The Rishi Sunak is demonstrably culpable for murdering people, basically. So is like Tony Blair with the... politics is complicated and stuff, but there's like... You have issues where it's like, fuck me, they obviously killed people. It's so stupid. No, Skywilk, it wasn't just a flu. Oh, Jesus Christ. Right. He's a raging lefty. Well, yeah, no, though, because I'm worse than a lefty. I'm a raging lefty. Let me guess, you're a Jeremy Corbyn fan. Not really, no, because he can't communicate properly, and I think Jeremy Corbyn's like ridiculously naive, and also the Labour Party. Especially within Corbyn, were like a totally unorganised mess. So, not really, no. I'd say that Jeremy Corbyn actually probably ruined the one chance that actual left-leaning politics would have had a chance to actually help redistribute wealth. So, no, I'm not really a Corbyn fan. But, put it this way, would Corbyn would demonstrably have done as much damage as Rishi Sunak, Boris Johnson? I don't think so. I think it'd be shit, but I don't think it would do anywhere near the damage that other politicians that are actually in power have done. So, you know. Views. There's a lot of evidence that... Yeah, why are we having this boring COVID conversation? You mentioned COVID once and then all the dumb shit comes up. Yeah, I don't disagree. Probably was. It does look quite likely that it was a research lab that leaked it out. But the reason why media don't drum that up is because they know that it will just make people use racism as a thing to be stupid about it. So, what's the benefit, basically? It doesn't really make any difference if it's well, I mean, you go, why aren't labs better moderated? Why would you have a bloody viral research lab in a big city? But that's an issue for Chinese management of their scientific research. Yeah, mobile chicane. This well, right wing neoliberal, or even just neoliberal. Yeah, I don't know how people get to the conclusion that deregulation of or like minimizing tax of the wealthy, or not investing in NHS and education, when you have 14 years of austerity, and even prior to that it's well known that austerity doesn't work. It is really strange for someone to then go, oh, the solution is more austerity. It's like, hang on, how much evidence do you need? Like, even if you were just going to be like neutral on it, you go, well, yeah, let's just try something different, because this clearly has not worked. Like, it hasn't worked for like 40 years, so let's try the other thing, which actually has a lot of evidence to support it, you know. But it's almost as if there's like an incumbent group of people in power that don't want that, because they might lose a bit of their power that they've accumulated. That's what a cynical person might say. Labour is I agree. I don't like Labour. Labour's just another mostly neoliberal status quo politicians that will effectively, they will move the barometer slightly centre to where it is now, but they won't address the fundamental issues that are actually causing all the problems that we have. So it's better. It is better to have a less mental government, but you know, it's not really it's not the solution. As I've politically in the UK, the whole politics system's stupid. You need to reform the electoral system. Before that happens, the whole democracy in UK doesn't work. Like, regardless of who I want to vote for or my political views, that's irrelevant. That's all irrelevant. The UK needs a different it needs to not be first past the post. It needs to be some kind of alternative vote, or you know, whatever. It needs to be a different until all political parties, if they weren't arses, they would all be running on the platform of, we are going to change the electoral system. So the fact that none of them are doing that shows that none of them are actually pro-democracy. They're all shit. Like, they're all shit. You couldn't be in government now. Like, if I was going to be a politician, I'd go, right, I want to do the right thing as a politician. What is what is required? What's the fundamental root thing that needs fixing? The democratic system. Okay, so I have to run on that policy. Like, that's it. So Labour keep pushing for the current system because it's basically their majority in power. And so, oh, well, it's Tories and Labour, but at least Labour can then be the other party. Tories keep pushing for it because, oh, well, we'll be against Labour, so we start to stay in power, so we're still relevant, and then we can use that to keep our jobs. Oh, dear. It's just business. It's just business. So, yeah, there we go. That's it. I'm getting a cup of tea. Friday night misery. We're going to do another oval race, then maybe we do some AC. Well, I wonder, Jet Red, if World War III would actually end up being more of like a proxy war type situation, like what's happening with Russia and Ukraine, rather than So, because the reason for World War II is you have that a nation that wants to expand its borders and then manages to surprise the surrounding nations through military doctrine that was different and through timing and everything else. For example, even in World War II, if Germany had there were points in Germany's invasion of France and stuff where it could have gone to shit and it would have been the end of it earlier on. Maybe there would have been a lot of, you'd still have issues with what happened in China and Italy and everything else, but if Germany was really lucky, or the Axis powers were really lucky, especially in terms of the initial invasion, and like the French not protecting the forests, or not expecting them to go around the way they did, and for the army to be able to move as fast as it did, and a whole bunch of stuff, right? So that kind of situation is probably a lot harder to happen now, and also most of Europe is really against, and most of the West is really against expansionism, fundamentally, so, and culturally, especially following from the lessons of World War II. So it's like this is the whole thing with like proxy wars with Ukraine and Afghan and everything. It's like, yeah, you have countries that aren't able to defend themselves or aren't as connected with the Western established nations or Eastern established nations, so that they end up being battleground countries. So World War III, I think, would look more like conflicts maybe in Africa, or India, maybe. Like, I mean, if things kicked off between India and Pakistan, but this is like the whole Middle East thing, isn't it? But I think it's unlikely that you would get a traditional like replication of what World War II looked like. I think it would be more akin to like the sort of wars that happened in the sort of 1400, you know, like going back, where it'd be like battles and things would occur, but it wouldn't be like, oh, this whole country's just taken over all these countries. It would look really different, I think. And then also like the whole online component of it, and sort of attacking countries' infrastructure remotely. I think all that would be what it would look like. I don't think it would look like a traditional war in that sense. So we just started up the arms race again. Oh dear. Well, the China-Taiwan thing as well is a bit weird. Like, it's hard to know, isn't it, really? Like, I mean, China's going to be absolutely petrified of instability, because if the Chinese population were like, oh, we don't like the government, well, they'd be absolutely screwed. So that's why the Chinese government is so like oppressive in many ways. I mean, in the past, like the revolution in China? Yeah, it's just stability, isn't it? And stuff can. Normally, there'll be like some kind of like economic shock or technology shock or cultural shock, which then causes instability, which then opens the opportunity for like revolutions, which then opens the opportunity for wars and all sorts of shit to happen. So basically, we just need to reinforce our sim rigs. We just need to build really strong sim rigs that are drone and nuclear warhead proof. It'll be fine. That's why T-Slot's such a good investment, guys. Well, that's another thing, counter debate. The whole opium war stuff and what Britain did to China with getting them addicted on opium. That's not taught in British schools. And that is insane. That whole addicted massive amounts of people to opium knowingly, intentionally, to exploit them, purely from a point of racism as well. Like, they obviously just didn't care because they're like, oh, the Chinese. That is mental. That should be taught. I don't know why that's not. Well, I know why it's not taught in schools, because it makes Britain look really bad. I would trust the British. I think we should. Wars should be fought in driving simulators. Be good fun. As long as it's a sim with good force feedback. We weren't dealing on the streets. No, even worse. We were taking it over in boats and then This is like, what do you mean dealing on the streets? Like, why? It was worse than that. We were like the cartel. All right. Would you like to try some of this powder? It's really good stuff. This. Go on, give it a try. Yeah, well, the market was already there. I don't know. I need to read some more books on it, but I'm pretty sure the English were probably guilty. I need to read up more on it, but if I was to hazard a guess, I think the Brits probably were a bit guilty on it. I would, not to be down by default on the British Empire, but normally when a country's doing like imperial stuff, it's normally not good. Like, you could just go and ask some natives of various countries. Oh no, you can't, because they're not left, because we killed them all. So it's a bit difficult. Oh dear. Hello, Chedhead. I'm going to get a cup of tea. I need a bloody burger. When's this race start? 15 minutes. I'm going to make a burger quickly, guys. So, see you guys in 15 minutes. I made a cup of tea, and then we'll do this race whilst the burger cooks. I put it in the air fryer. We'll see what happens. Frying that air. Let's all tell him to try iRacing in VR. I've done iRacing in VR. It's good. It's alright in VR. Look. Why wouldn't a burger? Well, let's see what it says. I've just put it on full heat. Okay, air fryer. How long to cook a quarter pounder in air fryer? 12 minutes. Yeah, that's what I did. $15 minutes. 180. There seems to be a lot of confusion on this. Well, it's a cheapo burger. Well, not a cheapo burger, but not like a proper burger. How do you do proper burgers? Like if you're doing like you know, a burger where you don't cook the middle. Do you get beef, but do you cut the outside of the meat off so it's just the centre of the meat, and then you mince that so it doesn't have to be cooked, like the same way that you do steak tartare? But then you'd have to use a separate knife as well. Yeah, no, I know the inside of beef is sterile, but I don't know how you cut the beef. You'd have to get it from a butcher, wouldn't you? This guy's just cutting it up. He's not cut the outside of the beef off. Yeah, how do they just go, take the risk? Yeah, I don't get how they how do you get the beef cut? I mean, raw stuff just seems pointlessly dangerous to me. Yeah, but you'd still need to cut the edge of the... You'd still need to cut the edge of the beef, because the outside of the steak...
If eating ground beef isn't safe, why would we eat steak tartare? In modern day, steak tartare is typically a recipe where the beef is raw beef mixed with raw egg yolk, capers, mustard, and other herbal spices and seasonings. But the issue is that raw beef carries bacteria called E. coli. It needs to hit a temperature of 160 degrees Fahrenheit to be killed. So why is tartare safe to eat raw? The answer is that it needs to be prepared correctly. Beef, unlike pork, has a lower chance of carrying parasites, and due to beef being a more dense meat...
Oh, I see. Yeah, the actual cut, the cut of the steak is... Yeah, they've cut the steak so the outer layers of the steak is removed. But you'd have to go to a specific butcher to do that. Yeah. Well, you wouldn't know. And then you've got like prion disease, which is even worse. Yeah, smoking. You're right, David. Well, this is the problem. This is the problem with the German wife. Germans are not the best with food. But then I like cooking, so it wouldn't be a problem. But like, why do the British have such a bad reputation with food? Like, honestly, not to knock Germany, like I do like doona kebabs. Yeah, look, I'm sorry, but like, right, best Germans is just sausage. Sausage and chips, no vegetables. Top 10 German foods. It's not sausage, it's pig. Pig with some pickles. Honestly, yeah. Look, Google top 10 German dishes. Not knocking it. Like, I like German food, but honestly, I think it's a little bit bland. Like pretzels, schnitzel, chocolate cake, apple strudel. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I think German food is categorically worse than British food. CNN, top 20 British foods. German food. Oh, I had this. This soup thing with... it was really weird. Like meatballs, but not. Here we go. Königsberger Klopsi. Named after the former East Prussian capital of Königsberg, now Killingard. This tasty dish of meatballs in a creamy white sauce with capers. It's alright, actually. Oh, yeah, Spain's alright. Spain has, like, yeah, Spanish food's okay. Spanish is pretty, like, a lot of... Not too that dissimilar to a lot of French stuff, but more like basic. Paella and things. Omelettes. All German food, as far as I can gather, is basically designed to be eaten with beer. It all makes sense if you're drunk. Like, if you know when you're drunk, like if you have like 2 pints of beer or something, 2.5, 3 pints of beer, the type of food that you'd want to eat after having about 2.5 pints of beer, that is all German food. It is all... I think all German chefs basically have had like a tankard of beer. Yeah, with the old Michelin star thing's a load of bollocks as well, isn't it? But yeah. I think Italians... I think they're just a bit... I think they're just snobby about their food, and then everyone just goes along with it. When actually it's not that good. They just oversell it. They just make a big thing out of it. That's my theory. To be fair, I have had really nice food in Italy, but still, best food I've had was in Croatia. And it was just like fish from the sea with some salad and some potatoes. Amazing. Without the snobbery of Italians. Yeah, Croatians are the best. Absolutely the best food I've ever had was in Croatia. And it was at like a bog standard, nothing special, rando restaurant. So you just turn up at, and then they serve you like the most perfectly cooked, perfectly tasting food. As in like the most, like the lowest level is the top level for UK. That's what was funny. And everyone's like, and all the women are good looking, and the weather's nice, and everyone's friendly and smiley. Basically, I'm moving to Croatia. Forget the German wife, Croatian wife. That's it. Change of plan, guys. Change of plan. I'm going for the Croatian wife. Ah. A Croatian woman would put up with me as well. I think a German woman would end up murdering me, so... Croatians are so friendly. I don't think I mean, Portugal, everyone's pretty friendly, but like... the Croatians I've bumped into have been mental friendly. Like a Sim Racing Expo, not last year, but the year before. Maybe it was last year. No, year before last. Bunch of like Croatian sim racers, and I was filming and stuff, and I bumped into them, and they were like, "Oh, are you hungry?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm quite hungry." And I was like, "Do you get some food?" And they're like, "Oh, we've got sandwiches. Do you want sandwiches with us?" So these Croatians that I'd never met, just like she pulls out sandwiches and gives me a sandwich. What's that about? I mean, that isn't that mental? That is amazing. Someone just gives you something you just bumped into, and they just give you food because you're like, oh, well, we're hungry. I mean, honestly, I've never had that happen. Yeah, but there's hospitality. I mean, British hospitality is don't make eye contact. That's London hospitality. The most unfriendly... No, I don't think Danish people are unfriendly. I think they're just reserved. I don't think I know any Danish people. I know a few Swedes. Right. Let's do this oval, and then maybe we can do some AC if you guys want to. I might have to restart the live stream on YouTube. YouTube live stream's dead. We've got 32 people lost on YouTube. YouTube hates my what thumbnail have I got?
Strength of field is 2,416.
I don't have the iRacing following on YouTube.
Tight field today. Look for opportunities.
Nobody cares about iRacing. Nobody wants that on my channel. Hello, Alex. We should do some Le Mans. I can't. Maybe we could try that RSS car. Are any of you in chat likely to buy it? If I do a thumbnail, new RSS car, and we buy it, we could try it out. It's like, is it £5? It's. I mean, I think it's good value for me personally. It's fine, but I can. It's a problem for other people. Yeah, we were just doing oval for fun. Now YouTube's just really weird with how it promotes content and for live streams. For me, I do really well with YouTube videos. They get really good views, especially given how shit my videos are. They do really, really well, like crazy well. But live streams for me are terrible on YouTube. Yeah, well, that's the difficulty, Alex. That is the difficulty. I need a camera in my kitchen so I can cook and live stream. I could probably set that up. We could create an NDI. Hello, 07 Buck. We could do a pay up. Oh, bloody hell. New poll. I've done a new poll. Yeah, I could probably set up a network camera.
One to go. Next time by.
In the kitchen. Kitchen cam. We wouldn't have any audio though. Oh, I've got a wireless microphone that'll probably work. Actually, you can NDI the audio from the camera. We'll have to try that actually. That could work. NDI is amazing, guys. Absolutely amazing. Everything should be NDI. All cameras should have NDI functionality built into them. Even if it was only 720p 60, that should be everything. Should just do NDI over Wi-Fi. It's so good. It just works. When's Watkins Glen? 6 hours. I didn't know about that. We could do that. When is it? Well, we'll probably live stream the Le Mans stuff. Hello, Thomas. How's it going? Hang on, it's a bit late. I was going to say you just come back from work, but it's 9 o'clock. We were thinking of doing some AC in a bit with maybe the new RSS car on Le Mans. I'm just making a vegetarian burger. It's not real cow meat, I promise. Totally not dead cow. It's honestly, it's vegan. It's vegan burger. It's
Green flag, green flag. Outside. Go high. Still there, hold your line.
I might do some more solo endurance stuff. I don't know.
Outside is clear.
What brand? Lidl's. Because Lidl's is well famed for vegan burgers. I think.
Stay low. There's a car on the right side. Clear up top.
Bloody hell. This garden shed's well unhinged. Oh, he's in the wall. Did you know you can't beat the meat at Lidl's? I mean... stupid. So stupid. Oh dear. So stupid. I'm proud of myself. Dear, so dumb. I don't know why that's so funny. Well, I do, but also it isn't. It's kind of stupid. It puts the image of someone in Lidl's. Oh dear. I'm proud of myself for coming up with that. You should try out for a talent show. I don't think so. I have the bad short-term memory, and I wouldn't be able to remember a set of stuff. So also it's proper depressing, the comedy circuit. For me, I'd be much better if I was going to do comedy. I would write something and make a film or something, or not stand up. I'm not very good at acting though, so that doesn't help. Well, I'm not the worst, but yeah, I'm not. There's a lot of stuff in acting that's really complicated. Inside, outside, inside, outside. Just using the wall to... That worked! I think I punted the guy in front. I had to because the car behind... The car behind was going to pump me! Ah, textbook. Nailed it. Pure skill. Pure skill. No, I had to do that. I had no choice. I had a car in my bum. No, it was perfectly legal. Robin's racing. The carnage. Yeah, well, look. I had to get through the crash, and I got rear-ended anyway, so I did what I had to do, you know. Oh, here comes the... This is for the people... The polars. What a drive. Was that a 0x or was it a 4x? No, you can't report me. It was a good move. We could win this, but this is how we get the win, oval racing. How have I been streaming for 5 hours? Even noticed.
Outside, clear. You're gaining on the car in front. The gap is 3.2 seconds.
I think if I was American, I could have been like a really famous oval driver. I think we could have been big. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, Thomas. It's not loading for some reason. I would have been huge. Yeah, I'd have been like up there with the other big names. I don't know who the I don't know who they are. Who's a big name in oval? They're not famous. They just use a big font for the name. Oh, it's the same thing. Infamous, famous, loved, hated. What's the point of being alive if you haven't had a few UN resolutions against you? Do you know what I mean? Steakhouse Jr. Tony Kanan's Brazilian. He's not American. Or maybe he is now. I don't know. I don't know if he's dual citizenship. So if you win the Indy 500, do you get an American? Do you get a bald eagle?
Still there, hold your line. Still there, hold your line. Outside is clear.
Bottle of milk. That's not milk. They haven't told the drivers what it really is. Is it a coincidence that there's a donor clinic next to the racetrack? Coincidence or... Driving into the wall. Oh, bloody hell. Seating up. It's hotting up, guys. What a drift. Oh, the understeer! Oh dear. Okay, I'll just let him go. He's got good pace. Maybe we can follow him. Yeah, Tony Kanan's a Brazilian legend. Foda-se. He's the Pastel de Nata. Although it's actually called something else in Brazil. This is still less bumpy than the average Tory council street in the UK. LOL! Oh, my tyres are gone. It's a disaster. We did so well. Natalie Santos. Oh dear. It's alright, they'll crash in front of us and we'll get the place back. Woo! Get that. That is a typical oval Brit move, that. Legendary move. That's how Brits do it. Woo!
Stay sharp.
coming back. We've got active. Look at his pace. We just need one place for the pole.
Car outside. Clear.
Why is he doing that? He's a back marker. That's not my fault. He's totally in the way. I just drove into him. Skill. Come on. Come on. Whoa. What a Brexit. No, don't block my speedy light. Oh, what a shit. Oh!
Still there.
He blocked my speedy exit. That was very close. Oh, come on. Come on.
White flag, white flag. Car outside.
Woo!
Clear.
Just do it.
Oh, thank you. Ah, I couldn't get any more. We'll have to make do with fifth. That was good though. Thank you very much. What was that? A sub?
Flag, checker
Nico
flag.
ACC, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime.
Nice run.
Really appreciate the support, man. Woo! That was good. That was a good shuffle, I thought. I think we did all right there. Good driving. Yeah. It's pretty good. I think we earned an American burger from that. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, the drivers were driving not stupid as well, which just helps. I like the move for the guy that was stuck in the traffic was the best move. Yeah, Tim, they're working on it, but yeah, they're working on it. It's difficult because it's an active game and it's an old engine, and so they do actually have about 2 years ago they employed a whole bunch of new people to work on core stuff. I saw that, Josh, yeah, like people grasping at straws. Oh, it's a screenshot of a car gear stick. Oh, how can we make this news? The hype, the hype and the anticipation for something that's not for like it's a new sim. It's hilarious. I think you can clearly see. You can clearly see from the gear stick that the car's got bad physics. I should do a video on that actually. In-depth analysis preview of AC Evo from the gear stick photograph, saying how you can clearly see that the game's got bad physics, and that it's a simcade, and that the car's understeering. Right, just gonna get my burger, guys. Back in a second. Why is the burger? The burger's not going to be tough as a rock because I had a timer on it. It's a perfectly adequate burger. It's alright. No. You might not know this, Novotny, because you might not have worked it out yet, but basically there's these things called timers, and what you do is you use them to control how long the oven stays on. And the great thing about that is that when you're using the oven, you don't have to be there and watch it. So all those years where you've been making food and sat there watching it, you could have just used the timer that turns it off when it's not cooking. And then, this is going to change your life, this knowledge. Well, that's the thing with air fryers. Yes, they do pretty much instantly cool down. That's the amazing power of an air fryer. Unlike a insulated convection oven, when it stops, it stops. And this is once again another blessed message from the Church of Air Frying and Force Feedback. One day you'll understand. Right, do you know what? We need to restart the stream on YouTube. What should we do in Assetto Corsa? What could we do? I'll just try to change the thumbnail and see what happens. We need a link to the track. Find a thumbnail here. made myself 2 burgers because I'm a fatty. You definitely need a gherkin in a burger. Wow. I sit around like no one else does. No one sits around like me. Who wants to join us for AC? But nobody wants to join. Nobody wants to play. I mean, should we get the new RSS car? Have a look. Who's in the football? Germany versus Sweden. Hang on. Ah, Scotland's getting battered. Oh no. Scotland's getting absolutely destroyed. Hang on, is it the first game happened to be today? Why was it Scotland versus Germany? Tomorrow's Hungary, Switzerland, Spain, Croatia, Italy, Albania. Poland, Holland, Denmark. Yeah. Let's have a look at this car. MPH protected. Buy now. It's $3.99. MPH ProTech P96 V8. This is the MPH ProTech P96 V8 for the PC version of Assetto Corsa. I bet people have bought it on console and gone, oh, why can't I use it? One highly detailed vehicle, CSP and standard physics data, Lua display, technical physics capabilities such as brake migration, one high quality authentic engine sound, only one, 7 highly detailed liveries. The new P96 V8 from RSS. But like, thing is, if we buy it, what you do, like one race and then no one joins because you have to buy a car. Exactly, that's the problem. It could be like the best thing ever, but there's no way to race it, so. The car debate's a bit delayed. The burger was fine. What's this? Everything Ultimate? Oh, every year they do a. I don't know what to do, guys. Right, if we do this Porsche in AC, ain't nobody gonna. There'll be like 2 people that get it. If we don't, no, nobody wants to play. Nobody. Everyone's boring. Just boring. Boring stream. Boring streamers. Boring streamer. Well, because the YouTube live stream was set to iRacing. I'll make a server. Let's see how many people go in. The problem is it would be fun to drive the RSS car, but if I do, nobody will join because 3 people will have bought it, and then 4 people will be like, well, how do I buy it? Is it worth getting? You know how it goes. You know how it goes every single time. Oh dear. Every single time it's the same thing. It's so predictable. Oh, I'm going to buy it. Shall I buy it? Yeah. Oh, no, you never race it. Look. We'll put a Kunos car on here, and then it's oh, it's always the same cars and tracks. Oh. Why are you not racing the car that I want to race? put a server up. We'll see what happens. Where did we finish in the last one? We got 5th, right? Yeah. I did. Shut up. We did get 5th. No, right, I'll check the results. We did get 5th. Shut up, did we not get 5th? Yeah, we got 5th. So shut up. It's on the screen here. 5th place. Get out, you. How dare you try and rig the results. Typical Novotny. Yeah, but that's because I did some epic overtakes, didn't I? Right, servers up. Fake. It's a fake. It's a fake. Hang on, I need to reset the server because there's a bug. Longford. We should get the Le Mans from LFM. Is that a good? What's a good version of Le Mans? I think I've already got some actually. Like, there's only 7 people registered to Champion Joe's race, which starts in 25 minutes. And then, oh, there's 100 people registered to the MX-5 at Donington. Ah, we could do the next Dono race. That's at 10. Right, here we go. Oh yeah, I wanted to try some motion blur settings and see what it looked like. Because I had no idea. Yeah, I don't know how the motion blur works in this. Try it. Because I think if you actually add edge of screen motion blur only, so like if you didn't have any motion blur for stuff that's in front of you, so you limit the motion blur to the side of the screen, I think that could actually work quite well from a development perspective and also still not be annoying and also replicate how stuff actually looks with your eyes in real life. No, but as you go faster, you should get motion blur. You do get motion blur in real life. You just don't. Your brain automatically blurs stuff together. Oh, you see, this is how it messes up. When you turn like this, it totally messes up. So you can't really use it. Because the motion blur needs to be limited to objects passing past you, but not turning left and right. Right, let's turn it off. That did not work. You know, nobody's joining because it's just too much for them, guys. It's too much for them. You cannot go from iRacing to Assetto Corsa as a live streamer. You have to bloody only play one simulator. The way it works for live streaming, you have to just play one sim all the time on one track. That's what people want. I know I did, Josh. We were watching it earlier. We were explaining how hilarious it is. You have to not play iRacing. No, people love iRacing because it's like, oh, will the bold British man get wound up by the physics or some weird stuff? Will we gain some iRating? Will we climb up through iRating and beat other drivers? Will there be some shouting? People love that. People love that sort of stuff. Is it Formula One? Let's do Formula One. Has he beaten this driver's name that we know? That's what they want. I'm going to play Flight Sim. All you guys. Well, I'm just going to play Flight Sim. I'm going to plug my joystick in. I don't get it. I make YouTube videos. They get shitloads of views for what are terrible videos. My videos are awful and they do really well. But live streaming, where I'm like doing improv, making jokes, reading chat as a weirdo dyslexic, putting 1,000 times more effort into it. Oh no, we don't hosting servers, getting the best content. Oh no, we don't want that. Oh God. Everyone wants you to do the most boring thing possible. Yeah, the iRacing thing is because it's... people have bought into iRating and the context of it. And it to be fair, it is good. Like, you know, there's a race. People are trying to win the race. But then a lot of people have also got iRating and are trying to get better. So it's that whole thing. That's a whole context that people buy into. Whereas something like AC, it's like it's really fun to drive and you're having a race, but it's like, oh, well, it's not ranking in the most serious sim. So as a result, people are like, well, you know, I don't care. Like they're not invested in the result. So it's like with football, people are like, oh, it's England and I'm English, so I want to see England win. So they're invested in the result, but they don't generally. They don't generally watch other countries' games because they don't actually like football. They just want to see their team win. It's always the most basic human stupidity that's the most popular stuff. You would join, but you don't. Get a Sim Child. It's a product I made 12 years ago. Yeah, what's the purpose? What's the point if you don't have a number? What is the point? If it's just fun, what's that? What's that about? Oh, football's all right, they were calling. But no, I get it. I understand the structure. I can see why the structure. So this is why, like, ACC is quite good for streaming. Like, the structure of an endurance race works well for live streaming, as does real racing. In that you're like, oh, there's a race taking place. What position are they in? There's a narrative structure. So that's the thing with iRacing. They're doing a race. Everyone already knows the race structure is like a 20-minute race. Everybody already knows that the goal is to get I rating, and they've bought into getting I rating as they think it's a skill related thing, even though it's not. And then you have the race, and where are they doing in that race, right? So as a narrative structure, it works well. Whereas if you're just playing, if you're just doing a sprint race or something in another game, there's no narrative structure to get average people to want to just watch it, if that makes sense. So I get it, but outside of yeah, I mean, the problem is AC for race just isn't as popular for racing as it like Gran Turismo, ACC, or anything else. So even if you do proper races in it, it doesn't. People don't buy into it. So then from a sort of streamer perspective, you're then from a thing of like, oh, people just want to see what the latest news is. But obviously AC is never updated by the developer, so there's no real interest in that. Oh dear. There is no angle to approach it from. I mean, we do good racing with subs, and that's good fun. But as a way to, like, you know, just instantly get everyone in there with different content, there is no way we can get like a 20-car RSS server going. Golden Age. Yeah, it's the same problem that like rally games have as well. Like you see like people streaming rally stuff, like Quirk, even myself, and there's a whole bunch of people that play rally, and it doesn't work from a viewer perspective, really. There's no like tension, because it's like, oh yeah, you're trying to go as fast as possible, but the viewer doesn't really know what the actual target time is, and there's no like tension of who's behind and who's in front. You can do leagues, but then it's kind of not really understood. I think that narrative thing is important, actually. Like that's why the Formula 1 game kind of works when people are playing through the season. Someone tunes in and they're like, even against AI, they're like, oh, how well are they doing against the AI and their season progress? So there's a greater context, structural narrative, same as like I rating. Are they getting higher overall I rating? So that's the overall structural narrative. And then you have like the narrative of the race as a sort of a median scale narrative. and then you have the narrative of the absolute moment of what overtake's happening right then. And I think that's what you need, is like you need the overall rating or overall narrative. It's not going to be fulfilled within a day or 2 or 3 or even a week. And then you need the median narrative, which is the goal that will happen within an hour or so. And then you need the stuff that's happening within the immediate time. That's the sort of trifecta of what makes something good to watch. The same stuff works for like plot narratives in like Netflix series. How you have the difference between like an individual Star Trek episode where everything takes place in that 45 minutes, which I think that's really good. But then it doesn't draw people to come back the next day to then grow an audience for them to see where the plot's going. So modern series, the plots go through a whole season basically, normally like 2 seasons. Let's say a whole season plot is one sort of narrative arc is a season, generally speaking. So a person's watching for that episode and they've just discovered new aliens or whatever, but then they also want to see the character development. You know, how's this relationship going? Where are they? Are they getting home or something? Whatever. And that's the greater narrative arc. And then obviously the immediate thing that's currently happening. It's the same. That's the same structure. It's a very optimal structure for viewership of things. So I think you have to have rating in a driving sim for that to really operate, and then also people need to buy into it. Gerard Paul, editing a race to be 60 seconds, I actually think could be quite a compelling. If you edit down your races into 60 second TikToks, hello Johnny, I think you could actually you really could get quite popular shorts by doing that. Just cut all the fat away, show like 5 to 10 seconds for 2 or 3 main overtakes at the best ones, and the result, the start position, the two or 3 major overtakes, and the result. And I think that would engage someone for 60 seconds to get through the entirety of a YouTube short or something. It's not a bad idea, but it would be quite time consuming to edit down, and you'd also need to do quite a few races to get ones where you'd want to start at the back. Main plot iRacing, subplot AC. Well, so this is the thing. I was trying to think of like challenges and stuff to do, and like you need like, for what is a compelling challenge for a live stream is like doing the iRacing 5k iRating is a good challenge, because you're like, I don't know if you can do it. It's something that takes between a week and a month, and then you've got the individual races, you know, and there's progress. That's a good structure. Problem is, once you've done that with iRating, you know that it's a load of bollocks, so it's not really compelling to do again. Or even to do a higher iRating. It's not really. If the sim was good, it would be, but like once you know how shit it is, it doesn't really work. Yeah, we've done that, Tom Pom. We've done winning X number of things in a row, but it's not it's too arbitrary. So for viewers to buy into stuff, you need to pick something that a viewer would find compelling themselves and doesn't seem totally arbitrary. So like completing a video game is something that conceptually everybody understands. So that makes sense as a general challenge, like 100% completing a game or something is conceptually something that people get, and so that works as a larger arc. That's the equivalent of getting X amount of iRating or something. But then we've completed AC. So we've done that. I mean, that was good fun. I think that was really good. Yeah. I was trying to think of stuff that we could do in Microsoft Flight Sim, but Well, no, because those games are terrible, counter debate. Yeah, I was thinking of stuff to do in Microsoft Flight Sim, but the problem is, like with Flight Sim 24, I think it could be quite good because there's actual gameplay in it. But with the current Flight Sim, it's all just the same thing. Like, it's all take off from an airport, move a plane and land, and there's no like jeopardy in it at all. That's the good thing with an endurance race. Has the jeopardy of where you're currently positioned. If you do like a 6 hour or 24 hour, well, 24 hour race I think are too long, but like a 3 to 6 hour race is a really good. That's really good for live streaming. Yeah, but Deej TV, it's all just weird role playing bollocks. There's no consequences in fact sim, and it's all fake. It's all like self-enforced, so it's not like a person's actually playing against the game. It's just yeah, and there's no like metric to it. It's just, and nothing happens if you do anything wrong unless you're just trolling, but it's just boring. Yeah, the problem is, again, that's totally arbitrary. Kowalski. Yeah, nobody plays Richard Burns Rally anymore. So Richard Burns Rally's too good. That's the problem. Good games are banned. Yeah, no, all those pilot things are not part of the official game, so it doesn't work. So again, people don't know. It's totally arbitrary. It has to be like an official thing. So like in Gran Turismo, getting gold in all the challenges, or 100% completing AC, or 100% completing Gran Turismo. That's why that works well, because everybody knows Gran Turismo and it's the official thing. Whereas like career mode mods, like on air and what have you, it's totally arbitrary, because if you wanted to, you could cheat at it, and it's not, it's not part of the actual game. So it's, yeah, it's not. It doesn't work. It all has to be in the game. So these things can work quite well with Flight Sim 24. It's like in Euro Truck Sim, because it's part of the game, people can get on board with, oh, you've got this far in the game and you've unlocked this. Oh, I played the game and I unlocked it this far. So conceptually, every player of Euro Truck Sim understands the progress and the value or the point of that progress and what it equates to. Yeah, like, well, it's like ranking in AC as well. It's like if someone goes, wow, you can use LFM, or you can do you could run leagues, or it's like, yeah, that's completely irrelevant. It has to be part of the game, so everybody is on the same page. Like, that's what it has to be. Like, it's really weird that some people don't understand this, that nature of official. It's weird that people don't get it, because there's Coca-Cola brands that taste better than Coca-Cola, but they're not the official Coca-Cola. There's knockoff brands of Nike backpacks or Gucci or whatever that are better quality than Nike, but it doesn't matter, because the whole point is people latch onto frameworks or knowledge of a specific thing. That is what they're buying into, not the objective components of what's better or worse. So, It's a shared experience thing as well, which is part of the value. This is a really nice track. We've got people joining this. I mean, AC is fantastic to just drive. The problem is, something being fun to play doesn't necessarily translate into an entertaining live stream. So, oh dear. Why are all the bad things popular? It's so frustrating. Gran Turismo, F1, iRacing, like stuff that's actually objectively worse is always more popular. This is Longford. Like, Richard Burns Rally, from a player's perspective, or even Dirt Rally, is incredible from a player's perspective, and like just as a what you're doing. Way better than track driving. Well, it's not that an average person enjoys average content. It's that marketing and brand is more important than the objective components of things. No, Jimmy built an audience by appealing to the Gran Turismo audience by completing Gran Turismo. By completing all the old Gran Turismos. So if you manage to capture an audience of a console game, you can drag that audience to other things. I'm not saying that's easy. Jimmy's a great streamer. He did a really good job. But that's how he built his audience. Like, I built my audience through Project Cars and through other stuff as well, which means that I can then play games that are less popular and we do still get people joining them. But what someone like... So like Jardier, for example, could play something other than ACC now and he'd still get pretty good viewership. But that's not because of the audience of the thing that he's doing. It's because he's built an audience by building an audience through ACC. Or even when Quirk, for example, he's built an audience through iRacing. He can play Richard Burns Rally and he'll still get 100 viewers, which is shit for him, but like pretty amazing for a Richard Burns Rally stream. So that's not to do with the streamers. It's to do with the streamer having built an audience through something popular already. Yeah, Jardier's a legend, by the way. I don't watch his live streams, but I know him in real life reasonably well. I've been to quite a few events with him. He's a much better guy in real life than he is in his live streams. He's hilarious. Genuinely awesome. And funny. I always say this. It's a shame he's not as funny in his live streams. He's friendly in everything in his live streams, but he's genuinely really funny in real life, and it doesn't come across in his live streams. Like, he's friendly, engaging. He's actually genuinely a funny person in real life. He's actually genuinely funny, and it does not come across in his live streams at all. Yeah, the personality of building an audience is just being anodyne, agreeable, and negging people. That's the personality part of building an audience. But that's a whole separate thing. But yeah, the problem is, unless you're willing to play games that are objectively shit, Formula 1, iRacing, they're not totally shit. No, you can have fun with it. They're not totally shit, but you know what I mean. Unless you're like the worst things are generally much more popular. So, and even within the context of AC or anything, the more boring stuff tends to be the more popular stuff. And even in the context of sports and activities, Formula 1 is really, really popular, but it's all to do with superfluous stuff from Drive to Survive. It's not because of the actual intrinsic activity of the thing. Occasionally there's a rare moment where there's an overlap between something genuinely being good and it also having a good like audience and traction. That occasionally happens. It's very rare, but occasionally it happens. Right, here we go. We're going racing here. F1's been shit since 2007. Basically, since they introduced DRS, and also since they got rid of refueling. 2000. I remember the last. Occasionally, you get okay races, very rarely, but basically, it was when Robert Kubica left Formula One. That was that's when it. Although, was it 21 was hilarious with Verstappen and Hamilton. That last race made it all worthwhile. Oh, shut up, Skywilk. You're just old. Well, Michael Schumacher, when he went back into it as well, Michael Schumacher, Kubica would actually try and overtake, and it'd be worthwhile to some extent. But yeah, basically, after about 2005, 2006, it got rubbish. That was the end. Why would anyone want refueling back? Well, for a start, having Ferrari drag the fuel hose down the pit lane and people having to jump over the snake of the fuel hose, are you not telling me that wasn't hilarious? I mean, come on. That was probably one of the best, most ridiculous things I've ever seen. Formula car dragging a huge fuel hose. Come on. That was amazing. That was like so funny. So stupid. That's what I watch motorsport for. Is absolutely hilarious stuff. Just the ridiculous moments. All the way down the pit lane. You didn't notice. Oh dear. People rolling on the pit lane. Well, not good times for them, but it's visually spectacular. Right. The fact is, the danger. Like, why are you acting like you really care about Formula One drivers and pit crew and stuff when you probably don't care? Like, there's loads of marshals that die all the time from loose tyres and weird stuff. And every day people are dying from NHS waiting lists and from basic day-to-day stuff. And there's people in chronic pain that can't get basic treatment. And there's, you know... So, why? Obviously, you probably don't care about those things really that much. But for some reason, we get, like, super sensitive about people that have voluntarily chosen to do a dangerous sport where they know all the risks and occasionally it's dangerous. Like, you know, it's like someone chooses to go base jumping and then sometimes the parachute doesn't open. Well, they chose to do it, so it's up to them. So... like, it's like Isle of Man TT. You know, someone's died. It's like, well, yeah, well, it's dangerous track. They know it's dangerous. But guess what? It's Isle of Man TT. It's insane. It's absolutely mental. So yeah, let's not go, oh, we can't do the Isle of Man TT because it's too dangerous because some riders die. It's like, yeah, they know they can die. So they choose to do it if they want to. The argument against, like, constantly making... I'm not saying that you shouldn't make Formula 1 safe, but at the end of the day, you need refueling because you need to be able to drag a fuel hose down the start-finish line. They still do refueling in bloody oval racing, and they don't have all the pit crews behind walls, and they come into the pit lane driving like lunatics. So they do that in oval. But, and also, the only reason people give a shit about drivers and race team safety is purely business. Like, they don't. It's not because all of a sudden capitalism's empathetic towards people's health. It's purely a case of there's big brands behind this activity, and if like a Formula 1 driver gets seriously injured, it looks bad for the brand. They're perfectly happy advertising energy drinks and gambling, which is responsible for hundreds of thousands of deaths every year. That's fine, but oh, God forbid the pit stops are a little bit dangerous. I mean, come on, guys. Get me on the rant. Where's he going? Ow, I can't drive. Ow, ow, ow. Circular wheel needed. Thanks for following. Yeah, there'd be no accidents at all. Yeah, they need to completely get rid of DRS because, right, you could say, well, no one can overtake because of the draft and stuff. It's like, well, actually, that's not true. We've seen in races where a much faster car has been stuck behind a slower car and DRS has not been active, and they have to do an aggressive overtake and try and get past. Fine. And then in the scenario where they're stuck because the car is basically match speed, well, what's worse, being stuck behind them and then trying and making mistakes or whatever, or just pushing a button and having a free pass? Surely being stuck behind them and then maybe there being a safety car eventually, or going all in and knowing that you then, if you do get it, also the knowledge that if you do manage to get in front of a faster car, that means that you can hold them off, would mean that drivers would go absolutely apeshit in the first 2 laps after a safety car or at the race start, because they would be like, once I'm in front, they really cannot overtake without DRS, or it's so, you know. So as a result, anytime there's any safety car or any race start or anything, the drivers would drive mental. So DRS is the dumbest thing ever. It's actually worse having it than not having it. It only exists, the single reason it exists is so that on paper people can go, superficially we've had overtakes, so it's been a really fun race. That is it. That is purely for capitalism. That is it. It's for the illusion of presenting that racing has taken place when it hasn't. So, there you go. DRS is the worst thing that ever happened. The only thing that you could possibly have is maybe some kind of push-to-pass system. That should be all you're allowed. You should not... DRS just shouldn't exist. Yeah, huge error. DRS is the worst thing that ever happened to Formula 1. The law, yeah, DRS banned. Ban on DRS. We can all agree DRS illegal. Glad we've fixed that. Also, right, they need to remove all the electronic shit that they've got in Formula cars. That all needs to be gutted out. Forget that. DRS needs to be removed. They can use whatever fuel they want, and then all the green energy stuff should be put into the transport of the stuff around the world. Like, not the cars, but all the trucks and everything should be all using biofuel. All the catering, all the F1 event stuff should all be all sustainable, and the ticket prices and stuff should all go into initiatives that help investment into green initiatives, all that stuff. But the cars themselves should be the noisiest, lightest, closest thing to a go-kart as possible. Right, that's it. I've just fixed Formula 1. I've fixed Formula 1. It was that easy. Done. Idiot in a sim rig has fixed Formula 1. Oh, why is that not happening? Could it be that there's some late-stage capitalist interests that ruin everything? Oh, it could be that. It could be that capitalism is actually pretty shitty. Ah! Ooh. Today's a rant day. terrible. Capitalism. I blame everything on capitalism. Everything. Even myself. This live stream's capitalism. Look what happened. Look what happens. Rampage. All drivers, same car. Yep, that's the other rule. No, we've worked this out as well. They've decided that they're going to have 2 races. Constructors' Championship is with constructor cars on the Sunday, and that's the big pivotal race. That's the Constructors' Championship. Drivers' Championship is on the Saturday or the Friday, and that uses F2 or whatever. It doesn't matter. Spec car, even Indigo. It doesn't matter. Whatever. It's a spec car, and the Drivers' Championship can be used as a metric for which teams then get to pick the drivers for the Constructors' Championship as well. And then there you go. Right. Once again, Game of Muscle has made Formula 1 a million times better. Why don't they do this? It so obviously would be better. It's so obvious. Just finished GCSEs. Oh, sorry that you've failed them all. Yeah, I'm sorry. Your life's only going to get worse. From GCSEs onwards, life just gets worse and worse. You're probably in a naive state of feeling like life's improved. You're probably like, oh, I've done my GCSEs. Maybe I'll do an A-level in the future. Maybe I'll have a career. No, you won't. You won't, because your future's been sold to investors. Hang on, it's like a rally stage. What's he doing there? Now, good job finishing your GCSEs. Well done. I mean, you might have failed them all, but, you know. Rose-tinted glasses argument. What's that? Oh, what? When people say, old, you're just nostalgic over over old Formula 1. It's like, well, no, you can load up any arbitrary old Formula 1 race and compare it to modern ones, and even if they're not close, just watching the onboards is so much better. Like, it's not. That's really weird. You know, when you complain about modern Formula 1 and they go, oh, but Marcus Schumacher won so many races, or they go, oh, there's no overtakes. Oh, these cars won by like 2 laps, and not all races were close. It's like, yeah, but it didn't matter, because it's like the Isle of Man TT. It doesn't matter that they're not side by side. It's insane. You could just watch an onboard of them driving, and it's better because they're actually legitimately driving. I've just missed the corner. I'm not legitimately driving. Oh, bloody hell. Lost 2 places. If you squint, Tony Cornero's name looks like Tarquini. It's Tarquini! And Mansell has crashed into the back of Tarquini. And it looks like, yes, Tarquini is out of the race. Tarquini! Is it? Yes. 3rd time. Yeah, the corners all look the same here. Because Australia, they need to put a kangaroo on the corner. It's a nice looking track though, isn't it? I like how the corners just... he caught it. It's not iRacing. Yeah, shall we... What time does Le Mans start tomorrow? Is it 12? Is it midday? Well, it'll be like 1 AM if it's French. Midday. Or is it like 2 or something? Well, hello. Right, what? Well done, guys. Well done, M. Stiffel, M. Vandis, D. Adams, Cheded. Where are we going to next? Oh, it starts at 4 PM. It's weird, isn't it? So what's that? 4 PM French time, yeah. Right, let's get another server up here. Who wants to join us in AC? Just join. I just make servers. Have I got I should have Le Mans track. I've got the Forza Motorsport 7 version. Should we do that? Yeah, okay. We'll do it with the AC LMP one. I'm doing it with the. Have you guys got a link to the Le Mans? The Le Mans. Reboot. Hang on, can I just? I could zip it up. Hang on, I'll create it. I'll sort it out. Is that the right one though that you just linked? Which version is this? Yeah, it says that, but like, who is it that's made it? I think we've already got this, but okay, we can link to this. I'll just put it in the chat, in the description. Is this by Tiago Lima conversion? I've just put it in the description. Oh dear. Le Mans 2017, this has come up as. I now have like 5 versions of Le Mans. Oh dear. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's this one. I already had it. It's fine. Right, so we'll put. Oh shit! I need to do it on a different. Let's do it with this. We'll do Le Mans circuit, and then I'll put the AC. I don't, but I got a lot of space. I'm just I have a lot of hard drive space. I think I've got like across my network, I have like 6 terabytes, probably more than that actually. Probably like 10 terabits. But on this PC, it has 2 terabits. So I always overbuy space, and then AC's. If you do video editing and video recording, AC's not the. It's always video files that take up all the space, and then when I run out of space, I just delete them all. I had a really big on my other system. I had a huge hard drive for Ortho for XP. So what you do is you for X-Plane to have photo terrain, you use Google Maps, and you scrape Google Maps data, and then it download the textures, and then it saves it, and then puts it into the flight sim. And that was like I had shitloads of that. I'd leave that running for a week, and then I'd have the whole of Europe at quite a high resolution. which is pretty good. So that piece has got way too much space in it for that. Yeah, it can be good for people that have smaller hard drives. So what car? What car is a good AC Le Mans car? We should do. We could mix it up. We could have like we could have a vintage one and a new one. Which is the AC one? I'll link the server. It's the Porsche, isn't it? We don't want too many cars, so I don't want to divide the grid up. Is it the hybrid? The 919 2016? What's the 962? The 919 hybrid 2016, and then what's another? We could put the Mazda 787B in. These are not balanced cars at all. Well, you kind of want, if you're doing multi-class, you just want two. What's another endurance car that's part of AC that's good? I mean, a vintage one would be fun. Like a really old versus the Porsche 919 versus like a really old one. Like the like when the like the 908. Did the GT1 car do Le Mans? The Porsche 911 GT198. That did Le Mans, didn't it? 91730. Oh, the Spider. Yeah, that car's insane to drive. Yeah, I could put that in. Yeah, I'll put that in, and then yeah, there we go. We can have vintage versus new. This car's insane. Both of these are mental to drive, and then hopefully we should be able to get about 35 cars on here, and then we could have one go-kart. Now let's put these in, and then we'll see how it goes. See, it's a shame that you can't in AC. If you hosted a server, it's a shame that there's no way to run mod stuff, and then not like for someone to be able to have the mod, be able to see a template of the mod car without them driving it. So if they could see the visual model, so that you could then do multi-class races without having to own the car, because that's always a really big problem. Oh, we'll find out, won't we? We've got a grid of both these cars. So the Le Mans track is in the description. I've put 40 cars on here. This is not going to work. 20. So we got 20. Let's do 30 cars. We'll have 15 Porsche 991 hybrids, and then 15 of the other one. There you go, 15 of each. And then we can make the race. We can make the race 24 minutes. That's only gonna be like 4 laps, though. No, it's like three minutes a lap. Ah, that's gonna be like 5 laps. That's all right. And then, or maybe even more. It'll be like 7 laps. Well, we can always do a longer race afterwards. We'll see how this goes. And then people can just share setups. Yeah, 8 laps, give or take, because these are quite fast cars actually, aren't they? Right, servers up. It's called Gamer Muscle Live Le Mans. Actually, just give me a second. I've had a stupid idea. Hold. I've had a stupid idea. I mean, all my ideas are pretty stupid, but please hold. Alright, here we go. We're ready. Let's go. Servers up. Hang on. Alright. Okay. We'll see if this works. It should work. Oh, no. Wait. So I've got to restart the server. Right, it's up now. I did turn the password off. Yeah, no, I thought about doing that counter debate, but the problem is, I'd have to pay for a server, and a good server would end up costing £15-20 a month, and B, it would be empty apart from when I live stream, so I might as well only do the server whilst I'm live streaming. So that's why. Look at this. What a car. No one's going to join after all that. After setting up the best Le Mans server ever, nobody's going to join. Like, no other streamer is doing this. Nobody's offering possibly the best ever Le Mans server in Assetto Corsa, and this is what you get. This is why people just play Formula 1. Welcome to sim racing. Le Mans. Ah! I can't even leave the pit lane safely. Nailed it. Le Mans. That's how you leave the pit. Nailed it. How fast is this? I mean, imagine driving this type of car back in the day. You know that the wheel could just fall off and that's it, you're done. Like, the car could just fall apart at any point in time. Like, they weren't the best built. Any second, something could catastrophically fail, and you're in an aeroplane without any wings. Well understood. I need a different setup. How is he so much faster? Absolute joke. Get out. Bloody hell, he's lifting off the ground. It's just taking off. Doesn't have the best brakes on this. Tight corners. Jesus. Yeah, the impossible to lock brakes. Hang on a minute. We do seem to be locking. This is a very understeery car. Is he going full pelt? Ah, I can't turn. What? Does not want to go through corners, this. Oh, okay. Oh. I think we need a better setup. I am trail braking, but these are corners where you want to be on the throttle. Trail brake your face in a minute.
The pace car is out of
Thanks for
control.
following. Welcome. I don't get hardly any money from YouTube commercials as well. That's what I don't get. They're all right on videos, but on live streams, they don't seem to really get that much. It's a fail all the way down. Yeah, anyone can join the server. Just search for Game of Muscle. It should come up. Someone can create an invite link. I need a cup of tea. Thanks, Thomas. There it is. I'll put one Alfa Romeo in there. Not Alfa Romeo. What am I saying? And a bath. Just one a bath. He's just there, trundling around. Oh, that was worth it. Multi-class, 15 prototypes. Ow! And one 70s a bath. Yeah, it's Le Mans 2017 on Race Department. It's in the description on YouTube. Just refresh YouTube and then go to the track list. Oh, that won't count. But I might try a different setup. No, I think this might just be this car. Might as well use a circular rim whilst we're here. Thank you. There you go. Oh, we got 16 people in here. There's 30 slots. It's weird how much of a difference a round wheel makes. And also how much difference a heavier wheel makes. I forgot to brake. Whoops. Forgot where we were on the track then. Hello, Geoda. Maybe we should just do more vintage racing in general. I mean, the only thing I can think of that would really work with AC from a live streaming perspective is if we basically do like try and do 1 hour races effectively, and then maybe do it with vintage cars or something. I can see that working quite well for viewership in general. Or like me getting a boob job as well. That's another thing. I just like, we just need AC Evo. Like, AC's dead. In terms of wider audience, AC's dead. The only people playing AC are people that know it's awesome. Or people driving around motorways. Well, that's it, Dom. Yeah, that was the big problem. Is that you do end up with a bunch of people that just quit after 15 minutes. So you have to. The way you can offset that is by having a larger grid, and then you're like, okay, let's say you got a 40 car grid, and you expect 15 people to disconnect. So this is why actually having a 50 car grid or something can work really well, because you still, even after people quit or crash, you still have a good number of cars to race against. Oh, I need to. The gearing's not good on this. Oh, that's a good idea, Gioda. Yeah, each gear's quite big on this. Yeah, I do. It's hard. It's like getting people to stick around for it, and then you have a lot of people in AC because there's no ranking. There's no like motivation for them to keep going. Even though ranking's completely pointless, don't really mean anything. AC, it is dead. From a wider market perspective, it's totally dead. It's like Richard Burns Rally. There's a lot of people playing it, but from like a expanding into new audiences perspective, is dead. Yeah, AMS 1 is dead. AMS 2 is basically dead. R Factor 2, LMU's not quite dead, even though it's got less players. But LMU still has development, active development. So it still has people are like, oh, I wonder what's changing, and you know, maybe it might come to console eventually or something. But yeah. You need games on console as well as PC. AC's more active than iRacing. No, not really. I mean, it is in terms of leagues and stuff, but not in terms of wider market. Like you can tell how active a game is from how many viewers live streamers will get. So if you go on Twitch and you search for numbers of people playing a game currently, that actually filters out people that are botting and what have you, and it gives you a good overview of how active an actual game is, especially for multiplayer. It's quite a good metric for what games are currently active. I'm not Scottish, Lorenzo. I support Germany, so your boys. In what way would, first of all, how would they be my boys? And do I look like I talk like Novotny? Yeah, as I say, videos are a different thing. Most of the videos with millions of views is people watching videos. It's not for playing the game. It's for oh look, is it a realistic car? Oh, you know what I mean? It's completely separate to the actual game. It's oh look at that modded road car. I like road cars. It's not oh what's it actually like to play, or are we actually playing it, or are we watching someone just play the game? It doesn't. Why are you arguing with me? Do you not think that I might know this? Do you think someone that's probably one of the biggest Assetto Corsa players, with one of the biggest fan bases of Assetto Corsa on YouTube, who live streams Assetto Corsa probably more than anyone else, might know what games are more or less active? In a generalised sense. Yeah, if I say it's dead, that's it. King Muscle. Yeah, mate, Jimmy has an audience that he's grown through getting console players and building an audience. He could be playing Pac-Man 3D and he would still have 1,000 viewers. He could be talking about anything and he would still have 1,000 viewers. Again, like Quirk, who has an audience from playing iRacing, can play Richard Burns Rally and he'll still get 100 or so viewers. It doesn't mean that Richard Burns Rally isn't like really borderline dead. It means that a streamer's got an audience. Jimmy could like he has like a weird cult following. So he could just film himself farting in the bathtub, and that would be like world news. Oh, you're not in your shed, and you've got a bathtub, and you farted in it. Okay, let's repost that all over the internet. That's what happens. That's influencer land. So you can't use that as a, you know, you got loads of YouTubers that could play whatever, and they'll have X number of viewers. But that's not to do with the game itself. Like, what you need to look at are people that don't have an audience, particularly, and what sort of viewership occurs then. Like, I could play Counter-Strike and we'll get like 20 viewers watching it, and there are people that don't play Counter-Strike. Oh my goodness. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I gotta say, we get more viewers walking than I do playing driving games. My viewers are just senile people that have like that are just using my streams as an easier way to self-flagellate. What a machine! Bloody hell, this car's a right lipstick. What a tube. Now, they didn't make these cars to go around corners. They're straight line cars. I mean, in America, they don't really have corners, do they? So, everything's straight in America. What's the... Someone Google what the longest straight road in America is and how long it is. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, but this is... Maybe this is just... I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying. I only make sense if you don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, bugger me bum. I've just run out of fuel. We were doing alright then. We were 3 seconds up. Oh, well, I dom GTR'd myself. Oh, bloody hell. How much fuel does this car use? A million bald eagle feet. Well, I'm in third, fourth. Hang on, the spiders are doing well. Oh no, hang on, what's going on here? Why am I in 16th? Where's my lap time gone? Hey? Why am I in 16? What? Where's my laptop just... Why's my laptop just disappeared? Oh, it's broken. You just deleted all the laptops. No, it's just not saved it. We were there and then it's disappeared. We've got a good mix here. Oh no, it was causing red flags. Seems like people are struggling to set a lap. Yeah, we need to mod this car so we can have modern tyres and then it'd be amazing. I mean, can you imagine this? It's an absolute... It's just an engine on a metal frame. It's an absolute filthy engine on a metal frame. The Maserati 250F. How fast does that go? Oh, hello. Thank you very much. Unlucky Vader. 9 months. Venus in it. Venus there. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support and the sub there. Oh, we've got 3 there. Thank you. Really do appreciate it. Absolutely poning it. Consume cough syrup. I don't know is particularly good, Gasper. If you've got, I was reading something about this. You should have spectate the bath. Where is it? Who's driving it? This is a genius idea to always put in a bath in the race. Always have one person in a bath. Always having a bath. Just look at him go. Oh, there's like a French person off to the supermarket. That's full power. Full power. He's put too much shopping in the boot. Oh dear. I mean, you can run faster.
My goodness!
My goodness! Cough syrup. Yeah, I don't think it actually works very well. Like, I'm not a doctor, but... most studies have found no evidence that over-the-counter cold medicines actually suppress or stop coughing. In many cases, they perform no better than placebo. Some combination of cold and cough medicines contain decongestants which rise your blood pressure. Yeah, drinking honey, if you've got a sore throat and stuff, or you're coughing a lot, there's like breathing exercises you can do. There's like honey drinks and stuff, which can help. I don't know, maybe like, it depends. It's probably stuff that's good, but... I don't think I've ever taken, apart from when I was like 8, I don't think I've ever had cough syrup. Oh, here we go. Look at this pass. It's got DRS. Whee! Right. We're going racing here. The speed difference. This should be the punishment for someone that causes a wreck. They get the Abarth. They have to do a race in the Abarth before they can do another race. It does look cool though. Oh dear. Look at the suspension lean. Squeezing around the outside of it. Oh, it's so stupid. Tom Bland would have to live in it. Is the engine in the boot? Like the front is for your shopping. Yeah, that's why the boot's not even closed. It's for cooling. I bet you if you crash, the engine just goes straight into the cockpit.
Okay, let's go.
Right, here we go. Let's go racing. How many people we got in here? I'm gonna get a cup of tea before we start, actually. Oh, I've got 26 people. Awesome. See, they do come out eventually, the dirty AC players. Well, what's that car where the front opens up? And so if you were to crash, you're literally trapped in the car. Has anyone made the Sinclair car? C5. No one's made it. I don't think the C5 was actually that bad of an idea, but I think an e-scooter is a better format. I think basic cycle infrastructure. Hang on, what? Oh shit! What's the button to get rid of? There we go. Basic cycle infrastructure and an e-scooter is actually a really good combo. Right, hopefully it doesn't reset quality. It's quite likely that it will do. I was going to make a cup of tea, guys. I'll be back in a second. Hello. I mean, as I say, guys, I've paid for better internet, so I might be able to host even larger servers in AC. But it could be that we could do, like, as I say, for these sessions on certain tracks, I think doing like large races could work out quite good. Permanent Game of Muscle servers. I don't know how you auto ballast all the other cars. That's a good point. I don't know how much fuel we need. You need a lot of fuel for this car. I'm gonna put. It's only 12 minutes, but yeah, something stupid. This car uses so much fuel. Let's see. I hope this works. What's going on here? Why is it stuck? Oh, here we go. It has worked. Here we go. All right, here we go. Yeah, 200 litres should do it. It's not going to be 9 laps. 109 to probably do it. Oh, we have the server's full. The server's full. 30 cars. Everyone's woke up. They're all here. Oh, bloody hell. Assetto Corsa players, they're like crabs. You dangle some ham and they all start coming out. Well, I mean, I'm sat in the cockpit, so it's probably me that's heavier. It is dead fast, boy. Like, yeah, I could fill up a server, but I'm probably like in the top 3 streamers for Assetto Corsa. So the average person isn't going to do that. They haven't wasted their life. Look at the Abarth. How come the Abarth qualified in front of me? The Abarth qualified in front of me because I didn't do a lap. Ah, the insult. The Abarth just sat there. Here we go. Oh, take it easy, guys. Oh my god, they used turbo. There goes the Abarth. Goodbye. Guys, you have to be careful. Christ. Take it easy. Ah! Take it easy, guys. I wonder if the Bath will win. I wonder how much. Ah! I wonder how much of the lap it will have done. Whoa! Didn't even see him. Oh dear. How is this so fast compared to the modern one? On the straight. Oh, come on. Oh, be careful, guys. Be careful. Woo! Oh, I'm so much faster on the straight. What? Why are we so much faster? Forget modern technology. It's terrible. Oh dear, he's in the wall. Goodbye. Oh, motorsport's got worse. Oh, he's got the downforce. Oh, motorsport's got better now. Oh, there's the wall. There's the wall. Bonk. Oh, I'm going through the wall. What on earth was that? Spooky wall. I didn't see nothing. Oh, that's so funny how they're so slow on the straight and then on corners they're like ridiculous. Alright, 4 minutes it took for that lap. Where's the bath? Where's the bath? Oh, he's not making that. We've got to find the bath. Hunt for the bath. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that was my fault. Oh, I killed him. They don't build cars like they used to. I'm sorry, I lit it up on the throttle. Sorry, whoever that was. Did not mean to do that. Fortunately, my car's made out of lead, not carbon fibre. So he stood no chance. He had no chance, guys. Bloody hell. Gasper's on pole here. Nico second, A-Suits in third. My frame rate's struggling. I need to turn the graphics down here. Can we catch up with these guys on the straight? Does this car even have lights on it? The one I'm driving? I mean, it shows you how absolutely terrifying these old cars are. Because they... car behind does a drift. Imagine being this fast in something that's got this bad of brakes on it. And like, as I say, like if it catches the air slightly wrong, you're going into space. Are we coming back? Where's the bath? Oh! Magnesium makes sense because it makes funeral costs a lot less when there's no driver after they've evaporated. So, you know, it just saves time and effort. Woo! Oh, there's a big explosion up front. Oh, there he is! How did he almost do a whole lap? He's almost done a whole lap. Well done. Or maybe we passed him and didn't realise last time. There's the Bath. The bonus of Bath. So you can do 2... Ah! What a block. Didn't even do that on purpose. You can do basically 2 laps in these cars per a Bath. Over 2 laps. 2.5 laps per a Bath lap. The Bath chicane. They should use it in the real... how good would that be if they had the Bath in the real 24 Hours of Le Mans? As like a sponsored car. They could put influencers in it, and then if people crash into it and the driver dies, it'd be no loss. Ow! Oh, he went flying after driving into me. Very excited. They'd have to put strobe lights on it. Oh, we got a car doing donuts. Oh my goodness. Power! We're passing him at like 100 miles an hour faster. Oh no! What on earth? Once you get over 300 kilometers per hour, you're gone. 370? What's that in miles per hour? It's like 260, 70 miles an hour. Guys, calculator. What's 370? 300? What's? Oh! What's 380 miles an hour? Look at the acceleration on this car. Once in 4th gear. 370. Yeah, look at the acceleration. 0 to 100 in like 4 seconds. And it keeps going. It accelerates at full speed through like 300 kilometers per hour. What on earth? You have to be drunk to drive this car. Oh, that's not too fast. 230 is nothing. Hang on, what's the top speed of a Formula 1 car? Oh! Bloody hell, this guy has some suspension wobble on it. Oh no, we got a Porsche off. This car's so unhinged. I don't know. That's just what it is. I think there's a setting. Woo! This car's so unhinged. Where's the Abarth? Oh no! A bit of a knock there. Just trying to squeeze through. Where is he? He's in the bathroom. How come we've not come across the Abarth? Has he quit? Oh, there he is. There he is. Oh, he's on the corner. He's in the worst possible place. Let's overtake on the right. Woo! The speed at which we passed him. Oh dear. Oh, I wish I could see the onboard of that. The speed at which we go past his car. Oh dear, that's so stupid. Imagine being sat in that car with a 60s like prototype. Ah, oh, missed the corner, the gear. Oh, that's a viral short, guys. What it's like being passed by different race cars in a road car. So you have a road car on the straight, and then you have the different like race cars of different eras passing you at full speed. So you're at full speed in the road car, and then you just show them passing. That's it. That's a YouTube short. That's a million views. That is a million views. What is it like being passed by race cars in a road car? Road car, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm just showing the from the onboard view and go to the different clips. That's a viral. Yeah. No, you're not stealing that. It's my idea. It's a good one. I mean, you can do it if you want. I'll do it. I can do it as well. Get the subs. It's alright, some other YouTuber will just copy it off me anyway eventually, so it doesn't really matter. It's all gonna be stolen. Mr. Breast. Mr. Breast. Mr. Brewest. Brr. 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 7 minutes left, guys. We're in 17th. This has gone terribly. This has been an awful race. Gasper's absolutely ponying it, and he's talking whilst driving. Get out, Mr. Breast, Mr. Breast, Mr. Breast. That would be if I was trans. I would call myself Mr. Breast as a joke. If I had a trans YouTube channel, that just to confuse people. That'd be genius. Let's go. Whoa, come on. What other combo can we do with this car, guys? Or like this track. We should do something else on this track next. Maybe something a bit slower so it's closer racing. Woo! Well, this is Le Mans week, isn't it? So. Woo! Oh. We got in front for a second. Bloody hell. Oh, he's gone. Oh, he caught it. Good catch. Martin Vandis, full angle. He's driving a projector. 90-degree rejoin there. Oh, a little bit of a track cut. Don't worry about that. Ah! Why is he? Oh, he didn't serve a penalty, you noob! He's been gulagged. He didn't serve the penalty. After the gulag, you have to serve the penalty, otherwise you get abducted. That's how it works. X-Files penalty. What other cars do they race at Le Mans? Is it GTE, isn't it? At Le Mans, is Le Mans World Endurance Championship? WEC. It is, isn't it? Or is it not? It's so confusing. It is, yeah. I'm pretty sure it is. But then the confusing thing is the 24 hours of Nürburgring isn't. That's a whole separate thing. And then there's a whole bunch of like... It's the 24 hours of Spa. That's not. That's World Endurance. That's World GT, isn't it? 24 hours of Spa. It's so confusing. Yeah, Spa's just GT3 cars. It's not prototypes. That's World GT. Well, 24 hours of fog for 20, which is all right because hopefully Jimmy Super GT and that do it next year, and Super GT is not disqualified, so that's good. So we didn't miss out on it because it was a rubbish one. And then also I didn't go to it this year, and I think I'll try and go to it next year. So it's all come together. It's all going. It's great. I missed the year that was shit, so it's fine. It was all part of the plan. Yeah, Steve knew that it wouldn't be worth driving in it, so he was like, I'll get a penalty. I don't need to waste my time. So, you know, good thinking. And then you've got IMSA in America. That's another one again. So you've got 24 hours of Spa, 24 hours of Nürburgring, and IMSA. And those is Spa and Nürburgring the same organisers? That's different. Two different. So there's 4 different endurance race organisers, I think. IMSA, WEC, Nürburg 24. I don't know. Was it VLN that do Nürburgring? I'm happy with 14th, but I think we could have done better. The lighting looks phenomenal in this, though. I accidentally left the clock on, so it's slowly ticking forwards. It looks really good. WEC is Le Mans. Nerbs is ADAC. Yeah. SRO, that's it. SRO Spa 24. Fanatec World GT, or it's Total Energies World GT. Final lap here. Uh, 24 minutes seems to be quite a good length race for this sort of thing, actually. Oh, bloody hell. I'm not trying to push off the track. I can't control my car. Oh! The understeer. Oh, he's got the same problem. Spa's alright. No, it's fine if you're there. As a TV spectator, yeah, but if you go to it, it's, I keep saying it, is absolutely the best race I've ever been to, was 24 Hours of Spa. Just that you have, like, really awesome music festival, track's really nice to walk around, it's in a nice location with nice countryside, the facilities at Spa are quite nice. It doesn't, you know, it's not a miserable track. Like, a lot of racetracks are just a bit miserable to be at, you know. Nürburgring's actually quite nice as well, actually, as a location in the countryside. So I find if you ever at like a longer race, the sound of the cars can be a bit obnoxious 24/7. Like, if it's a really long, like a 24-hour race, even like a 8 or 6 hour, it's like, it's a bit droning and a bit annoying. So being able to get away from it for like an hour is quite nice, while still being able to see. That's the thing. Spa, you can go right on top of a hill, and it's really nice. The Bath is a lap down. How dare you suggest that the Bath is gonna beat us? It's not. No. He'll cross the line in front. God damn it! Jesus Christ, you guys have already finished. Will you? Are they all in the new ones? Oh my God! Right, we could do a more matched race here. Joss, I think, is at the front of this class. So on average, the new LMP cars are a lot faster. It's with a noob. It doesn't count. Oh, that's neutral. Ah, it's too far back for us to finish. Oh, no, absolutely stolen. Ah, well done, Gasper. Well done, Nico. Well done, Adam. Well done, Simon. Well done, Dampo. Fast Boy. Sir Ems. Christian Lacey. Thomas. Joss. Bloody hell. Atchi. Lee. David Adams. Well done, guys. You are slow. Right, we need to redo this server with some other cars. That worked surprisingly well. That was surprisingly good. Let me change the server settings so that we have a longer ending. Because I just set this up quickly. I didn't check that setting. We'll do another race on the same track, but we'll change the car. What's the ending setting? What's it called? Oh, race over. Here we go. There we go. What other cars can we put in? Let's have a bit of a sip of a drink here. That was good. We're doing Le Mans. Oh yeah, let's do a GTE race. If has Kunos got a DTE? Has Kunos got a GTE car that's part of the game? That'd be good fun. Yeah, we'll do like or GT1 GTE. Let me just add them in. You saw us faffing around the DeLorean mod. I assume there's no plan for using more mods. Otherwise, you get idiots recommending random things like rare 16-cylinder Porsche prototype. Yeah, we do random mods. Depends how many people we've got watching or taking part in the race. Because the more random the mod, the harder it is. We've already set up all the we've set up all the tracks and a whole bunch of mods in the description on YouTube to make it as easy as possible. But it gets worse and worse the more mods you have. Let's hello Matt Matt Oliker. Let's do like a GTE, like a nice GTE race. What's I mean, or we could do the Mazda 787. We'll need a setup though. That's the thing. What do you think? We need a poll. Type 787B. GT1, GTE. Those are the choices. No, because it just divides the grid up when you have 3 classes. I mean, you could have 2 classes. That's it, basically. Otherwise, it divides the grid up too much. Like, this is going to be hard to see. GTE, GT1, or Mazda? We could do... Okay, we can have 2 classes. Okay, how about we have Mazda, and GTE? How about, guys? How about we... How about we just do a Mazda 30-car Mazda race, a 2-lap Mazda race around the circuit? Oh, he's got a poll. Where's the poll on Twitch? Current poll. What car? What car sounds like a magazine? What car magazine? What car magazine? Do you need all your car information in one place? What car? Look, all the GTE losers are going GTE. There's only 2 people though. Oh, Mazda's pulling away, and GTE's coming back. Now it's 3 on GTE, 2 on Mazda, 1 on GT1. It looks like it's going to be a close battle between the GT and the Mazda. What's going to happen? 33% to 50% to 17%. There's confusion as the GTE pulls away, but GT1 now coming back. It looks like GT1 has accelerated with 5. It's moving forwards, 45% there. GT1 has come back from the back and is now leading the race over halfway through the race now. GT1 looks like it could be the winner. Mazda with only 2 dropping back. GTE dropping further back. GT1 now over twice as many as GTE. It looks like it's going to be GT1 versus GTE as the GT1 is the surprise victor, surely, as we come to the final 20 seconds of this poll. Who will stay ahead? Will it be GTE? Will it be GT1? Will it be Mazda? I think it's all over. I think democracy has failed, and it looks like GT1 has won the poll. There you go. That's how you make poll. That's how they should do the election. Oh, and Tories have dropped back. GT1 won. Okay, so we do the Maserati. Or do you want a bunch of GT1 cars? Right, categories. Okay, we can have GT1. Hang on, what cars are GT1? the Maserati and the Porsche. And the Maserati and the Porsche. Porsche 911 GT1 and the Maserati 12 MC12. There you go, that'll be fun. So how about we have 10 Maseratis? In fact, we can have 11 Maseratis, 11 Porsches, and they are different. How different are they? P1G, what's that? McLaren P1 GTR. The McLaren P1 GTR. Is that what is that? I don't know what's that classed as. Top speed 150. Oh, we've got the Maserati, MC12, and the Porsche. We'll just see. Look, why can't we do like a GT class for that? We've got sports car prototype. That would be good. Is that not an option in shader patch to filter by speed? Like, that would actually be a really useful feature for servers. Yeah, there's the McLaren F1 GTR 1995. Is that the one you mean? And the McLaren P1 GTR is 1,000 Newton meters of torque, but it weighs 1,400 kilograms. And then the F1 GTR is 693, but it weighs 1,000 kilograms. Well, we'll just put a bunch of these cars in. We'll see who wins. Who cares? We'll see who wins. We've got, as long as we've got like 15 cars, or 10, at least 10 cars of each thing. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, I'll set it up. You have to donate using the teabag link if you want to join the server. Oh, we can have 56 slots. That my computer can't do that, but that's cool. I'm gonna have to turn my graphics down here. This is absolutely hammering my computer. Oh, we got to put the Abarth in as well. Sorry, I forgot about that. We've got to have the Abarth in. It's not a race without the Abarth. There we go. I'm not gonna get. I might get a 50 series card if I can get. By the way, I was joking about donating to join. We're just going to link the server in a minute. I might get a 50, 90 or something to review. Oh, my bloody ears just tinnitused itself. I get this from drinking coffee. Caffeine causes my ears to like do the flashbang sound effect. Right. Not from tea though, but from coffee. It's really weird. Right. What else do I need to do? Oh yeah, conditions. I need to change this. Turn the road temperature down a bit so it's more grippy. And then servers will be up in a second. Oh, I see what's happening here. Hang on. Oh, we had time acceleration on. That's probably why it was running a bit worse. Oops. Right. Server's running, so you should be able to get in. Here's the invite link. If it doesn't work, I'll just we'll reset it. I don't, Matt. I don't really do PC hardware review, but I should do because it gets really good views. Basically, I do whatever the worst possible thing is to do as a YouTuber. For some reason, I'm basically an idiot, but we all knew that. So, right, turn the graphics down here. Is there a car detail setting in AC? Right, let's try this. You know which car I've gone for. If it's related to sim racing, which PC hardware technically is, then fair game. Yeah, I mean, the thing with... So, right, Matt, if you want to build your channel, honestly, do tech stuff. Hang on. Right. I did a video. Here we go. Best CPU for sim racing and VR gaming, and it's basically just me saying, oh, it's a good processor. It's not even a review. It's not even a review. It's just me going, oh, this processor's really good, guys. It's had 24,000 views and it's made 60 quid, right? And that was just me literally going, here's a processor. It's really good for sim racing because it has lots of L1 cache. like I almost did the video basically as a bit of a piss take. You know, I was just like, oh, I bought this processor, let's make a video about it. So you can imagine if you do proper hardware reviews and then the other affiliate link stuff you could put on it. Another example, the Quest headset video where I was like, oh, here's the Quest settings. It's like 60,000 views. And then you make money through people using your affiliate link as well. It's stupid. Like tech channels are milking it for doing nothing. Even now, you'd think it'd be saturated, but it's surprisingly not. Ah, that's all it took, Frank. You see, influenced. Oh, here we go. It's filling up. Filling up. Everyone, no one can get enough of this Le Mans action. Been really good fun though, guys. That last race was awesome, even though I was crap. It's really fun driving these cars around this track. Look at this. Look at the interior of the Maserati. Like, why isn't this what new road cars are like? How much is it? What is it? What is it? The 75800 3D. Let's have a look on Amazon. Oh, sorry guys. I keep sneezing today. We need to hoover down there. It's probably dusty. Probably that guy's barbecue. Oh, £279, yeah. Oh, £200. Oh, no, that's the previous one. How much better is this 7800 from the 5800? It's only like... It's only £100 more expensive, if that. Simon, well, not the OpenXR stuff is just a case of setting the foveated rendering value. But we could go through that. But basically, you just install it, and then there's pretty basic settings. These settings for performance are mostly the Oculus settings. The 7800 is better in Microsoft Flight Simulator. How much? What socket? I mean, I'm not. There's no point in me upgrading, but I wanted to check my socket, guys. Got to check my socket, so I've got to load up CPU ID. Right. What socket are we on here? Socket AM4, and the new one is it AM5 or something? Yeah, AM5. Because yeah, we upgraded this to what the best chip for this socket. But yeah, I think the difference is totally negligible. But if you were building another computer, Nigel Farage sim racing. Well, you know, he's got nothing better to do. He's changing Reform UK to USLIP. It's iRacing political party, USLIP. That's a pun on UKIP, by the way, guys, for those of you not in the UK. Oh, hang on, we need to set up on this. We need to set up. It won't be 28%. Yeah, it's hard. Like it'll be like yeah. There's a whole bunch of factors. I think for my system, graphics card, whatever the 5090 or something, would be absolute beast. Why is there no fuel in this setup? What was that about? Oh, because it's for 1 litre of fuel. That was good. Oh, yeah, that'll be an hour to tow us back to the pit box. Ferrari error. Alright. But is DDR5 actually that better in reality? I know some games are really RAM sensitive, but often it's like really overstated. Don't worry about it, Tony. As long as you're not driving into people, it's fine. Ah, there's the there's the beast. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. Go on, get back on the track. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Abarth. I couldn't. Oh, he's gone. Sorry. Probably broke his wrists. Oh, I wanted it to launch. I thought it might launch it in the air and it would look really funny, but it didn't. Sorry, Abarth driver. It's my fault. Imagine if it had launched it straight up. It would have been worth it. Oh dear. I'll have to drive the Abarth as punishment. Oh, I don't know, Macintosh man. I mean, I'm hoping that I can find a company to send me one. I can't afford to buy one. But if I'm lucky, I can get a review unit or something. I did notice, like, all driving sims, all single core games definitely benefit from the L1 cache. But I mean, I run with a 3080 Ti. I run it with 4K, and then I lock everything to 120 hertz, which is quite a lot. Like, it can't. Basically, the game internally needs to be running at 140 hertz so that it never drops below. So there's an overhead of 20%. But the 3D chip is basically they're as good as. Do you remember what was the Intel chip? There's the 5500, 5K, the 5500K or something. 1500K, I can't remember, but basically, Intel did a chip that you could buy in like 2011, and you could almost use it today. It was that good relative to everything else, and in terms of actual performance that you get. I think I still got it in a computer behind me that I don't use. But it was like you could you compare that with a 1080 Ti, and it was fine. Well, so the thing is, if you're not running, like, if you're not turning graphics up, and you're not hosting, like, big sessions, and you're not playing, like, Microsoft Flight Sim, or you're not doing VR, so basically, if you're doing 1080p gaming, you don't need, if your focus is gameplay, you really don't need to have upgraded the system from from whatever's a 1080 Ti spec system. Like, basically, what a Steam Deck is, which is effectively on a par with like a 1080 with like a good CPU, with an okay CPU, basically, and then that means vast majority of games you can hit 100 FPS at 1080p, or at least 90 FPS. Oh, bloody hell, that's way faster than this. That's way faster. Yeah, well, triples is like basically the same as 4K. The annoying thing is, it's not always the case that... So you have some systems that end up being like super stable systems. So they might not be the fastest, but they operate really consistently. So that was like... that Intel chip was just really stable. So even if you were playing like... even if you were playing a newer game and it ran slower, it would run slower in a predictable way. You know, it didn't just like fall apart. It was like that with the Voodoo 2. We get games that had like 3DFX support. They might not run at a fast frame rate, but they ran very smoothly. But they're not like... I've had certain chips, like some NVIDIA cards have been good, but like I've had like ATI cards, like the X800 was supposedly a really good graphics card, but it never ran properly. It always had like weird issues. It was never totally seamless. So in theory, you can have computers that are faster, but they run like crap. Oh, there's Mr. Abarth. Have I accidentally put 2 Abarth in? How's that happened? Yeah, and then you have the whole thing with the different games. So you have like, for example, Forza Horizon. It runs amazing. I'd say Forza Horizon is probably the most impressive driving sim graphics engine. It's even more so than Automobilista, because it looks and runs so well. Even on like a relatively low system. So if the software side of things is a big part of it as well, whereas a lot of games are just badly programmed. And now it's got worse in that developers go, oh yeah, well we've screwed up on our optimization and everything because we wanted it to look nice. Oh, it's all right, we'll just use DLSS. And it's like, but DLSS looks shit and still doesn't actually work that well. So it's it's really bad, the whole DLSS stuff that's happened in the last few years. Actually, I think we should be getting a new Forza Horizon next year, right? It's every 2 years, isn't it? We had Forza Motorsport's crap, and then also the next Forza Horizon should actually be a good one. Because every alternate game is much better. Well, I don't know what the 6900 is at an ATI card. I think it just depends. Like the GeForce 4 was really good. The GeForce 256 cards weren't very good. The Voodoo 2 was amazing. The Voodoo 1 was amazing. The NVIDIA 6800s, they were really good. Yeah, you go through like... that'd be cool. Japanese Forza game, that'd be awesome. I'd like that. That'd be really fun having
The
like,
pace car is out of control.
drifty roads and then cities. Yeah, that'd be perfect actually. Yeah, because you could have like tow gate sort of things. The motorway. In fact, it would make sense. Thanks for following. It would really make sense for them to do it in Japan. That'd be the most sensible thing for them to do. Also, for them to put more cruise features into it. What would be fun is having like a import car thing where you have an import car and you have to drive it around without the police getting you. That's not really a Japan thing, is it? That's a Hong Kong. Hong Kong has this. The police don't. You're allowed import cars. You have to pay a fortune, and then the police will just arrest you constantly and impound your car constantly because of imports and whatever they're doing. So you could actually make a really good game about that, where you've got import cars and you get different spec import cars, and then you have to drive them around without getting caught or like escaping the police. I got Forza Horizon working quite well. You just have to turn the sensitivity up really high, and then it's got kind of a springy physics, but it's alright. Alright, Matt, have a good night, man. Thanks for watching. E2 Orco, when they push the limits, yeah, like when they're basically, they give up on architecture and they're like, oh, okay, well we'll just have it so that the chip's running at a really high clock speed. That's a bit of my worry with the new Nvidia chips. I feel like they might, rather than the architecture being significantly better, I worry that they might just be running at a higher clock with a bigger heatsink. Because Nvidia's priorities are all on AI chips now. I don't think they really care about PC 3D stuff. It's way more profitable for them to sell to businesses. I think there's still some slots in the server if you want to join. Bloody hell. Oh, the tyres have gone. Right, we're going to need some different tyres on this. Yeah, it makes sense. It does make sense for stuff like DLSS to basically be really baked into the chip. And then have the... Then you can have... you know, the rest of the chip can actually do other stuff. Yeah, we have to put medium tyres on. New Intel chips coming with AI cores that can talk directly to the GPU. Alright, GPU. Oh, hello. Hello, processor. Ah, so have you been to the new chippy? Oh, I haven't. No. Well, they've put their prices up. The price of COD. Oh, well, I know. It's the prices are terrible these days, aren't they? Oh, I know. That's how it'll work. Right, I'm doing 406s. You have to put the medium on, Gasper, I think. At least. What if they're in conflict? Well, then you get a full-scale AI invasion in your computer. The computer gets too warm. Oh my goodness, I guess this setup's low downforce. The rear is loose. Have you got a setup for this, Gasper? $34 cars in here, nice. Some of them have quit. 28 cars are active. Active. I think the Germans have gone to bed. I haven't, no, but I didn't get it because if we host servers, it'll be hard to fill them up. I'm sure it is really good though. Hello, Channel VR. Yeah, we've just been we did a bit of iRacing, and then we've been hosting mental Le Mans races. You missed the ball. Well, we got another. We're just qualifying. You can join this if you want. There's some slots. We're doing multi-class Le Mans. Oh my goodness, this setup. That's not ideal. There goes the rear. Oh, Thomas is in here driving. Hang on. There's Thomas Schmidt. Thomas is in here. Oh, he changed car. Look what you've done, Thomas. He's in there like 3 times. Before he got to bed, it's like 1 in the morning for him. Bloody hell. Naughty Thomas. Shit the start. He couldn't resist it. Oh my god, this setup is terrible. Can't go around the fast corners without the back just slopping out. It's like iRacing. Yeah, where's the setup, Gasper? There we go. Yeah, save Gasper's setup. Right, it's better be fast, Gasper. Otherwise you're banned. Otherwise you're in the bar. Oh, these are really good cars, BSR. Especially the Maserati. So all the people that are watching on YouTube, how come you don't watch on Twitch? Imagine if all the YouTube viewers went over to Twitch as well. Then Twitch would collapse because we'd have there'd be an Assetto Corsa streamer that's not doing whoa, a bath! That's not doing drifting with like 150 viewers. Twitch would completely collapse. Twitch would go into meltdown. We could do an experiment. If you're watching on YouTube and you load up on, you have it on Twitch, but you're watching on YouTube, I wonder if the numbers jump up. I wonder how channels know if people are actually watching on what platform. I'm sure, I bet you, like, if you're in a FPS gamer and you're in a really heavily contested category, like Call of Duty or something, if you're in a really heavily contested thing, if people opened up tabs, then I think it does, like, count as a viewer, which then initially a streamer would only do that like once or twice, and then they'd be listed higher. Oh, thanks for subscribing. I don't know how the platforms filter that out. They must have a way. It'd be really weird if they didn't. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if they're not watching. That's the problem. But yeah, I don't know how the platforms protect against that. The quality. I've just upgraded my internet, so we're getting a new line installed, so I'll be able to increase the quality again on everything. We've had some technical issues with our streaming PC as well, so I need to rebuild it. I need to rebuild my streaming PC. But yeah, I'll have like 1 gigabit internet basically. So we're at the moment we have 40 meg upload, I think, and we'll have like, and it will be 120 meg or something upload. So. And it's only for you guys. How kind am I? It depends what you're doing. Twitch is better at fast motion. YouTube has more delay. Lorenzo, it's just how they do stuff in the UK. They prioritise download to upload. To be honest, nobody, like, the extra upload bandwidth is realistically, no streamer is actually going to be, unless if they were doing 1080p 60, you're not going to need more than 15 megabits for each platform. And to be honest,
I'm hot
If you were doing 30 megabits for 2 platforms, your computer's going to go to meltdown. So I do the same. I do like I think it's 7 megabits to YouTube and Twitch, but they have slightly different encoders just because of the way the platforms operate. But to be honest, 100 megabits fine. Say like 70 megabit.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. 70 meg upload is great. Welcome along. Missed your name. Oh, the bot's broken in chat, so I can't see names of people. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, you can link your Prime with Twitch, and then you can watch us and without getting any adverts or almost no adverts. Or you can get Twitch Nitro. I don't get that much ad revenue. I get more. I'm not allowed to say that. I don't. Let me put it this way: I don't get much ad revenue from live streaming on YouTube. Really, I can't say which gives you more or less. Against the rules. Put it this way, YouTube is a really good video platform. Let's put it that way. YouTube is very good. It is very good for videos. Live streaming is not YouTube's strong point, generally speaking. Generally speaking, it depends. There are certain aspects of YouTube live streaming that are good, but fundamentally, for the vast majority of people and the vast majority of content types, YouTube is a video platform, and Twitch is a shit video platform and a gaming streaming platform. So, as a result, you know, you find things tend to excel where they're originally designed. Here we go. Let's get ready for a race, guys. We've got 30 cars and my computer's catching on fire. E2 Orca, you put 4K videos on YouTube in virtually no time at all. Yeah, no. So a 4K video file that's high quality, 4K 60 FPS video file is about a gigabyte a minute will get you a really good quality. For a minute of footage is 1 gig. So yeah, like if you did a H.264 MPEG, is it MPEG 2? I don't know, but like 4K 60 FPS 10-minute video should be about 12 gigabytes, 13 gigabytes, and that will on a 100 meg upload, that will upload in like 10 minutes. So I have a network for stuff, yeah. We have multiple computers that I do work on, and I use cameras over NDI and stuff, which is really handy. Will it rain at Le Mans? I don't know what the weather is. Let's have a look. Le Mans 2020. Is Le Mans 24 in 2024? Hang on. Le Mans 24 2024? Genius. Let's have a look. It'll be interesting because rain makes endurance racing really interesting. Here we go. Weather forecast. Here we go. Oh yeah, no, it looks like it's going to rain. Sunshine. 4 to 8. Rain during the day from 3 p.m. Is this tomorrow? Yeah, Saturday. Here you go. It's a good website. Yeah, this should be good. This is perfect. So it'll be a wet track for the race start, which will be amazing. Then 7, it clears up 7 and through the night. So rain at night is a bit rubbish. So this is actually perfect. Sunday. Oh, fuck. Hang on. Oh yeah, then it'll rain in the morning and then it's sunny. Oh, this, and then sunny and rain. Yeah, guys, this could be awesome. This could be absolutely perfect. I mean, it'd be better if it was sunny, rainy, sunny, but rain in the morning as well from a night at 3 a.m. predicted. Oh, this is going to be amazing. And then, like, for the race finish, it looks like it's going to be like a total rando mix. This is absolutely perfect. Completely random weather. It's like someone's gone crazy with Soul. Look at Sunday's weather. Look, here's a link to it. Oh, thank you, Frank. The donations should come up on the screen. It's a bit delayed. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to the race here. All because well, I think if it's going to make the racing better, let's just all use plastic straw. Oh, shit. Why can't I do this? Oh. Let's hope this doesn't bug out. Oh, our server's pretty full. Here we go. Here we go. Driver teleporting in. Oh dear.
3,
2, 1, go.
Chip James OL. Boy.
Okay,
Bloody
let's
good
go.
job, mate. You're a good lad.
Thank you very much, Frank. I really appreciate it. Thanks for supporting us. Here we go, guys. 24 minutes of Le Mans in some vintage-ish cars. Yeah, I think we might live. So tomorrow, I think we'll live stream. We might do some AC racing, but also have Le Mans on, or just watch the race, and we can have timing and stuff on the screen. Here we go. Smooth start. Take it easy, guys. Coming through. This is well good. Fourteenth out of 33. Here we go. Bloody hell, those cars are faster. Absolute cheaters. Absolute cheaters. The car's huge on the radar. jumbo radar. How good is this? We've just set this up. We just hosted this immediately, and it's mental. We've got 31 cars, 3 classes, and it's all working. It's mental. Doesn't make any sense. Every time I change gear, it's making the exhaust pop. Oh! God, don't do that! This isn't iRacing. What was he doing? Drive across the track. 90-degree rejoin. 90-degree rejoin. 90-degree rejoin, guys. There it was on display. The 90-degree rejoin. 90-degree rejoin. Oh dear. No. No. Oh bugger. Oh. Did I get? Oh, someone else crashed as well. Ow! Thank you. Actually helped me out. What's going on? It's like when it rains and everyone just starts crashing. Oh, okay. I'll have a slowdown as well. Oh, don't park! Oh, what are you doing? Tyres were still cooked. And we're in 23rd. It was going so well. Oh dear. Thomas Smith, M. Vandis and Thomas Smith at the top of the McLaren class, and then Nico Acci at the top of the, what was that, the Porsche. Who's at the top of the F1 is Stevenson. Is the McLaren F1? The McLaren F1 and the Maserati seem reasonably similarly matched, actually. Oh, you can't park there. Ace Pumpkin, do I have any predictions for Ace Evo? Not really. I feel like it will be, whatever it is will be mental and probably need 2 years of development to fix it. That's normally how games go these days. But yeah, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? As long as it's got okay physics and nice force feedback, I'm happy. Nico's ponying it up front. We've still got 17 minutes to go here. Gasper's struggling in 17th for some reason. He must have crashed. Joss, M. Vandis in first. Joss second. Thomas Smith third. Oh yeah, nice grass is obviously very important. That's often something that they miss out. But to be honest, oh my god, I'm hyped for GT Revival as much as I'm AC Evo. Oh dear. Oh, bouncy, bouncy. Ah! A bath! Come round the corner. The Abarth. Putting the Abarth on it. This genius, guys. I'm telling you. Absolutely. We could turn endurance racing into the popularity of Formula 1. All they have to do is to put a bloody Abarth, a vintage Abarth in there. Just one. And you've made endurance better than Formula 1. The most exciting thing ever known to man. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Thanks for clicking the like button on YouTube, guys. If you're watching on YouTube. Thanks everyone as well that's supported us on Twitch, watching adverts, really appreciate it. Becoming members, donations, thank you guys. Oh. Well, I wonder how many cars we can have on Nords with it working. It seems like when we're doing 30 cars is running. Like, people aren't disconnecting or the server's not crashing. This is running surprisingly well. Oh, there's a big cloud of smoke in front. Whoa! 90-degree rejoin! 90-degree rejoin! Who's in front of me here? Chedhead! M. Vandis, Josh, Thomas Smith. Top three of the Maseratis. Nico, A-Suits. Mr. Mouse Keyboard. Top of the Porsches, I think it is. Go. Yeah, I think this is good. It's a good way of doing AC actually. Is having tracks with. If we can do like 35, 40 cars, and then 24-minute races, it seems to work out quite well because there's enough cars to have like interesting stuff. I'm not sure about having multi-class, but I mean that is quite. It is fun, but it does divide the grid up. Maybe just sticking to 2 cars. Maybe if we just have 15 of one car and then 30 of another. Might be like even better, like 15 of the really fast car and then more of the slower car. Might work out as quite a good way of doing things. Just one. We always have to have one a bath. I think that's a good rule. Just the one a bath. The one a bath driving around. Spectator car. Bonus a bath. We could. The problem is, if I have more, I think the computer's going to melt down. I think next race, guys, we should do a full grid of a baths. What do you think? Like full. We could do a one lap mega bath race. See if we can get if we can have like 35 baths. Bloody hell. I mean, I would love a car like that in real life. Like, the problem is, so the Fiat 500, which is based on the similar design, they're shit. Like, they drive really nice, from what I'm told, and they look nice, but they break down all the time. They're not reliable. But they're really not. They're not worth. They're not worth the price. But they're comfortable. Why are you cutting the track, you shit? They're very comfortable to drive and they have good handling, but they're just not. They're really not worth it. You might as well just get a Skoda City Go. Yeah. Otherwise, I'd 100% get one, but Skoda City Go's much better value car in the same class that runs better, more reliable. And at the end of the day, if you're buying a car for transport, it's all well it looking nice, but you know what's more annoying? A car that looks a bit shit, but works all the time, or a car that looks a bit nicer, handles a bit better, but oh no, you have to take it to the garage every like year or so. What, separate to when you normally would, you know. This car, this F1, McLaren F1 was in Need for Speed 2. Do you remember? 1996, I think it is, the car came out in, and Need for Speed came out in 97, I think. Well, that's the problem with new cars as well. So many of the things that they have problems with are really quite expensive. Like, can't remember what a friend of mine has a... oh, hello, a bath! I can't remember what car they had, but it had aircon in it. And there's like a weird issue with it. But to replace it would cost like hundreds. And like, it's just stupid. Oh, like the... fuel light was on the dash came up incorrectly, or like weird electronic issues. Which you, why are you parked in the middle of the track? What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't do that. Don't park in the middle of the track. yeah, there's a lot of weird electronic issues that you just can't fix. Like, you'd have to go to a garage. Whereas if you have like a 70s Mini, it was like, oh, light's not working. Okay, swap, replace the bulb, replace the, you know, I mean, there's not. It wasn't like, oh my goodness. You didn't have to like do a whole bunch of random shit to fix it. It was like, oh, just swap that bit out, done. Which means you could self-maintenance. Like, you didn't have to have the specific diagnostics device and the specific all the other crap that you have. Bloody hell, rear tyres are gone. Josh is poning it in the Maseratis. Well, it might be cheaper where you are, but in the UK, because of just the cost of labour and everything, it's very expensive. Well, I don't think the problem is it's not that you can know how to replace the parts, like, you know, you can know how to replace brakes and all this stuff. It's just that there's subtle, hyper-specialised components, which then makes it a total pain in the arse. Or you need, as I say, you need like the ability to program the car with that what's that device called? I mean, yeah, maybe it's not too bad with like a Skoda City Go and stuff, but when you get to like cars with like automatics and all the weird shit they've got in them. Exactly, yeah. There's just too much. There's too much shit in them. Too many systems. At least in some ways, with some aspects of electric cars, mechanically should just be more reliable. I think we've got one more lap here. They're doing all right in 16th. I'm not too unhappy with that. We're not last. Fingers crossed for a third emotional Abarth moment. The Abarth moment, brought to you by Rolex. Proud sponsors of the Game of Muscle channel, Vintage Abarth. I like that this car has a the TWAT on the dash for the water temperature. I think it is temperature water. You got the POIL, the P oil, and the TW. Is it? Yeah, TW. Can you see it? The mug's blocking it. I kind of want that as a T-shirt. Just the rev counter from this car. P oil and TWART. You know what I'm saying? TWAT. Yeah, I'm still. If I get a car, it would still be a Skoda Citigo. From when I've looked into, every time I look into what car is the cheapest, most reliable car is always Skoda Citigo. But they're starting to only make electric ones now. I know, I'm a total communist. Astro drives cars. Yeah, it's a nice, relaxing track. Like it's kind of a bit like an oval, but like if it's quite satisfying driving down the straight, chilling out like Euro Truck Sim, and then just trying to get the best out of the corners and seeing if you do better each time with the Delta. It's a weird track, but it's in some ways it's an absolutely awful track, but yeah, it's quite fun. As long as you've got faster cars, it's alright. Slow cars is terrible. What is it with you and Twingos? Obsessed. Twingo obsession. Is that Renault? Renault make Twingo. I tell you what, the Toyota, the Igo by Toyota, that's quite a nice little nippy car, but I think they're overpriced again. They're from like 2007. I don't know if they made new ones or how new the new ones are. I don't know if they're still the same. But you see a lot of them. Are they good? But we all know the best car, the only valid car, is the Pontiac Stinger. That's it. That's the only good car. Nobody dares to make a better car than that. It's got hoovers in the door. It's got a hose pipe in the boot. Oh, it's in a Bath moment. Oh, a Bath pass. Absolute madness here for the final corners. Let's see if we can get this back. Oh, he's in the wall. Up the inside. Ah, oh, pure emotion, pure driving. What a drive. We haven't got another lap, have we? Not sure if the leader has finished. Got another lap, you idiot! Got another lap, you fool! I thought it was over! There's still another lap, you idiot! Thank you. You idiot! You idiot! Who was that? You can't take it anymore. Why not? We got only one more lap. Ah, he's retired. He couldn't take it. Couldn't take the joy and pleasure of Le Mans Truck Simulator. Pays de la Loire. Well, we've got this then, due to all these quitters. It's endurance. It's endurance. It's like an iRacing race, Thomas. You have to endure it. Well, it's probably pretty expensive to write off an MC12. It depends if it's a kit car rebuild or an original. Aren't they like 1.2 million? I mean, an original race driving one's probably like 3 or 4 million or something stupid. Glorious, glorious 14th place. It's not a win, but it's also not a bin. I think Red Eye Warrior would be good at this. He drives around motorways all day long. Nico is finished here. Nico with the win. Well done. A-Suits on his tail in second. Well done. Mr. Mouse Keyboard in third. They're obviously in the cheating classic car, so it doesn't count. Maybe we should do Le Mans F2004 race. We're going to do a single lap race in the Abarth. A 1 lap Abarth race next. We'll see if we can fill up the grid. That'd be awesome. If we can get like 20 Abarths doing a lap round here, that'll be the dream. That'll be one of the most important sim racing events of the decade. To be honest, it'll be one for the ages. Oh, who's this? Bob Sen, we're coming for you. I think he spun. I'm coming. Well, I set the race timer to as long as possible afterwards, so hopefully we still get to finish. I don't know how much more time we got until it automatically bobs us. Ah! No! Oh. That went well. No! There we go. Textbook block in there. 13th. Ah, good driving, guys. Josh with the Maserati MC12 win. Gasper second. And Mr. W. Stevenson in the McLaren with the McLaren win. Well done, guys. Yeah, we had the quali on long, though, so more people can join. Yeah, well, it's a good format. I think doing... we'll try and do this more often with, like, 30 or so cars. And then, like, round either Le Mans or, like, Nordschleife or any track where we can have, like, a larger grid. And then also try and get people to stay in it. Right, I'm going to create the server quickly, guys, with the mini Abarth. Just one lap. You ready? Try and get in there. It'll be awesome to see how many people we can get into it with that. I'll put quali on, but then we'll just skip straight to the race. I doubt we'll get 36 people in here, but... Are you ready, guys? Just setting it up. This is probably the most important race we'll ever do, if I'm honest. Here we go. Servers up. Get in there. Thanks for
The pace
following.
car is out of control.
CKTL, thank you, welcome. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That is peak. Right, how many people have we got here? 12, 13. Oh, come on, guys. Get in there. One lap. 14. Yes. Come on. 14 cars. This is going to be beautiful. $17, yes. 19. Here we go. Come on. The link's in the description on YouTube. The car's part of it is a Kudos car, and the track's in the description underneath the live stream on YouTube. Oh, how many people are we getting here? We'll go to the race in a minute. 20 cars. Oh, this is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. 22. This is peak sim racing. Car in car action here, guys. Oh, look at that two-tone paint job. The Z depth paint job. It's incredibly sophisticated paint job. $22 cars. Let's go to the race. Anyone else trying to join? It's a nice shaped car, though. That's the thing. Right. Oh, we've got 24 cars here. I know, Ted Ed, you really would think there was. I mean, I don't know what we can do for the setup on this car. You ready? Are you ready? It's happening. One lap. Here we go, guys. 24 cars. Ah, someone's joining. Come on. Come on. Bloody hell, people keep joining. This is the Game of Muscle server. Yeah, anyone can join it. $25 cars. Okay, I'll wait till 5 minutes because people are still joining. I mean, I can understand the hype and excitement. This is possibly one of the most intense races that's about to ever happen in the history of Assetto Corsa. This is the pinnacle. I mean, to be honest, if in real life you could buy a car for like £1,000 and everyone could buy the exact same car and then race it, that would be pretty good. Like, even if it was a go-kart or something. You're down there. Okay, I'll wait for you to join. Hurry up. You got 5 minutes. The most. I mean, you've got like the moon landing. You've got like the sinking of the Titanic. You know, sailing around the world. The first transatlantic flight, breaking the sound barrier in the Concorde. you know, and then, but like this, nothing will be where this is at. If we're truly honest, this is this is on a par with humanity colonizing the solar system. I think it's pretty safe to say. Hang on, is the roof convertible on this as well? Is that a removable roof? That's well good. It's a cloth, but you could just take it off. Oh, I mean, how good is that? The thought of everything. All roofs are removable. Yeah, but you can put it back on quickly. We saw one of these on Auto Trader. Look, vintage Abarth. Classic cars. Here we go. 1972 Fiat 500. Oh, it's a replica. £8,000. 8,000 bargain. Oh, look at this. I mean, I'm sorry, how good does that look? How good does that look? Oh my goodness. Oh, that is perfect. 1974 Fiat X. Rally car. Right. Can we go racing? Here we go. It's happening. It's happening. This is it. 30 cars. 36 cars. What? 36 cars, guys. 36 Fiat Abarths. 595s. 64. The legendary car and a legendary track and a legendary race is about to take place here. Fasten your seatbelts. It's not going to get more exciting than this. This is the peak, the summit, the top of all. Of course, I'm on first place. 27 cars. 27 cars. Here we go. Listen to the roar. And it's go! There we go. It's so intense we can use the external camera views to race the car. That is the degree of intensity involved. You can drive from helicopter view. Look at them go. Who needs to be in the car? Whoa! Okay, it's a bit tricky to drive from this view. Oh, why has the camera changed? That's not good. Let's get back in the car here. Oh dear. What a race start. Oh, we're being swamped. Oh, fourth gear's too weak for the hill. Down to third. Oh, it's intense stuff. Oh, he's spun in P1. Oh! No! Oh, it's a disaster already. Absolute carnage. Absolute carnage at the start of the race. Oh, how does that happen? How on earth does that happen at 3 miles an hour? We're down to 11th. I'm going to have to serve the bloody penalty here. Right, serve the penalty. 1, 2, 1, 0. There we go. Beautiful. No, it's all right. This car's bomb-proof. I wonder what the draft's going to be like. Oh, someone's gone. There's a car in the wall. Oh, he's lost his wheel. How do you lose the wheel? There's no damage on. Somehow, our viewers are that skilled that they manage to lose a wheel when damage is turned to 0. That is the Gamer Muscle viewer right there. That is the type of person that watches his content. People capable of losing a wheel when damage is turned off. It was Gasper. Of course it was Gasper. We can do another race after this one because this is just too good. So don't worry, we'll do a rematch. So 1 lap bonanza, we'll do another lap after this. Because bogging down here, Archie's on pole. Let's get some draft. 118 kilometers per hour. Gaggle of cars in front. Absolutely emotional stuff here. Oh dear, corner, confusing. Where's he going? Where are you going? How do you lose control of this car? You can walk this fast. What is wrong with you guys? Oh dear. Right, 3rd gear. Let's get some draft. Oh, 4th gear is an absolute bog down. Probably should have just stayed in 3rd. I don't know what 4th gear is for in this guy. It's terrible. Ah, bloody hell. Oh, it's because we're going up a hill. 4th gear's for downhill. 3rd gear's for uphill. There you go, makes sense. Jeez, I'm like... This is like Red Bull soapbox racing. Oh, thank you, thank you. Oh, that bump draft has pushed us right foot. Look at that boost. We might hit 115, guys. Watch out, the front window might fall out. You don't need to use the brakes in this car. You just take, you just take your foot off the accelerator and you lose 20 miles an hour instantly. Oh, look at that line. Sounds like the Blitz. Whenever they'd race these cars, pensioners would be like, oh, we're being attacked again. The Germans are bombing us. It's World War II over London. Get in the Anderson shelter. Watch out for Spitfires trying to tip the car over. It genuinely cannot get up the hill, guys. Oh, look at this! Look at this movement. That'll have slowed. That'll have cost him. Like, his car's making me want an ice cream. Oh, I want to move. Rev it out, guys. Let's go to a high-intensity external view of the action. Look at this. Oh, that's not. These are not good. There we go. No! Why is that red car going so slow? Whoa! He's lost it. He's in the wall. He's gone. There he goes. Too intense. Back into the cockpit we go. I hope you guys enjoyed that high-intensity external view there. Spectacular stuff. Sadly, he has been confirmed dead. Oh, move around the outside here. Can't react to that. He didn't know what was happening. Gimme. We've got a red car. It looks like a London phone box from this distance. There we go. Look, it's a nice wide entry. Coming up to the final few corners here. What a spectacular race this has been. Oh, he's loose. He's loose. There's cars everywhere. That's 1, 2. We're in glorious 6th place. Absolute carnage. Oh, we got another straight. I forgot. Whoa! Whoa! There it is. Disaster for them. Here we go. Driving from the external view. Look at us being chased down here. Wow. Oh, I can't see. Oh, I've been let down by fourth gear. Oh, bloody hell. It's quite nice that this car you can go to third person view and it's perfectly fine. Seventh place though. The fourth gear's for when you're going downhill, third gear's for uphill. They've thought of everything with this car. Sounds like a motorboat. Oh, I'm pretty happy with seventh, to be honest. Oh, look at this. What a move. He had nothing to... He couldn't defend that. Nothing he could do. He just didn't know how to respond to my fast reaction times. Oh dear. Ah, Microlander with the win. A-Suit second, N-Wheeler third, Nico fourth, M-Batten fifth, myself sixth place, D Adams seventh, BQ eighth, Marov ninth, Actually 10th, Simon 11th, Gimme 12th, M Vandy 13th, Shedhead 14th, Sapper coming into 15th. Beautiful stuff. Right, we need to do a rematch, guys. We're going to do a rematch. Anybody in chat want to join that couldn't get in? We'll go to quali, so you can have like 2 minutes to rejoin, and then we'll do one more race in this. That was pretty emotional. I have to be honest. Pretty intense stuff there. Good driving. We'll just let some of these guys finish. They're not finished yet. We'll let Tarquin Edwards finish. Where is he? Oh no, he's done. Right, we're going to the next race. We'll go to quali, and then we'll let, if anyone wants to join. Oh, thanks, Gasper, for the screenshots. Greatest screenshots of the history of AC. Right, you ready, guys? Anybody who's joining? Type joining in chat if you wanted to get in but you didn't get in, and you're waiting to get in. You lost a wheel. How do you lose a wheel? Was it from the curbing? Right, I'm gonna go to the next race, guys. Here we go. Oh, someone's joining. I knew that would happen. Are we all running default setup here? What's... Don't know what you can do, really. Yeah, fuel. That's it. Like 10 litres should be enough. This car could probably do like 3 laps on 10 litres. Right. Here we go. Oh, someone's joining. I could do with a waffle, that'd be nice. Bloody hell, people keep joining. Who is it? We've actually got 30 cars in here. We actually have 30 people. This has been the biggest grid that we've had all week. Everyone's just desperate to drive such a spectacular vehicle. Maybe we should do a oh bloody hell! Who's joining? We should do like a 40-car Nürburgring race in this. Maybe we should do a.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following, mate. Maybe we should do a 6-hour endurance race with this car around the Nürburgring with fuel, accelerated fuel, so you have to pit stop every 2 laps. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, it's on. 36 cars. 26. The timing's messed up. 26 cars. Oh my goodness. Peak sim racing. Obviously I'm in second because I'm the best. After best. Beasts is the best. I'm ready for this. Thanks for clicking the like button on YouTube, guys. Thanks for all the follows. We're ready now. We're ready to bring it home. It's all about getting the start right. Jive with a donation. Thank you very much. £5 with the high skill link. Really appreciate that. Get a tea bag on the screen. Thank you so much, man. Really do appreciate the support. Legendary high skill donation there. Beautiful. Straight into the PayPal. Archie in first. Nyko second. Myself in third. Don't fall into the 4th gear trap. Oh, much smoother this time. People have learnt. Oh, he's gone loose. He's got loose. Up the hill. Come on. Struggling up the hill. Oh, there he is. Bonk. Bit of contact. Trading paint there. Oh, I'm going to get bollarded. Watch out. I imagine this car will probably get flipped by the bollards. Up the inside. Up the inside. Go, 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 go. Look at this line. Apexing on the left. Apexing on the right. Pure power, pure speed, maximum emotion. It's the 595 at Bath. They shouldn't have bothered developing any cars after this. Let's be honest. Okay, that's not a good view. There it is. Look at that. Look at the action. This is one of the few cars where you could just switch to external cameras and be totally fine. I think we might have to go to 4th gear here. Here we go. Pass. Look at this. Wow. Oh no, 4th gear is terrible. Just stay in 3rd. Oh no, it's even worse. Oh, bump draft. Thank you. Look at that. Make a move up the inside here. Oh, the bump draft giving us the power. Oh, P1's gone in way too quick. He's not going to make that. He's spinning. Oh, I'm hit into P2. I'm sorry. What was that other car doing in front of us? What was that? What happened there? He had no wheels. The other car went off the track and then a white car just went past us in slow motion. Oh, this has everything. Absolutely. This is peak. You can't beat this. What? I don't even know what happened. Hang on. Fourth gear's not good. Let's go back to the third. Let's go. Come on. A-Suits, Josh, myself. What was that other car doing? It just went across in front of us. Oh, dear. How are you guys losing your wheels? Oh, I think we're finding out. Oh, no! Ah. Absolute bog down here. Let's try and get in the draft. Oh! Come back! Yes! Double suck. Let's give him a bit of a bump here. The hill's too much for fourth gear. It doesn't get much closer than this. I'm having to look through his mirror to see where, through his front windscreen. Oh, he's got loose. He's got loose to the outside. Wow, his Carney's back here. I'm not sure what's happening. Camera won't pick it up. There's cars all over the place. Come on, camera. Chase them. What? You? That's the worst camera angle ever. There we go. Here it is. 4 wide, battling. Aerial view from inside the car. The battle. Grand Theft Auto view here. Oh, it's all happening. It's all happening. I think we're about to go 5 wide. 1, 2, 3, 5 wide into this corner. Oh no, I should have changed gear, guys. I was too distracted from the helicopter. Oh, bloody hell. Back into 7th. We need to get some draft here. It's not over yet though, guys. Oh, contact! Watch out! They've recovered it. Very close. Could have been disaster. Crosby, this is peak sim racing. This is esports, mate. Oh, he's lost it. He's lost the rear, and that's going to cost him at least 3 weeks to get back up to speed. Terrible for, I think it was Archie, maybe? I'm not sure. It's going to take him at least a month to get the engine up to 500 RPM. Let's go. A-Suits in first, Josh in second, M Button in third, BQ fourth, myself in fifth, Sapper sixth, Besties in 7th, Marov 8th, Microlander 9th, Chedhead in 10th. This is peak 24 hours of Le Mans racing action here. We're not going to get a podium, I don't think, but we could still get a good result out of this. 4th gear down the hill. 115 kilometres per... No, 130. We're slowing down. Ow! Oh, contact! Aggressive driving there. Get a wide line into this so we can stay on the throttle. Back down to 3rd. Bit of curbing. Oh, hang on, we're in 4th place. No, we're in 5th. It's just drunk. This happens. Absolutely fantastic lines through here. It's all about minimising tyre scrub, guys. Wow, this could be a last-minute podium if we nail these final corners. Cars in front battling. This could be costly for them. This could play into our hands. What? Oh! Oh! What? No! No! Oh dear. Well, I'm pretty happy, guys, with 5th place, I think it is. Oh no! 6th place. What, he's drunk? 4th place. I don't know. We'll have to check the official results there. Fantastic driving. Please don't crash into each other at the end, guys, because it breaks wrists with DD wheels. That was pretty spectacular stuff. Here we go. The results, official results. Adam Sooks in 1st place there. Well done. Mute Button in 2nd. Joss in 3rd. Apparently we got 4th. I don't know why, but we did. Besties in 5th. Marov in 6th. Microlander 7th. Chedhead 8th. David Adams in 9th. Sapper in 10th. Atchi in 11th. Bobson in 12th. Super Drifts in 13th. Martin in 14th. Steph Boy 15th. Gimme in 16th. Tarquin Edwards in 17th. Nico 18th. Monta in 19th. Oromu 20th. Beautiful driving there, guys. Oh dear. Right, I probably have to call it a night, to be honest, because it's 1 in the morning and we've been streaming for 10 hours. Yeah, that was really good. Really good doing like multi-class with lots of people. Actually ran surprisingly well. I need a faster graphics card though. But that was good fun. Great racing, guys. Tomorrow we're going to put... I think I will try and like commentate the 24 Hours of Le Mans. I think we'll just put it on in the background. Maybe in the day we could do some AC. And then when Le Mans starts we can put the timing board on and... you know, sort of talk along. We could just chill out watching it and chatting bollocks, can't we? I'll have to find a channel to watch it on, subscribe to Eurosport or something. But yeah, I won't be able to show it on the screen because of copyright, but we can hopefully have timing boards up. Check the Discord. What's going on here? In the tea room. Oh yeah, guys, check out the Teapot Discord if you haven't. It's like we've got the Game of Muscle Discord, which is the official one, but then we also have this Teapot, which is just like a single. Well, I post interesting stuff, videos, any videos, just funny stuff, and then it's just a single chat room. It's easy to like keep note of stuff. So follow that QR code. I think it's in the description on YouTube as well. But I'm trying to get this Teapot to have like 1,000 people by the end of the year. So far, we've got about 190. But, you know, that'd be awesome if you join that. Oh, you posted a link to the where have you posted that? On the Game of Muscle Discord. T-shirt design. Right, what's this? It's also the most realistic. Yeah, I can't use that because that's their logo. It's also the most realistic. It's copyright infringement. Right. Yeah, thanks for joining us today, guys. I'll catch you tomorrow, hopefully. It's good racing, good fun. We'll definitely do more of that kind of stuff. We need to raid someone on the old Twitchy Bobs here. Who are we raiding? Who is on at this time? Let's have a look. Is Matt Malone on, is he? Jamie Drives is on. Tony Cananis is on. I could I'll send you over to the crop top American. She'll be on for a while. Oh, Daniel Gray's on, but we've rated him quite a lot through the years. I'll send you over to the crop top American. We need to get her to get a teapot and get her to play AC, the True Simulator. Well, okay, right. I'll see you guys soon. Spam tea time in her chat, guys. If you all go in her chat and just type tea time. That'd be awesome. But thanks for watching and taking part. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the donations. We had some high skill donations, some chat donations, new memberships. Really appreciate it, guys. I see you soon. Spam this girls chat with tea time. Bye.